Welcome one and all. We have returned yet again for some Chinese Dota action at the second day of the second week. So we're pretty much halfway through this tour at this point, and things are starting to shape up in a very nice fashion. So we're going to be taking you through today's action and seeing exactly where we land up after the games are done. My name is Snail, I've been your host for these proceedings, and I'm joined on panel. I've got Tiga, I've got Lacoste, my boy is looking crispy. How are you all feeling, T? So halfway through pretty much of this week, right? Has anything emerged that has surprised you thus far in this region?
Ooh, surprising so far. Honestly, not really. I think we've got the top four teams. They're the PSGs, the Asters, the Vichys, Extreme. So they're there. And the bottom four, kind of expected. I think if anything, IG consistently are letting me down and upsetting me. And I think underperforming and role swapping and making things just ugh.
It's
Maybe
been
today is
2
better.
years for me now. After they won Major, everything was downhill for them.
To be fair, that same year they also got top 3 at TI, man. Come on.
Sure, but you know, it's
It's like after that, it's like, I don't know, ever since then, like, again, being around Dota for like so many years, like, I look at this org and I'm like, this is a cool org, you know,
Yeah.
it's got some prestige. But it's like the last year or so, it's just been so rough to, like, you know, look at the Chinese region and go, what are you doing? Come on.
Yeah.
So, there has to be a turning point. There has to be a point where it gets better. I'm not seeing it right now, but maybe they can survive Division 1.
Well, speaking of Invictus Gaming, they were in action the other day when we saw them playing some Dota. If you missed out on what happened that particular day, they weren't the only ones who were playing games. So the 2 series that we had on that day, we started the day with Vichy versus the Outsiders from China. Lacoste, you were casting this series. It was...
oh, was I?
Yeah. You were on the series. And then this was not pretty from the Outsiders from China. And unfortunately for them, they also suffered the indignity of the fastest game in the DPC so far in Game 2. But Game 1, it was also their longest game that they've played, right? So it's not all bad for them.
Yeah, they love to break some records in a bad way for themselves. This team, they're not on the same level as the others. Of course, we see what he said, top 4 in China, that we're going to have pretty clear who's going to be in top 4. And then you have Outsiders from China, and one team is going to battle it out. Like a couple of teams are going to battle it out for the last spot, which is not a good spot to be in. It feels like they lose the laning stage way too hard. It's like some of their drafts, I'd say that they looked good. I don't mind some of their drafts. Like this type of a draft right here, what they have is an okay draft. It's just the way they play the lanes. They come out of the laning stage with 5 to 10k gold deficit, which is unacceptable if you want to be able to compete with some of these teams. And they also played against a really good team. They played against the Vichy Gaming, so a bit of a tough one. They also played so far through other series, and it didn't look good either, so...
It's been rough good days at the office for them. I think what's intriguing about this team is not just that they lose the lanes here, but it's which lanes they lose the hardest, right? Mid sometimes will actually go somewhat positively for them. The safe lane they lose, but it's not always demolition, but they're off lane. Yesterday when GG managed to also just stomp OG in very fast fashion, in the interview Tofu was mentioning that, hey, the off lane is the most volatile lane right now, and you cannot afford to have anything go wrong, because anything that goes wrong snowballs very quickly. And unfortunately for them, they've literally not had a single successful day at the office from the off lane.
And they played Batrider 4 with Spirit Breaker off lane. It's like Batrider hits level 2, decides to dive, proceeds to feed First Blood, and everything from there was just straight up feeding.
All right, so I'm gonna ask you, am I allowed to give you my honest take on it? Or
Hit me.
Okay, just stop buying slots. Like, that's gonna be my one thing. Like,
It's not their fault though.
yeah, it is. Just because you have the money doesn't mean you should be playing in the DPC. Like, I hate it.
Well,
honestly.
it's not necessarily their fault, because the only reason they're here is because of the scandal that happened, right? They weren't
Sure.
supposed to be here, so
It's just
they
so-
wouldn't have bought the slot anyway, even if they were.
It just feels so wrong. But anyway, I'm not a fan of it. I hope in the future DPC tours it is like removed, like the system's been changed a bit. But it's just so hard to see. Like, I feel like a different Div 2 Chinese team, even the roster, if they were able to stick together, would have probably done a lot better. So yeah, it's uncomfortable.
There's a bit more context to it. We'll talk about it in a bit. Right now,
Sure.
we still have to look through IG versus YBP Gaming. And this one, IG so far, you're talking about them being inconsistent. They've been very inconsistent. They're the only team that's gifted us with 3-game series thus far. And most of them have been in situations where, as things go, you're like, yeah, y'all could have done really well. And to your point about how inconsistent they can be, in this game too, Emo pops off, right? 34 KDA, the
Rapier,
best in the
half hour,
Rapier, Rapier half hour, incredible performance. And then game 3, they just look so lackluster. What do you think is happening for them that reliably allows them to be consistently inconsistent?
I think they have a little bit of lost understanding of what Emo and Dust want to be doing in the games in regards to their player and kind of farm priority.
You can only have one of those two do that kind of a thing, the
Yeah.
psychotic one, where he goes in and both
Exactly.
are doing the same thing. The game's gonna be extremely tough for them.
It's a little rough on that front, but on the flip side, I think this is a series that we should be kind of praising YBB. I think they went back to their roots of how they succeeded in Division 2. They played this really beautiful, aggressive lineups. They got to play their Nature's Prophet in one game. In the third game, they're playing Templar Assassin that we're seeing on screen now. And for me, this was like the beauty of this team. It's this like sweeping the map play. We got to see just heroes that really thrived under this kind of like sloppy, aggressive map play. And yeah, I think for YBB, this could be the turning point for their Tour 1, that they can start challenging for survival now.
For IG, I just hope that they stop picking Morphling because that's always been cursed for that particular name brand. So here at the leaderboard is what it looks like right now. Team Aster at the top, PSG LGD right behind them, tied up with Extreme Gaming on 2 wins. Vici have suffered a loss, but that loss did come to PSG LGD, so that's pretty acceptable. Aster Aries started strong by taking on the outsiders from China, of course, and then since then, it's just sort of petered out as time has gone on. We saw YBB grab their first win, and then IG and the outsiders have yet to notch up a single win. This must be very frustrating, Lacoste, if you're IG, because your series keep going the distance, but you still haven't won, right? After a while, it starts to get to you psychologically that, hey, we can win games here and there, but we can't win series. This happened to Aster Aries last season, where a lot of their series would be 2-1s, but they'd still keep losing at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think Aster Aries last tour, they ended up with 5-12 or 6-12 score, which is pretty decent overall, and it might happen again, but for IG, yeah, the thing you mentioned, is sometimes it is a bit more difficult. Like it gets into your head as well because you know that you can take games off the teams. But yeah, they're fighting for survival at the moment. 0-3. Aster Aries, they are also, they're 1-2, but they played outsiders from China. So I think this is going to be a freebie for IG when they play against them. So pretty much going to be like the same score. And this series, same goes for the previous one that they played against YBB. I think we're going to have much more crystal clear picture of what's going to happen, like who's going to be dropping down. I still believe in IG that they can pull it off. It's just like, did they wake up properly?
Yeah.
They have to be on the right side of the bed, and of course, they are going to be in action later today, but we have some very intriguing games. PSG LGD take on Extreme Gaming. For Extreme, I think that's a very real test because they took on IG, they beat IG, but it went the distance. They went the distance with YBB as well. So we find ourselves in this very weird slot 4 on the side of Extreme Gaming where it's like, have they actually been fully challenged by a really, really good team? PSG LGD have went up against Vici. They got that challenge. They won. So it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. Speaking of interesting things, we had some predictions from everybody here as to exactly what was going to happen in today's games. Let's see who has to justify themselves. Ooh. All right, talk to me, T. This belief of yours in Aster Aries over IG, hit me. Is it just because you're so upset about the inconsistency of IG?
Yeah, something along those lines. It's like, I don't know if IG is able to kind of find that perfect answer in multiple games back to back. I think once they find it once, the opponent they're playing against often goes, wait a second, it was the PA that was really good, or it was this Morphling that was really good in this scenario. Take back the Morphling point, but mainly the PA point. But it's like, I feel like Aster Aries, I don't know, there's this gut feeling that they have a better average performance than IG, and that's what you need, especially when you're a bottom 4 team. It's more not how amazing you can be, but can you just be consistently good enough? And I think Aster Aries is just a little bit better right now.
I like how Kezu and PTP are the
about
ones
to
like
say.
guarding. Yeah, they're guarding the whole PSG LGD squad. Everybody else is on the PSG LGD hype for a good reason. I think they look much better as a team this time around. After like Zeal looks so much more comfortable on the off lane. He also has much bigger pull than Zhang Yu, and it feels like man, Zhao 8 he finds these good players. He has a really good eye. And also, every single time new players join, it still feels like the same soul, like some same old LGD in terms of playstyle, in terms of draft. And one of the reasons why I think Zhang Yu was not a good fit is like you need to be versatile. Zhao 8's going to pick you a hero. You have to play it. Like you need to know how to play the hero.
So that's going to be the second series, of course, of the day. LGD taking on Extreme Gaming. Kezu and PTP don't know what the hell y'all are smoking. But the first series of the day, IG versus Aster Aries. As we've been talking about, these two teams are sort of in a similar place right now. Both of them in desperate need of finding some consistency and some cohesion. And I think it's going to be intriguing watching this series here, T, because these two teams have faced off before and in the DPC. So the first time they played in Div 2, the reason why IG was gatekept out of being in Div 1 for so long is because they lost to Aster Aries in 2-1 fashion. Obviously, IG comes back, they get their revenge in the last tour, and they win 2-1. But it feels weird, right? Because that was a different roster of the side of IG. They've changed up a lot. And as the Ares has beaten the strongest iteration of Invictus game that we've seen before, and this version of the team is certainly not consistent enough just yet to have full confidence going up against Ares.
No, again, this is going to... I'd be surprised if this wasn't a 3-game series. I think, you know,
Yes.
see the guy on the screen right there, Zhongyu, if he gets his hands on like a master or something, easily going to pop off, destroy the game, you know? Like, this has to be a first phase ban
That's
if you're
banned.
against it. Like, that's got...
Yeah.
Boom. After that, now it's a game to play. It's a competitive series. And it is fun, the fact that Zhongyu has this hero. And I think for him as a player, if he can just find the extra 2 heroes, boom, now he's like some insane player in the region, right? But he's just a little bit... Time is his nemesis right now.
Right now, speaking of time, as the Ares, I feel like this was a very strong patch team. When Mars was really, really good, Shang-Chi on this Mars was playing really well. Red Panda on his off-kilter 5 heroes. He was playing Tree a long time before everybody else was. He was playing these Brewmasters before everybody else was in the 5 position, playing these Clocks, these Earthshakers. It's kind of weird right now that those heroes are somewhat in meta, it's not working out for this particular team. So it must be a frustrating place to be in here, Lacoste. Speaking of them as a squad, as a roster, one thing that I have noticed is that they often tend to do okay in the lanes.
Yes,
But in the mid game,
I was about to say, like, post 10 minutes, this team feels completely different. There are multiple games where they just, like, I would say even dominate the lanes. They get out of the laning stage with the 2k gold lead, and they just fall flat after. Like, some of their moves are really disappointing when you watch them play. You're like, yeah, they're off to a really good start. They should be able to, you know, keep this momentum, but it just stops. I think the shot calling is the big issue.
I mean, I think the horror story was that one game with White Album playing Leshrac. It was going amazingly middle, and then...
Then he bought 2 fluffy hats and killed his own game.
Yeah, dove into 5 heroes. It did not work out for him. We'll see if he has an opportunity to play Leshrac at all today. It's banned out in this first game, and the first game draft is available. IG have themselves a dire first pick, as the Ares on Radiant second pick. Opening with Rubik. Talk to me about this hero, T. Like, I don't know how I feel about this Rubik hero. Like, I see it so often, and it keeps losing.
Yes! Yes! Sorry, I'm so happy they picked Doom. I'll get to that in a second. So Rubik, it's like, it's a very generic hero, right? It does its job, still spells, secures lane. I feel like there are opportunities where it is very casually picked and doesn't really have much meaning. But I love it on the second pick when it's with an off lane that you want to enable. So in this scenario, I love the fact they went Doom. Meteor Hammer against Living Armor, even like 3-4 points Living Armor, Meteor Hammer destroys the tower. Like, it's actually so hard for a POS 5 to keep the tower alive unless you are consistently killing him and offsetting the constant spam. Like, this tree pick, it's not defending your tower anymore. And that alone hurts the hero immensely.
Yep.
And then going back to the Rubik pick, when it is in this position, it's a very good defensive offlane hero that's like fade bot, secure range creep, lift away. But there are other fours that are really good at being aggressive. So it is a weird hero that sometimes other fours will come into meta and be better, but I love it in this scenario. We're going to watch Tree do literally nothing if Doom goes Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Meteor Hammer on Doom, to be honest. Like, on some other heroes, I saw yesterday, like, Monaspa was playing Centaur with Meteor Hammer, looked pretty bad. And then we saw, like, Tidehunter as well. I don't think it's that good of a fit. But on a hero like Doom, it does give you good amount of stats. And he had a good point about Treant Protector. Like, you want to be able to kill the tower as soon as possible. And this is what Meteor Hammer does allow you to do. Yep. On the other side, IG opening up with Treant Protector Tiny. I kind of lost a little bit of faith in Treant Protector. His win rate has not been looking good lately, and I think also people kind of figured out how to play against him. On the other side, the Tiny, this hero is still busted. PYW had one really good performance against YBB, and me looking at the players on side of IG, I still think PYW had like the best performances so far.
Yeah, I agree.
The
Had
most
they won
stable
that
one.
series, we would have been MVP of all the games, definitely. Probably the series MVP. His Tiny, it's most likely going to be his Tiny. I don't know why you would move it away from him. And we have seen them play it once in the mid lane, but the way I feel about IG is that if you're gonna, whoever plays mid, whether it be Duster, Emo, give him a spirit, honestly. They've looked the best when they have some kind of spirit hero from the mid lane, and then an uber hard carry for the safe lane. So I'm hoping that they go for that direction again. And this Batrider hero keeps getting banned second phase, and we still have only seen it once getting picked 8th pick, this Batrider, and it dominated the game. I don't know why more Chinese teams aren't doing it, where it's like, wow, this actually looks really, really good.
I mean, I think it was like last tour White Album, we asked them about like Batrider in China if they won a series, and it was like, yeah, we just kind of found out it was really good too late. And then they started picking it, and it didn't help them keep their Division 1 lives alive, but still, I think Astaris is one of the few teams in China that actually continues picking it, whilst other teams, I don't know, it's just a weird regional thing. I'd love to know from the teams like what their perspective is. When you look at like Pro Tracker and pop win rate, it isn't like some incredible like 53, 54% win rate. It is a sub 50% win rate hero, but it is a specialist on mid lanes that can, 1v9 games.
Yep. That's very interesting because Doom has also been traditionally the China hero as well. And speaking of specialist heroes, we see Aster Ares have targeted Shangye a little bit here. His Death Prophet's gone, his Marcy's gone, his Centaur's gone. So I guess he's playing Brewmaster, unless they're going to have some new tech for us.
Let's see.
Oh, Luna. Wow.
Oh, that's
Very
an
quick.
early
Visage.
Luna pick. Not sure if I like it too much. Because, like, Luna, I like Luna in certain lineup, but I think you need to pick Luna as, like, 23, 24. This is very early on. Sure, they do know the matchup, but also Luna is very sustainable to die in this lane. Maybe it's a possibility that they run an aggressive tri-lane with this Luna Treant Protector. It's a possibility, not saying that it's going to happen. We saw, who was it? Was it OG?
It was
or-
OG.
It was
Yeah,
OG
they
that ran
dabbled.
it?
They dabbled.
This is actually interesting though, because this Visage, it's presumably going to be the offlane Visage, right, for Shangye.
Yes.
However, it has been played mid in this region before. Didn't look that good in the mid lane, but it's still an option that could be pursued by them. And Aster Ares, they've got some team fight now with this Disruptor. Pre-BKB, this Luna's life feels a bit rough. At some point, she's going to get doomed up as well. She's the only viable Doom target right now, so that is I'm also a little bit concerned about the presence of this Luna this early on. For Aster Ares, I suppose right now you just pick up the Ulu hero, and then you figure out White Album's matchup at the very end.
Yeah, so I was thinking like Naga or Ursa for Aster Ares. Like if they go Naga, it's like a Manta buyer, lane pusher. You make fights annoying for Luna to lock on. On the flip side, if you go Ursa, Luna can never really stand her ground pre-Satanic, and of course Butterfly is an item.
It seems
it's
like
so
she
bad,
needs always another item
Exactly,
in this matchup.
exactly.
It gets very difficult very quickly, especially if Ursa's off to a good start. Do they have enough to control this Ursa? Like,
No,
Not
they
really.
don't.
they're not really,
But
because
they have tempo to control him in an indirect way.
yeah, because this is a very strong. Like, we're gonna group up as 5 with Visage, with Luna. I also don't see like the real benefit during the first night or the second night. What you get, like hero like Visage doesn't really benefit too much from Lunar Blessing. Neither does Tiny. Neither does Treant Protector. They have very low attack speed, so I would like to see something different. But they also banned out Borana in the second phase from Aster Ares, so they still think this Tiny could potentially go to the mid lane.
Yeah. I think one thing that we haven't mentioned about Luna is this Doom going Meteor Hammer. You now have a way to constantly spam a little mini stun to prevent it. So if Tree is going some like Leech Seed plus Living Armor, he can keep the tower relatively alive if there's, let's say, one hammer out of every, let's say, potential 3. So this Luna will always be able to secure that if you have a ward plus Tree bodying and doing it. It's not the best play because now you're forcing your Lunas to always be
stay
in the
in the
safe
lane,
lane,
yeah.
to not be a jungler. But I could see it being at least something that IG looks towards. Realistically, Luna will go jungle, Doom should just take tower, Tree will be a little bit lost, and I'm worried for IG actually having a safe lane because of how strong Doom is. But again, something to maybe keep note of. It could be a reason why they went for it.
I want to see exactly what they're going to pick Aster Ares for White Album here, because they are definitely lacking some initiation. Sure, this Disruptor can help you finish off the fights and drag heroes back into position, but I want somebody who's going to go in first before the Ursa, because we've seen people be brought into this trap before, especially Aster Ares, where Ulu goes in on the Ursa, he looks behind, he's like, team, where y'all at, boys? What's happening? And no one's able to back him up. They're already starting to ban some of the White Album heroes. His Ember is gone. They ban out the Pango themselves. So what's left now? Storm from the mid lane?
Do you want a left field suggestion for Aster Ares?
Hit me.
If they put Tiny mid, you could whip out some like White Album, like Necrophos or something. Just like a match.
I was thinking about Necro for
You
some
were?
reason.
My
Yeah, I'm
man.
scrolling through
Yeah,
the
yeah.
heroes, and then Static Storm, Doom, Rubik steals, Lucent Beam. You get 2 shot. It could be a hero. I think this hero has been forgotten.
Yep.
It's much stronger than people do think about it.
It's like Aster Ares, they don't need a hero that initiates. They don't need a hero that like stuns. They just need someone who can walk into the middle of the fight, and then you have the perfect Blink Doom or the perfect Blink Initiate on Ursa. So they just need like a positional mid laner. And IG, they're already banning out, let's say, Ember. He's a very good positional style mid laner as well, because of course he just gets into the middle of fights. And then the flip side is like I think Necro is that option that could work pretty well. But it depends on what IG picks up last and obviously where they flex things. This Tiny and Tree could be the support duo, but they have to pick out the next phase, so we'll see.
Right, let's see, for IG, what do we feel is missing right now for their lineup? They have some degree of push, they have a little bit of team fight. So what's complete? What do they need to accomplish here with this last pick? Well, there's the answer. It's the Pirates. I'm also somewhat cold on this hero, but it does give them some team fight, which they were lacking prior to this. It does give them a bit more sustain. It's a hero that can play most mid lane matchups, so you're not necessarily worried about what White Album picks at the end of the draft.
What about some good old Monkey King on a mid lane against this Kunkka to make his life miserable?
I mean, honestly, I don't really care what they pick as long as it is one of those heroes that is miserable. Like, I would happily see them pick a Viper, a Necrophos, some Monkey King, like anything that goes, Kunkka, you're not going to just freely farm up some like Armlet BKB and be good. And
Well, this is not that hero.
Wait a sec. So, okay, so I've always loved Kunkka into Keeper of the Light because you always have the X mark.
Yes.
You just torrent boat him and you kill him off. Like, Kunkka is the counter to Coddle. So them picking it in, it's like, oh, wow, that's a bit of a statement. And I'll be interested to see how it fares because, again, Kunkka really mitigates that aggression. So probably not the pick that I'd have actually anticipated. But great for tempo if you don't get caught by Kunkka.
It seems like they wanted to have a hero that deals well with what IG's plan is to group up, go as 5 with this bout with Pipe and Visage, Living Armor, Luna Aura, so they go together, and they wanted it to have some extra deep push. So Keeper of the Light plus Rubik, it's gonna be really tough unless they get a pick off first, like toss back with the tiny X mark that the T mentioned. I don't know, I'm not convinced by this Keeper of the Light last pick. I would prefer if it was something else, but I'm still favoring Aster Ares' draft here.
UT, you're also favoring Aster Ares?
I think this is Ursa Doom will have such a fun time as this game goes later. And again, for IG, they don't really know what's happening with Emo and Dust. Dust is now playing the Luna, Emo is now playing the Kunkka. It's like, I can't even understand like if there's a certain style of hero they're trying to play. It's like, it just feels like it's like a roll of the dice and poof, off you go. So yeah, I just think Aster Ares, their draft is pretty nice outside of maybe this weird Kotal volatile pick.
To be fair, back in the day when IG was still a successful roster, they would find themselves often relying on Emo Kunkka through the mid lane, and it would win them a large number of games. Things are different now, and we'll see if things will stay different and they'll stay inconsistent, or if IG can finally bring it back together and win a game number 1. We find out with the legendary duo of OD Pixel and Frog. Take it away, boys, with an exciting game 1.
Thank you very much, Snare. Yes, game 1 of Aster Ares versus IG. Folk, we heard from the panel, very much liking what Aster Ares have got, but on the other side of things, some strong points from IG's draft.
I honestly like IG's a bit more, to be real. I think they have a really fast-paced draft. Yes, if there's going to be time bought for Aster Ares, this Ursa and Doom can look to start taking over. But when I look at their draft, it's a draft that if they start to fall behind, Disruptor is a hero that can be a bit difficult. You know, if you're being ran at constantly from Visage, from Luna, the birds, these birds with aura from Luna and stuff like that, maybe looking at it a bit wrong here. I'm just also very worried about this Koddle last pick into
the Kunkka.
One of the biggest counters. I think Queen of Pain, Kunkka, Storm, these 3 in general kind of destroy this hero through most stages. So honestly, I'm on the IG boat, even though they've been very volatile. When they have Emo playing one of his big signature heroes, besides the Storm, they usually can look pretty good, and Kunkka's one of those big ones. So yeah, you know what? I'm going against the panel today.
Let's have a look. Let's see if we get a close one out of it, which, you know, it would make the most sense if we've sort of got people advocating for the draft of Ares and draft of IG. Or if, just what one of you is completely wrong and we get a stomp here.
Let's see. I don't think that Ares' draft is a draft that can stomp.
But
Theirs is
IG
more slow. IG's, I feel like, can stomp if they do get a bit of a lead.
Two-man torrent here to start things off.
Red Panda looks dead.
They got him. There you have it. First blood coming in for Zhang Yu.
I want to see what items he looks to buy for this Visage. I want to see lots of mana items being picked up very early on, maybe even just that Bassi so that he can put pressure on. He's got, okay, Tango and Double Mango. I like that. This can be a lane that can be very difficult if you're playing versus this Visage. If you do mess up a couple times in the early start, the damage it is pretty ridiculous that they can get between Tiny and Visage. See how it all goes down.
So, what about this top lane?
I love this lane. Honestly, I mean, Luna can be a bit of a risk sometimes, but I think Tariq is one of those that can help. Just got to be careful of how much damage you take from the Doom. Scorched Earth is pretty crazy. I see that they've already blocked camps, so honestly, IG, they've done their homework really nicely. Look at top, it's, yeah, double block. They blocked the small camp, they blocked the hard camp, so they're going to make sure that that Doom does not get one of those creeps that we see sometimes win a lane. Because they're looking to win lanes on IG. They're looking to win lanes, and they're looking to crush this game and apply consistent pressure on the map very early on.
Top.
Okay.
We can run him down here.
Got another beam in 2.
That should do it. Oh, there you go, IG. They'll pick up another kill. This time for Dust. I mean, yeah, good chase potentially, say. It's a
Very
strong lane.
Yeah.
Good, you know, anytime you got a tree with sort of a good aggressive ranged carry, you're going to be able to go.
Yeah, and as soon as they hit 2, also,
Yep.
it gets way stronger. So they are going to have that Leech Seed to come into play, and QIQX will, of course, get that extra bit of bonus damage from Lunar Blessing. Mid lane so far, White Album, doing excellent, getting all the last hits.
Yeah, and I guess, you know, White Album on the Coddle, that's going to be something that is going to be able to dissuade some of the pushes coming in from IG, right? If he's able to be there and just sort of blast out the pushes.
Yeah, he just has to be careful of like, positioning versus the X, positioning versus the familiars that might start to surround, but he's the one to look at to slow the pace of the game down.
On top lane.
Doom.
They can run down Shang-Chi here.
Be okay. Tough for them to contest this lane, though.
Yeah, how are they doing on mana on IG? Can they continue to be aggressive? They've got some mangoes. They've got, what, 1 charges.
Yeah.
And yeah, still a couple of mangoes on QIQX. So they're ready to keep this aggression going.
And Doom, he is going to be going for that straight Meteor Hammer build. So it does have to be careful in these first few levels before he's got that Ring of Health finished up.
White Album, as you say, yeah, still very much getting every single creep, setting up the waves perfectly.
Nice courier snipe. Tree throw, one of the best ways to snipe those couriers early on. I'm worried for this Doom. This lane is a tough one to really recover. Sure, Doom is one of those recovery kind of outlets heroes, but this hero wants to play with a lead. Can definitely struggle versus the massive damage that comes out between this Luna and this tree up top. Coddle, the big one to look at. White Album.
So, gotta be so careful when they step up. This time they try and get to the wave. Dust and QIQX able to really push them back.
This was smart too. QIQX didn't use his spell, so now he's level 3. He can put the second point in Leech Seed if he chooses to, and then they have this much better chase. And they forced Lift, so they could get aggressive in the next 15 seconds if they see an opportunity.
Yeah, they got Dust to the second point in the beam. So yeah, this is a lot of kill potential. Still going to play very careful on Ares.
There we go. Second point in Leech Seed. He was being a little patient on it. I was like, oh, maybe he won't get it.
They can maybe look to go now.
Sure can.
On to Shang-Chi. He tries to step up with the Scorched Earth.
QIQX might die, though.
Oh.
Gotta be careful versus Scorched Earth.
Telekinesis at the ready, and indeed they bit off a bit more than they could chew that time, IG. End up losing the tree for that attempt onto Shang-Chi.
Took a lot. It happens so often. I know QIQX actually does die quite a bit in the laning phase also, but it does happen a lot when you're playing versus Scorched Earth. You're just like, yeah, we got this kill. Oh my god, wait, I've just taken 300 damage. What the hell's going on? So it does get caught off guard there from it. Instantly going aggressive, though, as soon as they respawn, going on that Doom.
But again, though, it could be a bit too difficult. The Fade Bolt's there from TK.
Can't get him. And they've got a salve, so we'll at least pump him up a little bit. Dust trying to break it. He will. Ulu at the moment, down bottom. He's not really getting slowed down. I thought perhaps they'd be able to apply a bit more pressure here with the Visage, with the constant spam from the Tiny, but I guess Red Panda's doing a very good job of just soaking those spells. Speaking of Red Panda, though, he's tossed back, down bottom,
top lane.
and top as well.
TK, I mean, again, he's getting away with this. They're getting super low, but indeed that bottom lane. We have Red Panda falling. In turn, Ulu will be able to clean up PYW.
Cool.
So a free kill here for the carry.
An interesting build, too. I mean, not something you see every day, but since he's playing versus Tiny, who has 0 armor, Visage, who pretty much has like 0 armor at start, he got a Blightstone.
I like it.
I feel like you don't see that almost ever on these Ursas. That's actually really cool.
Yeah, I guess he knows with the control that Disruptor can offer in the lane, he's going to be able to hit these heroes.
Yeah.
Red Panda will be able to get the setup for him.
Yeah, going negative armor really hurts as well, too, so some good stuff coming out there. CPYW, he TP's mid. It looks like he wants to try to get some vision. He's playing versus Coddle, so you know he's going to start stacking. This is what pretty much every team does. He puts it in the obvious ward spot, though. Is he going to look to contest the stack? He's not, so White Album will finish that one off. And Emo is actually getting aggressive bottom. I mean, he'll settle for Red Panda, but...
Yeah, Ulu's going to do his best to just stay away from this completely. No point in showing when he sees the Kunkka step to the lane.
He held boat, so that's nice for Emo. He can actually maybe linger down here and potentially go for another setup here, but maybe doesn't want to give White Album that free time in the mid lane. What's the build going to be? Just a standard one from the Keeper of the Light. Boots of Travel online, so you can match the rotations that do come out from this Kunkka early on.
Bottom. Olu getting a bit pressured under the tower, but about a creep wave away from hitting the 6. Once that's there, should be fine. They're going to try and make a go before. Good damage, but not enough, and he still got a salve at the ready, Olu, so he'll be set to stay solid down here. Hits the 6.
Very different style item build, though, right? Corrosion. Not the Ring of Health, not into the Battle Fury. He's looking to just fight back a bit earlier on here.
It's good. Does this sort of say to you that he probably just won't be going for the Battle Fury at all, and we are going to see some sort of full aggressive build?
Looks like it. I mean, if he's got the Morbid
sort of
Mask queued
diffusal.
up, then usually it's going to be that Diffusal BKB timing, something along those lines.
There we go. They get the grab back, and yeah, with the presence of White Album, very easily able to take him down. Same time, top. And once again, IG, they're struggling to get TK. You know, Aster Aries, they're doing a good job with the two of them to make sure they don't give up the easy kills. Emo does come in with a rotation, and with the boat coming down onto Shang-Chi, that will get the job done.
He secures the last hit as well, waits with that Tidebringer. Good match of movements. I think they were like, it looked like top, they were like telling themselves, they're like, wait, guys, we want to get aggressive on this Doom again, but now we know Keeper of Light has Boots of Travel. When they saw him bottom, they instantly make the move to put the pressure on too. So it's going to be a lot of trades back and forth of looking at where that Keeper of the Light is in the early game to look to pressure. Because as we said, IG, they want to be the ones dictating the pace in the majority of this early game. Meteor Hammer's finished now too for the Doom. And finds himself a very lovely creep.
See bottom. Gonna get another catch here onto Zhang Yu. And whoa. Red Panda trying to finish him off. Oh, and we'll get him.
Nicely done. Emo, can he get a secondary one? Keep it alight though, makes the move down. It is spotted. So Emo won't continue aggressive, but...
And the top lane, this time around, they're able to get in and take down the Doom.
TK also.
Yeah, with the Eclipse, they're able to take out the Doom, run down TK. Good juice here on that first hit of the 6 from Dust.
Fully prioritizing just dominating lane with his skill build, right? 3-0-2, even takes Eclipse too, just wants those kills. Is going to go for Mask of Madness, but doesn't have points in Glaive. Imagine he maybe will even put it in at 7 and then start looking for that farm. So far, pretty good for IG. 8-4. But Aster Aries still getting some good farm on the Ursa.
Yeah. But this is going to be sort of the risk, obviously, that Ulu's taking, right, when you go for this fighting build.
Yeah.
If these fights start to kick off and they're not going great for him, he's going to fall off hard in comparison to a Luna, who's got that just sort of inbuilt farming tools.
By W. Found again. Nice rotations. Successful ones coming out from White Album. And that's an earn charge. Pretty valuable vessel game whenever you're playing versus Kunkka core. Sure, you'll probably go for BKB very, very early, but if you get it at a nice early timing, that burst damage is amazing. You can't really, I mean, this is just the standard build on Coddle, of course, but...
We'll see as well. Do you think it's going to be easy for this Ursa to sneak into Roche, or unlikely that IG kind of sort of avoid that area long enough for the Ursa to get in and get out?
Maybe if he sees them like on the opposite side of the map
Sure.
and they're pushing or something, but I think it's a pretty difficult one.
See, just with the glimpse back there from Red Panda, does want to deal with POW, but not before POW was able to pick up the invis.
Back to daytime we go. Have to always point out the day and nighttime when there is that... Oh, he just fed a Visage Familiar bottom for free. Whoopsie. Always have to point out that day and nighttime, since the Familiars in particular, they're always going to be getting that buff up from the Lunar Blessing. So daytime will make it a little bit weaker in that front. But yeah, we do see Dust. Level 7 was picked up. He's got the Glaive picked up. And we'll start getting that farm increase.
Yeah, interested to see what Ulu does go next. You imagine it's just going to be the Diffusal queues up because he wants to fight?
I would think so. Otherwise, it's a weird build going the phase.
And
just
then
committing
back for
this
Battle
much
Fury.
early game items.
Yeah,
He's just going straight
BKB.
BKB.
All right, and
then
Diffusal. Okay.
Yeah, it's very standard. I don't think...
He's going to fight.
I don't think you can deviate too much when you are going like these. It's either one build or the other.
No, true, but what, pretty much would you say like 9 out of 10 times you see an Ursa is just Battle Fury nowadays, right?
Yeah, especially when
you don't get much of this fighting Ursa build, do you?
No, and it's also like when you're looking at Ursa, you're looking to get that farm, and as the panel was saying too, it's like they look at Aster and like if the game does go later stages, that's where this Ursa and Doom are going to be able to thrive. Early game IG, they have crazy amounts of aggression and crazy amount of ways to be able to team fight and take towers. So we'll see if this build bites him back. Could be a risky one.
Yeah. I mean, I would imagine it's more a case of he just feels pressure that he has to do this build.
X on X.
Otherwise, they're going to get run over.
Yeah, I think that might be the case. There we see the X versus X play. The Rubik gets X, but then Kunkka X is the X, and it breaks X for those who don't know. Fun little interaction.
Very close so far, 12 minutes in. Emo at the top, but yeah, very... I mean, pretty much all three of those heroes on the 6K net worth.
I would say that Ares is a bit, like, slightly happier with the way that everything's gone down. I think IG wanted to crush lanes a little bit harder. They actually didn't crush lanes almost at all, right? Because a lot of these kills.
Oh, they're going to go for the catch onto QIQX, but not quite there.
That's a costly one. I mean, that should be a free kill. End up missing out on it. And he's just going to be able to heal this tower up now versus this Meteor Hammer.
I see bottom lane, Emo.
He wants Ulu.
It's got the setup, but of course the ult already there from Ulu, making things a bit more difficult. Emo knew he didn't drop the boat hit.
White Album is sticking. They're bringing the squad, but Ulu wants out. There is too many heroes from IG here. White Album could be in trouble. PYW, he sees him.
He's going to get the catch. He's in with the Avalanche. That'll buy time here for the X mark into boat from Emo. Dust running him down as well. They'll drop the Eclipse, make sure there's no chance for an escape from White Album. This is the sort of moves that we're going to expect to see IG make with this type of lineup.
Yeah, very aggressive moves. And up top, they throw the Doom. So this is a Static Storm and a Doom committed just to kill off this tree so that he can't get the heals off. Meteor Hammer comes out, but there's a Glyph. So it'll stall the push, and they're the first ones to get that tower.
They're going to try and sneak the Roshan.
They are actually... Oh, they get it. I mean,
and they do.
it's
They got
already
it. All right, so they honestly lose bottom tower, but getting Roshan the Ursa, kind of worth it, right, for Ares in this situation.
Yeah, they made the executive call. As we said, you know, there's a chance that he can sneak in if they do show all down bottom, and they did exactly that. So really heads up play from Ulu.
Now, holding on to the gold right now. I guess considering, you know, does he have to get the BKB first, or can he afford to get the Diffusal? Now he's got the Aegis. I imagine he's just going to be tempted to indeed just get the Diffusal first out of the two.
Got a stack. He can't work on that stack, though. He's going to need some help. It's going to be pretty slow if he chooses to farm it himself. And, I mean, he is starting to farm it, but he's going to have White Album help. Okay.
Yeah, a bit of help with the blast.
Yeah, I was going to say, he can't just do it totally by himself.
Still not going to be very quick.
No, it's still going to be not in the most efficient way by any means.
No. Take some time here.
And Dust, in the meanwhile, he just cleared through a big stack, him and Emo, and he is starting to get into the opposing jungle. BKB finished up on Emo. IG just trying to keep things going, keep that acceleration, keep pressure on the map. QX, he survives another Static Storm.
He's like, you want to drop your ults on me? I'll drop my ults on you.
He's like, sure,
use
bring
it to set up the time for Emo to close the gap onto Red Panda. And I don't think this Disruptor is going to be dropping Static Storm on the tree anymore. It just hasn't worked out for him.
No, I would hope not. But at the end of the day, also, he doesn't really have the best targets to go for in this game with Static Storm. Getting to Luna, definitely difficult. BKB is already done on Kunkka. He just wants to try to get some kills, but has not been working. And White Album, I think he's probably, you know, he's definitely played versus this matchup before. He isn't going to go this like Dagon, super aggressive kind of build. He's got his Vessel, got his Boots of Travel, BKB. Since the Kunkka's always going to be there to catch, if he gets X'd, he's just dead without BKB. He will take a safer route. I think it's the right choice.
Yeah, in terms of safe choice, actually, Ulu, he's brought the hammer, so he does actually just want to get that BKB on ASAP before the Diffusal, even though he has the Aegis.
I don't blame him versus so much magic damage, right?
It's hard to survive.
Yeah. If he gets caught in like one stun, gets hit through the Eclipse and everything, too, he can just, explode. IG, chilling out a little bit. they're feeling pretty comfortable. They now have that 1K lead. They've got Greaves finished up, I believe, on the Visage. And Dust is just full free farming. I believe that's the Manta done on this Luna. So his farm is going to accelerate quite quick now.
Yeah, Ulu's gonna. It almost feels like once he has the BKB on top of the Aegis, they want to try and find something, but time's ticking on that Aegis, just down to the final 2 minutes. So not going to be much of a window where he has that and the BKB.
No, and fighting into IG is definitely not easy early. Even with BKB, this Magic immunity, they have things that go through it.
There's the overgrowth, and indeed just kind of Kunkka getting the run buff onto his team makes it hard for Ulu to get a kill. Though to set up onto Ulu top. Should be fine. He's going to see if he can maybe turn back in on this, but a bit scary getting up to the high ground. The glimpse Emo down.
They X'd a bird. That was funny.
I mean, Emo still going to be able to potentially set up here. We'll see an attempt with the Meteor Hammer coming down. Static Storm's dropped, but it's going to be Shang-Chi taken out. Bit of an ambitious attempt there to try and start something off in return as he tried to get that hammer channeling across the trees. PYW will fall. Ulu just able to take him out with the Earthshock damage.
10 heroes show up to the top lane, though. Everybody looking to battle very early on. Tiny for a Doom kill. Quite a bit of ultis, though, committed from IG.
And Ulu, they just 50 seconds are about to go, but should be close to... I mean, if he gets just a little bit more space, can get this BKB defusal. I mean, that you still feel it's going to be hard for him to enter into the fights and lock down onto a target?
Depends on the positioning. It's all going to be up to positioning, really, from IG. It's like where this Luna is standing. He's got good bodies in front of him.
Yeah.
If Ursa gets on Luna, she's very likely to die, but he has to get there.
Glimpse back on Emo.
He's got BKB.
The avalanche there from PYW. He didn't really catch on to Ulu. So Ulu, still fine for now.
Aegis, 12 seconds.
Let's see if they can time it. They might have to just... They'll take him out once or move the heels. Nah, I see him gone once. They can set up a second time. Oh, was that a dodge of the glimpse? I think that was for Dust. Man,
it absolutely was.
A very nice Manta dodge there. The attempted glimpse that would have pulled him back to the bottom lane. So Dust is able to stick around. Ares, though, they will manage to back up. Zulu comes back to life.
Emo has to use a BKB charge, but worth it. Just constant big team fights. Lots of aura is going to be coming out, as we said, for the Visage. Greaves into that pipe. Going to be able to negate quite a bit of that damage that's going to come out from Master Ares.
Yeah, and I guess on the side of Ares, we're not getting any sort of similar auras being built, right?
No.
Doom's not going to be getting anything of the sort. He's going for his own BKB.
They do have a decent window here, though, to gank. Blinks. Blink is done for PYW. It's a bit harder for them to get on top of these heroes on Ares, but they have the glimpse.
He's going to go for Shang-Chi top. Him and Zhang Yu, they've got the catch. And with that, they have the kill. They take him down.
The birds, that damage. PYW now bottom. Dust is here.
Avalanche. They've got the Eclipse coming in from the side as well. Dust. We'll be able to put the Enrage, tank quite a fair bit of this damage. They'll take out PYW in return. See them continue to chase. Emo finishes off TK. QYQX and Dust, they've got their eyes on the bear here. Emo, can have anything for the catch. He'll try for the pullback, but the BKB is up. Ulu having a BKB and run hit.
Huge. I mean, big plays from IG. Ganking top, immediately showing up bottom with Emo 2. They smashed that fight.
I mean, QRQX has got his blink now.
Oh boy. Things are starting to get more and more difficult, it feels like, for Aster Ares. They're protecting this Luna. Really nice, very good farm for her. And she's got a lot of protection. You know, they've got this living armor. They've got this constant rum that's going to be coming onto her too. And looking at Dust's next item build, sometimes I'm not really the most fond of these butterflies, but definitely if he's able to get it pretty early on, it's going to cause some big issues for this Ursa.
Sure. Yeah, especially when the Ursa's gone for this sort of build, right?
Yes.
You know, this is not an Ursa that can go, hey guys, just buy time, I'm going to hit creeps and get like the MKB or something. It's just not going to happen. He gets money from fighting. And
absolutely.
If you got that evasion, he's not going to be able to fight you.
Nice play from Emo. Counter to that Disruptor. We used to see this a lot. The X versus the Glimpse. And whenever they're grouped up also, like besides just nighttime, when they're grouped up around the Luna, you're going to start seeing this Visage really pump out the damage.
Let's see if we get anything from Ares down here.
blink on Ursa. He's actually had to go blink. He has to get away to
rather
gap
than
close.
The defusal. Okay.
I actually think he has to omit the defusal at this point. It's too late. I think he has to go
you're
his
right.
BKB
Blink
bash,
basher.
or BKB basher, MKB, stuff like that.
I mean, honestly, at this point, I feel like the game hasn't collapsed that quickly. Maybe he's kind of feeling, you know, if he went the Battle Fury route, they wouldn't have actually punished it. Because the team's holding on quite nicely. You know, this isn't a game where Ares are getting run over that quickly.
He might regret it. We'll see. But maybe also at the same time, too, he's like, I have a Doom with a Midas, so maybe he wanted to have this type of early timing. This could be massive Dust.
If they
His
can get
Manta's on
Dust.
cooldown. 2 seconds.
Oh, there's the Doom. They're in on top of him. Yeah, there's no saving this. There's Luna.
Massive pick. The biggest one they could find.
And the River, though, in return, they will lose White Album. So, IG not to come out of this without anything in return.
Toss.
They're going to try and continue the fight. Ulu in with the BKB onto PYW. We'll find Tiny. BKB's being pocketed by both him and Shang-Chi.
Stolen boat.
Look towards QIQX. They've got the glimpse back. Master Ares getting a good couple of kills here for the bear. Ulu.
The perfect catch. Just piercing in. They get the scan on top of the Luna. Couldn't have asked for more there. IG, they have to take advantage of some of these cooldowns now. Doom being down. When the Luna respawns, what are they going to look to do? Roche is up, so they could just look to run into Roshan on IG. And
It's a bit difficult, though, right? Because they are going to be back up on IG.
But BKB's on cooldown on Ursa. I don't know if they can fight around that Roche area with this Ursa, no BKB. I think IG should just run into the pit.
Oh, you're saying for IG to go into the pit?
I think IG runs to pit immediately.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Absolutely, yeah. IG can definitely get away with this.
They're being a bit hesitant, maybe expecting some wards here.
Let's
They want to
have a
clear it out first. But I'd imagine they want to walk into pit. They got to do it quick, though. 30 seconds, BKB's back up.
They're going to... Is this a smoke into the pit or smoke for a kill?
Maybe annoyed. Maybe just be getting annoyed by the Keeper of the Light and they want to find that pick off first. But that's buying time for these BKBs to come up.
Yeah, they would have taken it pretty quick.
I think they would have been able to get away with it. I mean, look at the way that Ares is posturing.
They've even got that deep ward, so they know that Ares is around. The Ares is going to be coming at them with the smoke, something that IG probably aware of with the fact that they saw them grouping up behind that tier 2 with that deep observer ward.
Tons of vision being placed down. Ares sees everything. BKB's back online.
Get the glimpse. I'll be able to get the catch on the Visage. Ulu's in with the BKB, and that's going to be Zhang Yu gone.
Emo thought he was glimpsed. He X's himself and pops his own BKB out of panic, but it was actually the Visage. He could have saved him.
Absolutely, that bit of a misplay from Emo. Yeah.
Bit of a slip up there. And Ares, they didn't have to commit much of anything there. Yeah, it's a statics. Oh, actually, they did commit BKB Ursa. Sorry.
Yeah,
Apologies.
PYW in the mid. And he's going to get caught as well. I mean, for Ares,
They can go now and rush.
they certainly could consider it. They've taken out 2.
Just have to be a little careful for Ulu. He's probably telling his team, actually, yeah, wait for me. My BKB is pretty important. But Emo, no BKB at the moment either.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Big plays from Ares.
Oh, they're holding off very well. Most close to his next big item. See a bit of a power spike for him soon.
Dust is about to have his butterfly also. He can do the disassemble with the Mask of Madness, so he's very close to finishing it off. That could give them a pretty big peak window to go into that Roche. He's quite... if they can get on top of him, he still can die if they get the Doom and the control on him with the Ursa hitting him. Even with that evasion, it's going to be up to his team to protect him since he's gone more of a greedy route.
See smoke from Ares. They
kill it fast.
straight into the pit. Now, IG, they could have a chance of a team fight around her if they're aware of this, but of course, well done with the smoke. Difficult for IG to read this. They'll hit it with the scan. I think it might be a bit too late. A few more hits from the bear will do it. They've got to make a move now. PYW's in. Uli will pop the BKB, finish Roche, get that Aegis picked up. With the Static Storm trapping PYW, the Tiny will fall. So they can take down the Ursa 2 times. They'll take him down the once.
The Doom on
the illusion!
He baited him! Oh no, now Ulu!
And now the fight's going to fall apart for Ares. As White Album, he has to BKB and run.
Oh no! Dust was microing his illusion. Did you see that?
Oh, he moved one of them away.
He was running it around, and it actually worked.
It worked.
That was actually pretty cool.
I mean, that was and that was needed there. They just lost the Roshan. Aegis have been picked up by Ulu, but IG still the ones to take that fight and come out on top.
Butterfly timing also was just picked up. Emo now has a full Aghanims.
They could go high ground.
Ursa used BKB because he had to make sure he could secure that Roshan to get the Aegis, but now these buildings are going to drop fast.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under
That was actually pretty cool from Dust.
Oh, I'm going to get the catch here on Red Panda.
attack.
IG, they take these buildings very quickly.
Radiant's middle
Look at those familiars with the aura.
radiant structures
See that armor corruption as well coming into play.
Oh, to get the jump in again, but
He's got X.
and it's safe. And we'll be able to stick around, and
They got it.
the mid-rack's gone.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Big plays. IG recognizing their timing in that fight. Really good jump. Just a PYW
Oh, check it
forcing
out
those
here.
BKBs. And yeah, let's see it again. I saw it toward the end he was microing. I don't know if he was doing it the whole time, but I did definitely see him microing that Manta a little bit.
Let's have a look, Sandini off to the side here. Watch.
I mean, I guess actually
I
not
don't
really.
think
It looked like it was at first, but not really. I guess he just guessed
He gave
wrong.
him some sort of false hope. You know, after the
Yeah.
illusion was doomed, he moved it away.
Okay, well, it
But,
looked like it looked like it on my screen at least at first too, but I got baited as well.
Dire's middle tower is
My album. And TK, I'll find PYW.
Finishes off his 4 staff, accepts his death. Ulu, as we said, can't go for the defusal this game, obviously,
yeah,
because it's
skip
too
it.
late.
Yep.
Basher straight into the MKB, but this MKB...
It's gonna take time.
They need successful fights, as you were mentioning, too. He can't just sit back and farm, so they gotta smoke, they gotta look for something. This Tiny is dead for quite some time, because he did use buyback.
And IG, they're gearing up to push this bottom lane.
They could get caught, they could get wrapped on here, though.
It's just 4 versus 5.
It'd be a really nice move from Ares.
radiant are scanning.
What are they gonna find?
Hit them with the scan, yeah. This
It's-
Ares, they're in.
It's just the tree. Can they find more?
I mean, if everyone else gets out, yeah, IG won't be too sad with this.
Oh, they wanted a bigger kill. Can't quite find it. Although, look at this disruptor. I mean, Red Panda, he's just... They're pinging him, though. They saw him, I believe, with that sentry for a second. Something caught glimpse of him. Look at how aggressive this disruptor's playing, though. He wants to try to find these extra snags. 10 seconds till Tiny's back up.
We'll start heading back into the triangle now, but Red Panda is giving up on trying to catch something at this stage. Is that the full Satanic done?
Sure
For
is.
Dust, and on top of that has the option of the Paladin. Wants to get that in.
He is very farmed. Ursa, honestly, not too bad for
he's
not
keeping
going
up.
Battle Fury.
Absolutely, yeah.
Not too shabby.
I'm sure not quite on the same level as this Luna, but yeah, you will have seen other games where it goes this sort of build, and if they're not dominating, you know, he's kind of bottom of the net worth, the
Yeah.
cause. And that's not the case here. So no, it's a difficult game for him, but he's keeping up well. Ulu.
He's very reliant on his BKB, though, in the fights. Especially now that Emo did go for that water park build. Has to be very careful how he pops it on this Ursa. He has to pretty much kill this Luna in that 6 seconds in most of the fights, or he will probably get controlled. So Ares have a very clear path of how they want to look to take fights, but it's not the easiest versus all that control and defensive capabilities of IG. Yeah, Vision. DYW with the X. It's a toss.
The toss back.
Pretty decent
Put
target.
the BKB here on Shang-Chi.
DYW can just freely do this every time because of that X. Makes it really easy for him to go for these toss-back plays and force those BKBs. I think that Doom is pretty lucky to survive, I gotta be honest. I thought QIQX was just gonna blink root him. I guess they wanted to save it for a bigger opportunity.
I mean, the game, it does feel like it's getting to a very sort of fragile point for Ares, especially
Yeah.
once that AC's done on Zhang Yu. You know, if they lose a fight, they're going to be losing the base.
Absolutely.
Like, it's just going to disappear so fast against IG's Siege.
Ursa's still, what, 1,700 gold away from MKB, so he can't really focus fire this Luna.
No, not yet.
BYW. Easy poke.
God, it really does feel impossible to even consider going on the Luna until that next item's done on Ulu.
Yeah. And it is definitely scary because of how they can just freely go for these toss-back plays, forcing BKBs, causing you to just be on the back foot in the fight. Trapped inside the base now at the moment. IG now want to cement their lead. They buy a gem on QIQX. Lots of lines being drawn on the map. Dust wants to control map, shoving out top, controlling triangle. He doesn't want Ares to be getting outside the map, outside the base. And yeah, AC, it's about to be finished for Visage. Feeling harder and harder for the side of Ares unless they get that perfect jump somehow. Red Panda, halfway to an Aghanims. That's always one of those game breakers that can always just turn a game around completely, but he's still a ways away.
Radiant's top tower is
And
under
IG,
attack.
yeah, big timings now. As you said, AC Visage, he's also hit level 18, so level 3 familiars are online. These really hurt, especially with that Lunar Blessing.
A nice illusion rune here as well for Dust. He can get a couple of waves pushed in.
White Album is pretty deep down bottom.
Oh, Emo. Find him.
Whoop. Gets the X, it's gonna force a BKB at the least, but QIQX is here. Does he have range? He does not. Very close. How close to Ursa's MKB? Just about has it finished.
I'm probably hoping for a situation where they might be able to get the Roche potentially up in 20 seconds.
Full Octarine now for White Album. He's almost 18 as well, so he's going to have that level 3 Spirit form. The big timing for Coddle is level 20. Yeah, Octarine's great, but 20 is when you get like that permanent Spirit form.
IG.
IG's hitting.
They're ready to jump. The jump here, but the Static Storm gets dropped down.
Ulu.
Seems able to run out of this one. The Enrage tries to back away from the torrents coming out all over the place here with that Aghanims from Kunkka.
He didn't use BKB. That was actually pretty... that was very patient from Ulu.
Tier 4s are starting to get beat a bit by the creeps, though.
Indeed they are. And they're just still constricted to such a small amount of farm on Ares. Ulu even a bit... Looks like he's a bit, like, indecisive if he even wants to commit the gold for the MKB just yet.
Oh, well, rather than buyback.
Yeah, because that Roche, it's going to be ever so important. And IG, they're looking to just control area and wait for that Roche. And it could be a pretty massive one, either that Ags or that Refresher Shard.
It's a fairly short respawn as well, so
Yeah, 10
IG
seconds
will
or
be
so.
very happy with that one if they keep their eyes on the area.
Five seconds. And they have an Arcane Rune also. That's going to be nice. Dust, he goes a bit safer now. Is going to go back for the BKB. And bam, Roche, it's spotted. It's a Refresher Shard.
Ares are on their way over. I don't want to let RG get this Roche.
They have to prevent it. Ulu. He's got the MKB finish now once he buys from Side Shop. Or Secret Shop. And the Shivas for the Doom. Rare to say though, but this Doom, the Midas Doom, is actually bottom of the course.
I was gonna, say this is definitely one of the poorer Dooms we've seen. At level 16, you know, it's you know, as you say, normally with this Hammer Midas, we've seen some Doom players just skyrocket in net worth, but been a bit of a slower game for Shang-Chi.
This is a very difficult fight for Ares. Everything has to go perfectly, and if like little things go wrong, they have no buybacks. Look at the line drawn.
This really could be the last fight.
Yep.
IG take this fight, they'll get the game.
Dust also does not have buyback, but at the same time, they won't, you know, they have a lot of space still left on the map if he does somehow
Yeah, I mean,
die and stuff
how
like
does
that.
he die? Yeah, it feels
it feels
impossible.
pretty damn impossible. Lincoln's also now picked up for the Kunkka. An Arcane Rune on the Kunkka also for that Torrent Storm that he's going to
They
have.
have the high ground here.
Uh-oh. Smoke does break, so they do see some stuff here.
Oh, CPYW. He jumps pretty deep there.
Oh, okay.
That was a very deep play, and it easily get punished for that.
He's like, Emo, where's my X, bro? Gets punished. Emo hits 20, Torrent AoE. They're massive now. And we have the switch that I think we all like to see in these games. Dire is on the Radiant hill. Radiant is on the Dire. There is a big creep wave mid, though, pushing in onto tier 4s. It's double catapults.
Yeah, someone's going to have to go back for that.
He's even sending illusions, too, so it is going to keep this push going
pressure.
on tier 4s.
Is under attack.
Ares, they're going to have to just commit.
They're going to just start trying to take this Roche. It's risky, but they have to take the risks at the moment, Ares.
Familiar, see it. Blue.
They've got to try and force something.
PYW has respawned. Emo has an invis, too. He's sneaking up. Do
Dire's
they have
bottom
detection?
tower is under attack.
They don't in the area. They have one sentry.
There's one on the stairs. Dude out of range at the moment.
They have one on the Coddle as well, too, if he plops it down. And look at Dust. He's like, okay, I'm just going to keep sending those illusions. Catapults ended up actually getting cleaned up pretty nicely, but he's getting that push going. Blue.
Ooh, they're watching him. They're going to be able to start it.
Oh,
They
he's gone.
weren't ready for it. They weren't ready for the Invis Kunkka. Emo just hiding in the pit and watching and
GG.
ready to strike. And indeed, that'll do it. IG, they'll take this game 1. Honestly, Ares, they held on pretty well.
Yep.
Considering some of the, as you said, some of the issues you felt they had with their draft. And when you look at how fast IG was able to play and how difficult it was going to be for Ares once IG was ahead, they held on. But yeah, as you saw there at that point, they knew there was nothing else to be done.
Yeah.
This game was all IG's.
I personally, I did like the way IG's draft style was being played, but I think Ares, with the last pick Coddle, he did decent in early game, but you could feel that he definitely was just very fragile walking into any of these fights. And yeah, I mean, maybe it ends up coming back to bite them that they didn't go for more greed, just going for Battle Fury, playing more of that farm game, waiting
Yeah,
to
because the
scale,
game
taking
didn't
the
collapse
fights.
that quickly, right?
Yeah, he maybe
You
could
know
have
what I
gone
mean?
away with
He
it.
may have actually got it to hit the creeps, then would have maybe got that earlier timing on the MKB and to a point where they could have maybe fought the Luna. And yeah, that very, very much a difficult play to make in that last moment, right? They had to force the Roche. Unfortunate for them that it happened to be that Emo had the invisibility. they just didn't expect that at that point.
No, it was a perfect jump from them as IG. I mean, good aggressive plays coming out from them. Not the cleanest of games overall, but they did make some really cool plays. You know, that Luna plus the Visage Aura, the tiny jumps with the X.
Yep.
It was good to see. A cleaner game from IG than I think we've seen some of the time, so they'll take it.
Well, there we go. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, game 1 will be in the bag here for Invictus Gaming.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And indeed, Invictus Gaming take game number 1 here. The Emo Kunkka back to their winning ways as they utilize the Pirate through the mid lane to really, really crush the game at the very end there. Although, some unorthodox things happen in this game, gentlemen.
A lot.
This is hype.
Yeah, I thought when the game started, they're playing into Tiny, they're playing into this Visage lane, low armor heroes. So he gets Orb of Corrosion, starts with the Blightstone. I don't mind that. Then I see Morbid Mask, and I knew something was off, because otherwise, like, you don't buy that item. You want to get a Battle Fury. So throughout the whole game, Ulu had a bit of a trouble keeping up with Luna. You saw him trying to clear the Ancient stacks. It takes him like a minute and 30 seconds to kill all of these heroes. And some of these fights that they've been taking, some of the BKB usages, we did expect chaotic game from both sides, but after Ares, they just made way too many mistakes.
Yeah, I did feel like they were a step ahead on the side of IG, and things weren't necessarily perfect from them, but it didn't have to be, right? With a lineup like this, you were talking about it, eventually they're going to group up, just try and make this push happen, and at that point, it's on as the Ares to outplay them and to get the correct pickoffs, and they tried now and then, but the execution just wasn't there today.
Yeah, I think for IG, at least it all came down to how well this Tree Luna did in lane. Not in regards to protecting its tower, but at least stalling out Doom's progression in getting Hammer into Midas and then becoming top net worth in the game. I think if this Doom had even 4 or 5 minutes of better farm in the early game, he would have been at the top. He would have had this earlier Shivas blinking in, preventing Dust from standing his ground, and it didn't happen. So I think for IG, this Luna pick, it worked out for them. It helped their safe lane. She then moved to jungle. Sure, they lose tower, but overall, I think IG happy with this performance. But for Asta Ares, yeah, it is Ulu going some wild build, picking Kotl into a Kunkka. It didn't feel great. And on top of that, yeah, Doom not a great game. And I'm pretty sure there's a stat out there where Ulu deaths into instant GG. He's probably one of the highest up there for any carry player. And I might even go as far as saying in the world.
Yeah.
This guy dies once, GG, right
game
after
over.
that.
As long
Like,
as he doesn't have
instantly.
buyback.
It was
Done it before, right?
It was
Yeah.
a thing with the IG as well. Like when they've been playing in 2022, they lose a game, they just insta GG out. Like
Yep.
if things are not going their way, they understand. But this one, sitting inside the Roche pit, no sentries whatsoever. He comes in with invis, they die, and they're like, yeah, this game's over. It was pretty much over. It was third Roshan, so.
I
geez,
respect this
ages.
one.
I do respect it. You know, they understand that they lost the game, and also limited amount of damage on their side. You have Visage, Zhang Yu going for all these auras, AC, Guardian Greaves, Pipe to mitigate most of their damage, and Ursa never felt like too comfortable trying to jump Dust, find him, and try to get a kill because he was always one item behind, and like he is also forced to go for items. Like I don't mind MKB on Ursa, don't get me wrong, but also his item progression was way too awkward. Going for first item BKB on Ursa, he had this diffusal blade queued up for
too
15,
long.
Like,
20
10 minutes
minutes.
something.
Like
He could have
maybe
actually
I
gone
go
back
back.
for
He could
Battle
have
Fury.
Go back
Yeah.
to Battle Fury, exactly.
So who are we gonna highlight on the side of IG as our winning person, the MVP? Because I
Ursa.
would. Ursa. No troll picks. I would go. I want to say emo, right?
Yeah, I
Emo.
100%
Yeah.
emo. I
Emo
think
made good moves around the map,
Yeah.
right? He farmed very well, got the correct items, I think, for this kind of game. He understood he didn't need to be the one doing damage. As long as he survives the fight, his impact is going to be felt regardless.
no, yeah, I love Kunkka players who just know when to do those quick side lane TPs. Like he goes bottom. Sure, he goes only disruptor, but it's that kind of threat in the back of versus mind. He goes top, kills off Doom. Again, it's another layer to preventing Doom's having a good game. And then also, I like the fact that I feel like he could have maybe gone Halberd, but when he clicked on Ursa and realized how weird his items are, he's like, why do I respect
Yeah,
this
I don't even
Ursa?
need the build.
Yeah, what am I doing? So he goes Ags, and then he goes Lincolns as well. And then he throws the Lincolns on Luna, so it's like he really was covering his Luna the entire game. And this little invis room play at the very end, no detection means he's able to basically crush that final fight. So,
And also
yeah.
that cute little play from Dust when he was microing his own
Yeah.
Manta style illusion to be microing.
It was, yeah. It was,
The micro came after the doom, but we'll count it.
yeah.
We'll allow it. We'll count it. It makes it more convincing if you get doomed, right? Normally, if you get doomed, you're gonna try running back to base, so it makes it more convincing when you do the
True.
micro
It's a long
afterwards.
con. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. There we go. So Invictus Gaming with some very strong plays happening in game one. They managed to win this one out over the side of Aster Ares. There were some good things from Aster Ares. As usual that we've seen from them, we've seen some decent stuff in the early portion of the game, but it doesn't necessarily pan out as things go longer. So we'll find out if they can go the distance here. Every single time they've played in the past against IG, it has been a 3-game series. So history is on their side. Let us see if the game and the draft will be on their side after a small break as we return for game number 2. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Chinese DPC. We continue with our first series of the day, witnessing Invictus Gaming take on Aster Aries in a matchup that's become a little bit of its own rivalry. Both of them have defeated one another 2-1 in DPC runs in the past, and we'll be witnessing if that's going to happen again today in favor of IG, because usually who wins game 1 wins the series. My name's Sneh. I'm joined yet again by T-Gup and Lacoste. Game number 2. What adjustments do you want to see, Lacoste, from a draft
Item build.
perspective? No. Not items, not execution, draft perspective. Is there anything that should change? Because you did favor the draft from Aster Aries.
Yeah, I don't mind their draft. I think it was good, except this last pick, Keeper of the Light, a bit way too defensive, I would say. I wanted to see something different, but yeah, I think the whole idea was to be able to de-push with Rubik as fast as possible. They were afraid of this group up coming out from IG. Didn't happen, but yeah, I think some adjustments are going to be made as we seem to be having a draft already, and it's going pretty quickly.
I'm already so surprised, and you will too when it pops up on your screen.
Yeah, there's already some changes. Speaking of some changes that we had, Xiangyu was not playing one of his preferred heroes. It's his first professional game ever on the Visage. What did you make of his performance overall, T?
I'll be honest, it was a Visage, but Auras, I didn't really see him.
Can't really shine.
Yeah, like he can't really shine, but he like enabled the team, and I think this was one of those just strategies where it's like it was a team job to get it over the line, and you needed like the X factor of Kunkka
No,
to actually win you the game. Sorry, I was trying to make you proud, Dad.
no, it was good. You know,
Thanks.
the game.
give him a young chuckle. That's the not bad, kid. Not bad, son.
Yeah, but
All
like,
right.
my confusion in this draft right now is how quickly Aster Aries lost full hope in Doom. Like Doom is first phase banned in like other regions. I think in this game it still showed that it can destroy this Treant Protector in the tower. Maybe they were scared of IG closing the phase with another Luna again, but I don't think Luna is good enough in the meta that just because you're countering a Doom, it's going to win you the entire game. Like there's 3 picks down the line, so I'm honestly a little bit shocked and potentially already favoring IG in the fact that Aster Aries have just lost hope in a broken hero.
One of the heroes that we have seen become a little bit broken in this region has been this Enchantress. Every single time we've seen it, it has looked very, very good. Accelerates the game quite well. Ember Spirits looked pretty decent. Generally looks better the later you pick him, but here I think Aster Aries were just like, all right, White Album, what do you need, man? Oh, you can't play your Leshrac, that's going to be banned against you. What guarantees that we win this game? He says, give me my Ember Spirit. And I tend to agree with him that that's one of his better heroes right now, so not too surprising to see him go in that direction. What is a bit surprising though, Lacoste, Shadow Fiend in the early phase here for IG. They could flex this between the safe lane or the mid lane. Do you think that's the rationale that they're like, we'll decide where it goes
that's
later?
why. Like right now, they have a good matchup against Ember Spirit on the mid lane, and if they want to flex it, Treant Protector plus Shadow Fiend has been also done before in the past. Looked really good. Like it's not a stun, but it's also slow, and you have sustain for Shadow Fiend. He's very vulnerable on the safe lane. Needs some kind of protection. On the other side, Aster Aries, Ember Spirit first phase, they want to give White Album one of his better heroes, I would say, other than Leshrac. And with the Enchantress, so you will have something to dispel this living armor with. And also we've seen Enchantress time and time again just carrying the games from position 5.
Yeah. She looks very, very strong here. And so far, IG don't have that many ways. They can slow down the game with this living armor, but Aster Aries could still at some point just get a big thing going and just overwhelm them on the side of IG.
Aster Aries needs some kind of tower damage because you're playing into Treant Protector, you have Enchantress, which can bring Troll.
1 Meteor Hammer.
One
right?
meteor, yeah, anything that can buy Meteor Hammer, because you want to have some kind of tower damage coming out from the off lane most of the time, since you have Ember Spirit, so someone needs to do it.
Speaking of the offlane T, I'm looking at Xiangyu's performance, right? We said he played Visage, did his thing, right? Didn't necessarily have to shine. They already banned out his 3 other heroes here. I think they're shying away from the Brewmaster. Is it now a thing of,
He's done.
is Visage his new hero? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay.
Aster Aries just hates Xiangyu right now.
I guess he's playing Visage then.
I mean, there's one more ban. I mean, he could go for 5 bans on Xiangyu. Yeah, I think that might be something they have to consider on IG, especially when his hero pool is now getting, whittled down. We've already mentioned that Xiangyu's hero pool is one of the smaller of the offlaners. Going back to IG, I think I'd like the Shadow Fiend, I think, to be mid lane in this scenario, just because
Ember's like not flexing.
Exactly. Ember's not flex. Shadow Fiend does really well against Ember. It accelerates Shadow Fiend's game to get his items. Some people might argue that an Ent rotating in could disrupt this matchup, but with Tree being such a formidable laner, you're going to lock the Ent to have to play the side lane. So I think they've got ways to cover it, and I think as soon as Shadow Fiend buys BKB, then you can withstand this aggression from Aster Aries, this sweeping play that they want to make.
I mean, you say that this Ember can't be flexed, but we just saw yesterday 4 Ember. It looked terrible, but It can still happen.
I mean, China doesn't pick
please.
mid Batrider. Do you think they're going to
Yes.
start doing position 4 Ember?
I love it whenever I mention like these weird things. The Lacoste is like, oh,
No.
Get me out of here.
No, okay, keep things simple. Yeah, you're one game down. You don't want to complicate too much. I want
Ember
to see.
jungle then.
do they go the
Yeah,
Doom
Legion
here,
Commander,
actually?
Iron Talon, jungle.
Yep.
I want to see maybe something like a Beastmaster.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind seeing that against Twin Protector. It also opens up the map, gives them that tower damage that we talked about, BKB piercing ability later on down the line against Shadowfiend.
I mean, they could actually decide to just go back for the Doom, right? It wasn't banned out by IG. They've somewhat protected it by removing the Luna, so you won't have the immense power that first game laning phase had. So it is an option for them. They go Primal Beast instead, though. All right, so that this sort of covers if it does end up being safe lane Shadow Fiend, you know, you have some kind of way to gap close in the laning phase as well.
But they are going to just run through the map with these heroes. And sure, they can't hit towers right now, but IG, I feel like Asta Ares have presented a very one-dimensional playstyle, which is like, buy BKB, a click through map. And of course, you've already got Tree to cover through that. And now they just need they just need more defensive heroes on IG. Like they already have Requiem, you know, Overgrowth. Get a couple wave pushing heroes and scale into the game. They should be pretty happy with what they can get.
So for IG now, they're going to have to reveal the double up. Which 4 position leaps out to you here, Lacoste? They could still go back for Tiny. Oh, no, they don't. They go for the Earthshaker. So this is a hero that we haven't seen nearly enough, I think. I feel like this hero is actually really underrated. Remember at the Major how well it looked when Talon was playing this hero game in, game out? And nobody else was picking it, but they would, and they would crush the game doing it. So talk to me about it. Do you like it in this game?
Yeah, it looks really good. It's also another layer of protection for Shadowfiend, and it also gives you something to stop from Primal Beast to get in. It's cheap lockdown for Ember Spirit, like you get a shard, minute 15, so you have another layer of stun. A bit limited on stuns for this Ember Spirit, but this Timbersaw pick also looks very good. The only thing he cares about, like, this might be a hood game because you are playing at the Primal Beast, especially if it's not positioned for Primal. Pure damage from Enchantress, some cheap damage from Ember Spirit. Looks really good for Timber. Is like they need a carrier, right? So Ursa, Monkey still available. I don't mind both of these. Ursa's gone?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like Monkey Slark, if anything.
So
So the cool thing with Asta Ares right now, and they have a soft cover to Timber, is just Enchantress. So you can go Blightstone into Impedus level 1, and then you just fight the Timber. If you then can get him to half HP with a carry that continues to fight with you, you're basically always pushing the the Timber to never get level 3 before you have level 3 for yourself, right? And yeah, Ench is really good at that. Need correct carry. I don't really mind if they'd gone Slark, Monkey. Troll also kind of does it in the same degree with some slows and stuff. So Timber needs to be careful. This isn't like the insane Timber game that he's unkillable from minute 1. He does need to have like 4 or 5 minutes of defensive play, then he can take over the game, but it's a potentially volatile entry to the game.
I've seen Troll as a response to Timbersaw in China last 2 years when you don't have an option, like you want to have some good scaling hero. I also remember it was 2021, so many times Javelin Rush on Troll. Try to zone out Timbersaw from the lane. Works really well for the first like 15, 20 seconds, then Timbersaw goes to jungle, bam, everything is gone. Well, this time around, I want to see if it's going to be some Diffusal Maelstrom type of a build from Troll.
I don't want to see Ulu type Diffusal into his quick fire at any point ever
Just
again.
get Battle Fury, please.
Yeah.
just buy a Battle Fury. Ulu, just do the right thing. Buy a Battle Fury. I also like with the Troll that at some point, no matter where the SF goes, this SFA has some priority in terms of being a win condition. Troll, if you get on top of this hero, you can actually kill him. Just by BKB, you press R, and then suddenly Shadowfiend is not really enjoying life.
It's a slight cause for concern for Asta Ares lineup because IG, the Shadow Fiend, you put it mid, then you pick up another carry. Troll really hates having to take fights that are longer than his like ultimate usage or defensive toolkit.
Yeah.
So now it's like IG, they already have a lot of turnaround plays, right? They've got Fissure to disrupt Troll's positioning, Requiem pre-BKB, Overgrowth as well during BKB. So now you're forcing Troll to buy Manta, which delays his damage output. And there's potentially a second carry coming down the line. So this Asta Ares final pick in the draft needs to give Troll ways where it's like, we can deal with this guy. Troll only has to lock onto like Shadowfiend. By Blink, by BKB Basher, kill Shadowfiend, we'll do the rest. So this final pick from Asta Ares really needs to kind of just protect the fact that Troll might not be this like 1v all. And yeah, they go for some pudge as well. It's like this Troll should, in theory, get kited if IG can play the heroes in a stable fashion.
They were looking for BKB, like another BKB piercing ability that can deal with Troll Warlord and also reduce the healing coming out from Enchantress,
10 seconds
going down the
remaining.
line against the Troll. In terms of like heroes, Troll can work against Budge, but it can also go both ways. I like what IG's got so far. It's very tanky. Oh, they have 4 strength heroes and Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, very beefy lineup. And they took the Timber Sword, so they're not afraid of being like, well, we have too many strength heroes. We're the ones that are going to be, not have to worry about whirling death. So let's see, as the Ares, they don't have much time remaining. They have to decide where this Primal Beast goes. Is it playing 3? Is it playing 4?
It needs to be 3, I think, even though there's some slows. Okay, they go tied, actually.
Choose
Okay.
your hero.
So,
So
to be
reasoning-
fair, they didn't have any team fight before this, right?
Sure. My reasoning for Primal maybe going 3 was just you can kill Pudge a couple times in lane. If you get like a quick, let's say, phase drum or whatever, then you just destroy the map. And then if you destroy the map, then you play on that. But instead, they decide to go for, let's scale a little bit. Let's hold back with tight team fighting. I'm just worried that IG, like you mentioned already, they will get so tanky that this troll will be like the only damage output. So I'm
It's
a bit
very
conflicted.
slow.
I'm
It's-
conflicted, yeah.
Well,
I'm
of course, on the
leaning-
bright side, Tidehunter will buy the meme hammer. You wanted a meteor hammer buyer?
No, not this time
Oh,
around.
yes, true. Let's go.
Not this time around. I feel like their damage is very limited because it's also a slow lineup. Tidehunter plus Troll, these heroes don't want to take fights until they get their items online, so it's going to be a lot on TK's Primal Beast and Ember Spirit to be able to get stuff done.
Yeah, I mean, the Ember Spirit White Album, there's been many games in the past where he's gotten things done on this Ember Spirit. Unfortunately, some of these games have not necessarily gotten this full stretch in the series, even if they take an individual game here and there. So he has a lot of pressure on his shoulders. TK has to make magic happen across the map. And of course, Ulu, please buy Battlefield, my friend. We'll find out if they have what it takes to push Ares, or to push IG rather, the full distance, or if yet again, IG will finally find some form of consistency deep into a tour run. To find out, we send it over to our incredible casting duo. It's Pinky and the Brain, also known as OD Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much. Now, yeah, game 2 ready to go here with Asteres and IG. As for fun stuff, we're getting the last pick, Pudge, coming out for Emo on IG. And Asteres, with the overall way their drafts ended up, they're going to be putting this Primal Beast in the support position this game.
Yeah. I mean, it's not exactly the same as last game because there's not all these auras for IG to end, but I think they have the same like onus and that pressure to have to play fast, have to play pretty aggressive.
Sure.
I feel like if Ares is able to sit back and get farm and get to those later stages, they will inevitably win this game if the troll is able to get that farm. But looking at lanes, IG could dominate these lanes and could run over things. So let's see how it goes down. Let's see how these lanes end up going down because White Album, he's being followed by 5.
That's going to be our first blood. Oh, surely.
Or the axe
Have they
slow.
They got Fisher again in a
Fissure.
second. There you go. PYW will take it.
Thank you. Okay, and that mid matchup is, we've talked about this one so much, especially last tour. I've seen White Album play this Ember versus SF. I actually saw him one game. He beat an SF, which if you can imagine, that's pretty crazy. He did some crazy slight dodges.
I was
but
going to say, you got to dodge some raise stacks or something, yeah.
he got a lot of help though, and they ended up losing the game miserably anyway. He had such a rough game, so I could see similar happening to him where he doesn't really get off the floor, and then IG is able to just kind of steamroll over this game. But let's see how it ends up going down.
The battle
And you sort of agree with the vibe of the panel that this Charlie, he's got to go the Battle Fury route. He can't afford
Yes.
to go some fighting build like he did last time. Yeah, he's already got it queued
100%.
up. So back to the Battle Fury carries here for Ulu.
Yeah, he just needs time. Their lineup, they will outscale if they're able to get to those later stages, as long as they're not at some like massive deficit. He's gonna be able to get, you know, his Ags, Battle Fury, stuff like that, which will be really good versus Tree and stuff like that. Emo, take a bit of a beating.
I can punch back pretty nicely into TK here.
2 for 2 hooks. Starts with very little regen, but he's got QIQX who has 6 tangles. And I'm mostly going to be looking at mid. This is a very, as we said, this is a very hard matchup for the Ember Spirit at all levels. Literally the entire time inside the laning phase. But if anyone's able to do it, maybe it's White Album. Telling you, man, he's tricky with these slides.
That was a good dodge as well. That was
Yeah.
going to be play the sort of third stack of raises there. And how does like this bottom lane for Emo, is this easy to farm as a Pudge?
Double melee, and you have a Treant Protector, so
you
I
can
would
just go
say
on
so.
him.
Yep. If it was like a different support as the Primal, like a Hoodwink or something in comparison to a Primal Beast, then maybe it would be difficult for Emo, but the fact that it's double melee, And he has a tree, he should be pretty good. Pretty impressive. White Album, 3 denies. First 2 waves.
Yeah, once the level 2 raises are there, that's where
Yeah.
huge kill potential for Dust.
Red Panda. She'll be fine. Both carries should... Well, I say carries. I mean, Emo is carry, but whatever. Both of the safe laners should kind of free farm. Ulu, I don't see him getting pressured up here whatsoever from a Timber or a Shaker. He should be absolutely free to get that battle period at good timing. He also has an Enchantress, so they can even put some pressure onto a Timber Saw.
Or Dust. Yeah, he's getting close to... Yeah, he can try for the kill now, maybe.
It's just the constant pump faking, right? Oh, White Album. He actually ended up using the slight. Uh-oh.
He should be dead, right? Yeah, that'll do it. The difficulties of the Ember against the SF. And one sort of missed dodge with a slight, and then you're dead.
And it's around both water runes, so
And
White Album...
going to lose a bit of this wave.
Yeah, he loses a couple creeps, and he gets neither rune dust. He keeps the wave also, and gets both of them. The Dream. I mean, one of the more difficult matchups for an Ember Spirit, so can't blame him. Bottom. Emo. Getting aggressive, but getting turned on. Can he land the hook? Ooh! What that like went through him? It looked like
it was close, that one.
I mean, Primal Beast is.
I guess
he's
what
a
huge
chunky.
model, but the
Yeah.
box is kind of not you know, it's the same as other heroes, right?
Yeah, he's a little chunky.
You can kind of sometimes slide the hook round the side, and it won't get the pullback.
Look, I actually thought he was gonna hit him. This was a straight line running. I was like, oh no, DK. But he'll be all right. Force back to base though. Emo, free farming.
Easy farm, easy denies here for the Pudge.
Yep. And mid White Album might just die again. Oh, jeez. He needs help. I think TK needs to refill the bottle mid.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, he TP's bottom.
Oh, that's
Oh.
poor old Ember.
White Album's probably like.
I thought it's a bit grief for.
Well, he bought a salve. Okay, so White
Okay.
Album maybe tells him go back bottom to help the Tidehunter. The Tidehunter. Okay, he'll end up surviving.
good.
PYW is in mid.
They want to try and go for him. Oh, misses the raise. Might be hard to get him now with that raise that they missed.
I think they would have had it otherwise.
Yeah, they definitely would have.
But the wave, he's missing all this XP. Red Panda's coming in. He's like, I'll help you out, my friend. I think this is what they should do. I think Red Panda should actually just maybe not be top anymore. The Troll should be able to free farm. I think you just have to help White Album as much as possible.
Dust has got the level 3 raises now. Bottom lane.
+1.
Good lanes so far from IG. Yeah, it's just that top lane really where Ares are getting a bit of a saving grace and the fact that Ulu's free farming.
Yeah. He needs to have such an explosive game. If they can get to the later stages, which could be problematic with their draft if these lanes just completely fall apart as they are starting to already. And White Album mid, the Fissure's there.
Hey, he should be dead.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Yeah, mid is in a pretty bad spot, and same to be said for that bottom lane. Slow farm for the Tide.
DK's gonna just start. He has to just start cutting waves on this Primal Beast. Nice body blocks. Yeah, Tidehunter. Only 11 last hits. Timber Saw. He's not getting slowed down at all. So we did mention how Ulu, he is getting free farm, but at the same time too, Timber can't get touched. He's gonna free farm up here as well. Very ideal start for IG. And look at, I mean, yeah, PYW, he's like, okay, I just sit around mid. Sure, you've got an Enchantress sitting mid, but what does an Enchantress pose as threat versus an Earthshaker plus a Shadow Fiend? He could just die as well if he's not careful. They have to keep both supports in the area. Level 5 now for the Timber. And Troll, even though he is free farming now, once Timber 6, he boots him out of lane. So Ulu will start to need some help at some point soon. Once we do see this Timber Saw hit that level 6.
I want to get these power in sorted.
IG reacting nicely to the 2 support movements.
That's 2 stacks onto White Album.
Uh-oh. Requiem.
We'll be able to
Dodges
dodge the
it.
Requiem, but I think he's still pretty dead. Indeed, he'll go down. We'll see if TK can do anything in
Wait,
return.
TK left the rune.
Oh,
Okay,
he'll
get
get
it.
it still.
Oh my god. I was like, TK, no. Can they punish him? No, they can't. Okay. Whew. I was about to be no, Primo, what have you done? Bottom. Concentrates coming up between the two of them. Can Emo, I think he's going to go for
he'll
this,
go for
right?
it.
This
Once
is Emo.
hook's up,
This is very Emo.
he's going to have enough mana with the mangoes, of course, for the hook and the flesh heap.
I don't think he should, though. There's a hood on the tide. I mean, now with the tree, he can.
They can definitely.
Yeah,
if he hits the
now they
hook, it's a
can.
kill. Should be able to just run him down, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
No, just kidding.
Uh-oh.
We didn't see it. Look, look somewhere else.
Let's move the camera.
Look somewhere else. Look at Timber. He's 6.
Oh, no.
And yeah, Timber
Oh,
has
no.
it 6. Ulu, he's 6'2", but this is where you can just start spamming constantly with your chakrams, keeping the troll low and making it quite difficult for Ulu to actually stay up here by himself. So
All right, this is a nice kill.
finish him. Oh, they will.
PYW was nearly in with the Fisher to maybe turn things, but yeah, they get dust. They needed that White Album getting the backup from his supports.
That was very close to them not killing him, actually. Like, just a little bit more HP on the side of that SF. Maybe he's able to turn stuff around, but much needed kill for Ares. And yeah, we're seeing Ulu, of course. When Timber hits 6, you get booted out, as we were mentioning. Emo, rolling for round 2.
All right, this time round, he's not missing it.
Yeah, he better
There
not.
we go.
Level 3 rot. Shouldn't be missing that one.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top tower, yeah, likely to get taken out here. And I don't know if they can't actually bring anybody to contest this Timber Source. So I think the supports continue playing around mid lane, continue to try to shut down this SF, help out your Ember Spirit because he just desperately needs it.
Oh,
Ruin.
DD.
He gets it.
Oh,
Nice.
nice.
Hey,
A little
White
steal
Album.
with the sleight of fist. And he wants to go. He's tempted. Wants to make a move with this DD. And he's going to keep chasing. And with that jump forward in the chains, oh, actually, Dust.
The slight.
Trying to push him back, but that slight still going to come in and hit hard, take out PYW.
Fancy plays from White Album. He did literally all the fancy Ember plays, right? The slight steal. We'll see Red Panda likely die. Whoop. Whoop. Just kidding.
Chakra. Not going to get him.
Okay. Yeah, fancy plays. Slight steal. Does the remnant during the slight as well to close gap. Nicely done from White Album. Have to refill the bottle though, Dust, since he didn't get that power rune. All about enabling the mid laners in this game.
Yeah, White Album's still got a way to go. Still very far behind that of the farm of
Dire's top tower
Of Dust?
is under attack.
Yeah, same thing for that Tide Hunter who is definitely struggling. Troll though, even though he got booted out of top lane, his farm is still pretty good. He's got his 2 components of that Battle Fury with phase boots already done.
things calming down a bit now.
Strong laning phase though from IG, yet again.
Yeah, this bottom lane hard to really send any heroes down here if you're Ares.
Yeah, you can't really touch
Very
Emo.
easy for yeah, Emo to get the hook on you.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Free farm Pudge, definitely a problem. Mid lane, the raises, White Album, he'll be okay, but continuously being brought low. Oh, that's okay, fortunate. Haste Rune spawns right in front of him.
Dire's top
He'll
tower
take some
is
luck
under
from
attack.
Gaben. $2K lead for IG.
Yeah, this top tower's going to be going down as well. Zhang Yu continuing to just cut the creeps.
And just it looks like it'll be pretty difficult for Ares to really apply any pressure on the map at this point with how the lanes have gone. Yeah, they can apply pressure through kills, but hitting towers is going to be very problematic with their draft. The Troll takes a long time to be able to do so. Red Panda, he's probably the one who's going to be doing the most tower damage. He finds himself a Dark Troll Summoner, probably the best one he could get at this point, so that they can perhaps try to get some type of push going in a way here. But IG, a 3K lead. It's already starting to grow by the second. They have this deep, they have that lane ward too, so they see bottom. UIQX looks like he'll tank the gank. And yeah, they should be able to push this. Can White Album actually get Emo?
He tries.
If only he knew. But yeah, Dark Troll Summoner, they're actually going to be able to push because of this pickoff. On the flip side, though, IG immediately sees them bottom. Dust, he's going to start shoving toward the mid lane. TK rotating over. But he needs help if he wants to try to go for anything
He can't
here.
really take the SF off the tower on
He
his own. In
just
fact,
What?
I guess didn't quite expect to have the timber coming in from the side as well, but gets blown up.
Dire's middle tower.
was
Dire's
a bit of a
middle tower
weird
has
TP.
fallen.
TK is having a rough one. He is the quote-unquote 4-position Primal Beast, but it looks like he is quickly becoming the 5-position Primal Beast.
I guess that, yeah, there was always going to be the risk when we see this Primal being run in the 4, you know.
With the Tide as well, right? That
It was a
double
tough
melee.
lane. They got nothing out of that bottom lane, really.
No, they did not.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Emo's got like full freedom to be able to farm. He finds himself an Invis Rune, hooks it away from White Album. It's already halfway towards the Aghanims. Ooh, and that Invis, Red Panda. And he closed the gap, hooks on cooldown from hooking that rune. It's a little awkward.
He still wants to go for it. Oh,
my.
well, not a bit more than a little bit off there. Emo with the miss.
Look elsewhere. Nobody saw it. Whoopsie. I'm sure I'm sure Red Panda's like, what? Why isn't he hooking me? But yeah, hooked the rune earlier. And Ulu, yeah, Battle Fury, about 300, but he's got no stacks to farm. He's been having to farm the triangle consistently to set up the timing for his Battle Fury, which is not too bad. But his other 2 cores very far behind, as we keep reiterating.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dark Troll Summoner's still alive, though. This is doing quite a bit of work, Red Panda. Mid-tower.
No, they're kind of getting it.
Radiant structure.
We'll see what IG have in terms of a hold here. They'll put the fortification. TK's ready to dive in. He's going to be able to get the grab here onto the Shaker. That's him. They'll drop the Ravage here as well.
That is a very deep dive from Ares.
I mean, with Dust popping the Requiem, it means that everybody's completely separate from this Tide. Shang-Chi taken out. His courier as well. Now let's see Zhang Yu try and chase out TK.
Oh, the Lance of Pursuit hit for the slow. Can he get the chase? Does he have mana? Not quite able to finish it off. A very deep dive, way too far forward.
The Ravage as well.
That's a long cooldown. They're going to TP mid. They're going to fill up the bottle. Yeah, they get PYW, but I'm sure he's laughing all the way to the bank there.
They don't care. It's all about that IG.
No. Power Rune going to be spawning as well too. Dust, he'll find a big one. And Dust, I like that he's going the safe route. Sometimes I've seen him be a bit more risky on his SF. No funny business in this game. Has an amazing lead. Dragonlance straight into BKB. And yeah, 3 components for Emo now. Pretty much done for that Aghanims. Getting incredible timings on their cores. Ares. I mean, Red Panda, he's got a Satyr creep running it toward the mid tower. He's got to try to push this tower before Tree heals it. Slowly bringing it down. Living Armor is going to be thrown on it this time.
Trying to get some farm here from IG's own jungle, but it's risky with a Fisher and a hook at the ready.
Yeah, most heroes will just get brought down almost immediately. And if you look at White Album, what he's having to go for, this is rough. The Amber Spirit, who's already having a very tough game, having to he feels like he has to go to the BKB, which, yes, will help you in some aspects of defensive, but you can still get rooted. You can still get bit. You can still get focus fired from quite a few of these heroes on IG. Did he switch the build-up as I said it? He did. He bought a Javelin. I actually think I prefer it, honestly. It's like,
so you feel like you're sort of signing off your own game when you commit to first time BKB on Ember?
I think with the way the game state's going, it's like the troll can't be the only one scaling. White Album has to scale it, or this game it's too difficult for Ulu to solo carry. Red Panda's trying so hard to get this tower.
He's not getting it. This tower's not going down.
I like the effort, though. You know, he knows his job. Emo, Aghanims is done. So 15 minutes, 50 seconds, finished up. SF, I believe BKB is done. Also, they have big timings coming out for all 3 cores. Maybe some lack of damage and lack of control going to be coming out for Ares versus these 3 incredibly beefy cores. Kaya Sanj done for Timber also. All 3 timings hitting at the same exact time pretty much. And bottom, they're kind of just fishing for White Album here. Playing careful though. Oh, Emo tried to keep the catapult alive. Can't quite connect the hook. Maybe the push going though. Ares is smoking.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Not the easiest ways of initiating though at this point. No blink daggers to get on top of the face of this SF to get him pre-BKB. They're just gonna lose that
I
tower.
mean, they're looking towards the mid again,
They really want a tower.
but not easy.
This is not an easy kill. No, this is a pretty tanky Timber.
I mean, the 4 of them sort of look towards him and then they just look away. And they're trying to find something, but it almost feels like they don't know themselves what they can find in this spot, Asteroids.
I think that it's just like these lanes went so one-sided that it's, yeah, they don't really have great places to go, and they're losing their triangle. They lost the stack. They have ward vision here.
TK. He's going to go in.
Got Dust pre-BKB, but now he pops it, and whoop. Okay, a little awkward.
We'll just back out of it.
Okay, yeah, White Album finds that solo kill. Now they make a move.
Yeah,
Go for
with
mid tower. BKB's on
BKBSF
cooldown.
gone, yeah.
Yep, go for this push. Timber is coming in. They do stop the fear of the Timber, and oh, TK.
Emo gets the grab.
Okay, no longer able to push. IG setting up. They're mounting their defense very nicely, even though they didn't have the Earthshaker or SF.
Is under attack.
Back to healing it up. QIQX. And another rune for Dust. There we go.
Now to the mid. Vicious setup.
Nemo's just walking in.
And he's just able to step up.
Hey, this is kind of crazy.
It's pretty aggressive. Ravage is back up. Let's see if Emo can survive through this. Well, he kind of is. Echo Slam's
Oh
there.
my
Emo
goodness.
is going to be perfectly fine. Or maybe Ulu
Oh.
can Ulu finish him off.
Oh, so close.
He's going to live. Slide of fist. Finally. They'll take him out, but everybody other than White Album's dead.
And White Album also looks like he's going to go down. No remnants remaining.
He had to commit in deep just to get that kill onto Emo, and indeed it will cost him.
I mean, Emo is a madman, but it ends up working.
It
He
works
just
out.
walks right into 5 heroes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Very nicely done. He's, I mean, very tanky. He just gets living armored and runs in with the flesh heap. It's actually enough for his team to fully clean up.
I mean, he nearly survived.
He actually really did. Look at this. He got the bite on a good timing also on Ulu. And then they immediately pop that overgrowth as soon as he pops the battle trance. Good spellcasting coming out from IG. Yeah, barely even losing Emo.
Yeah, he was like 1 second away from having flesh heap back up as well.
Yep.
Very
9K
close.
lead. It's 19 minutes.
Yeah.
This feels way more substantial
Oh, this
than that last
is
game.
way rougher than game 1,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Troll, Battle Fury, yeah, he's got it, but BKB timing is very delayed now after that death. Emo's all smiles today. Time for Roche soon on the side of IG. Ravage on cooldown 60 seconds. Might look to force it. PYW, he's gone for a more greedy route rather than going for the shard on the Shaker. He's gone for that Blink Dagger. He wants to show off. And yeah, Roche. Pretty much impossible.
Yeah, there's
for
no
Ares
way
to
they're coming
contest.
over here. Just got to try and hope that the troll can get his next item.
And this Timber,
Tower is under attack.
top of net worth, he's gonna have an Aghanims now next too. Very farmed. It's just, there's so much damage on their draft.
Radiant's bottom tower
Red Panda still trying to kill this mid tower, but just can't.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This is grim. Very rough stuff for Aster Ares.
Radiant's
Even when
bottom
they get the
tower
timing
is
on the
under
troll, that
attack.
BKB, they're gonna have all the answers,
Yeah,
and he is alone. The Ember has to go for the Maelstrom to have damage, but means could just die instantly inside these fights.
Tower is under attack.
We've got the Greaves done on Tide at least.
Okay. Can prevent a little bit of all this damage, but there's so much on IG.
Yeah, this makes it pretty likely that it'll always be able to get the Ravage off in the fights, but
Mhm.
yeah, as we've seen with the last few, that's not enough to turn them right now. IG too far ahead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mid tower again. They're pinging it. They're like, damn it, can't get this in
Oh,
TK.
freebie for Emo.
Thank you. And now we see Emo. I mean, I didn't see if he did that before. Maybe he didn't. I didn't notice. But he did the disassemble thing. So he disassembled his Vanguard, gets the hood, and now he's got a casual vitality booster.
Oh, White Album.
Oh, oh, oh. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I mean, he shows there to slide the wave. And he's still got a Remnant ready. And was lucky
PYW's
that
hunting,
Fleshy
though.
Wasn't, sorry, the Dismember wasn't quite up.
Radiant's top tower is under
Gets the ward down.
He's going to show again in the lane.
Oh, PYW just fissured to farm.
Oh, if only he kept it.
He might be able to get him anyway.
Oh, he will. He'll be able to force him to have to consider another way out other than the TP. The hook. It's there. They've got him.
Dire's middle tower.
Such a tough game for White Album. They're bullying this poor Ember. That is what happens sometimes when you do open with it. Especially versus a team that really likes to play the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, there's just no farm on the Ember, no farm on the Tide. Both cores have had their games just completely destroyed.
Bottom Tide, he's showing. Might just go down here, PYW.
Whoop.
Whoopsie, but it's okay.
Yeah, they'll still have him.
Dire's top
And they're gonna get top tower too. Ares, I mean, maybe want to look to punish, but Red Panda just gets deleted. Double chakrams, whirling death. See you later.
This game's been a rough one.
Yeah, this is painful.
I mean, did you was there always the potential for the lanes to go this rough? You feel like they really sort of drafted themselves into a tough spot? Ares?
Yeah, I mean, top lane's fine, right? The troll and stuff like that's
Yeah.
all good, but picking double melee, I don't know, the Tide pick for me was a little weird. Like, I thought they were going to go just Primal Beast off lane and do some other, like, range 4 position, but they put themselves in a position where they're guaranteed to lose 2 lanes. It's tough. I think they did the right plays afterwards where they were looking to, like, help out the Ember Spirit, but it just, yeah, their heroes just don't really do the same effect as like an Earthshaker playing around an SF. It's like a Primal Beast playing around an underfarmed Ember Spirit versus an SF. He can't really have that same effect as just a Fissure triple raise. They do have a Blink Dagger now on the Primal, so they actually have some form of initiation, but at such a deficit and into Aegis, how do they do much of anything? Ooh, they give the Timber the bottle. An Arcane Rune.
Oh,
Oh, it's a big Fissure.
3-man Fisher sets up for the hook. They step up. They get the bow on Ulu. Just won't be able to kill him off quick enough. He did get the BKB off. Be able to reset for now, but they'll lose TK. Looks like Shanxi will also be in trouble. You might not going to catch him with the hook. A Dust forcing forward with the Hurricane Pike. They're chasing this Tide down. They'll get him.
They might call this pretty soon.
It's looking pretty over.
Yeah, I don't know what Ulu can... Like, Ulu just can't join. I think next time Ulu dies, he probably just calls GG. As Panel was talking about earlier, he does do that quite a bit. But this game, it does feel... It feels literally impossible for this troll to have any hope. IG can probably knock on the front door here now. Still 30 seconds on Aegis.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower
Even a
is
Blink
under
Dagger on this Timber Saw. So he can just jump in and delete anybody.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Got the
Radiant's
ward.
top tower
Fissure.
is
Hook.
under
Oh.
attack.
So he's got his BKB White Album.
Okay.
Middle tower is under attack.
They're just so tanky at this point. Emo plus 22 strength.
Oh,
Whoopsie.
nothing there.
Yeah, Emo's starting to take a bit of a beating.
A White Album wants to go in.
Instant rooted. Dust, Aegis, it's gone. Can they stick on this SF?
No, they
Good
can't.
hook.
And meanwhile, back in the base, you got Zhang Yu just going straight back in. He kills off Red Panda.
He's having a very explosive game. Glad to see him having more versatility this series in his hero pool, as we've talked a lot about him. Usually his, Brewmaster plus his Marcy. Now he's expanding quite a bit, and he's looking good. His Timber's looking really nice.
And when he dove just then, you had the battle chance came off for the troll, so he's no longer got it. It's cooldown for a minute.
God.
So Ulu's got to be super careful.
It's rough.
TK watching from the back lines, but no real way for him to enter into this fight without the very large risk of immediately dying.
Just gotta watch their racks fall. And they can't even step up too far because they know they're just gonna get fissure hooked.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
So what do you want to go for next? They could go for the second set top.
TK, looks like he was going on a bit of a warding expedition. Immediately gets taken away. Rush, 1 minute 20.
We're coming out with a smoke. If
The
this
final
doesn't go
hurrah.
well, yeah, it may be it.
So hard for it to go well, too. Like, they've just got so many ways to blink, reset fights. Like, everyone's got blinks to jump in and get this initiation. The 2 supports at the ready. The cores are just so tanky, too.
IG, I'm going to avoid this completely. Asteris not getting any sort of catch or pick off with their own
They
smoke.
have a ward right on top of them. All right, Emo. I mean, he's got a fissure to set it up, but wants to just go for the random one. Tide broken.
Oh, Dust sliding in. They'll put the Ravage. Tide will live. The grab onto him over the BKB's there. That's TK gone. They've got the bite to control Ulu. We'll still be able to get the battle chance off. Emo falling low, but the echoes there. Emo's still alive. Finally falls. 2 for 2. But it is going to be IG cleaning up again here as they'll chase out Red Panda and they'll call it.
Yeah.
GG. IG. This series is all theirs. And yeah, this game too, looking even more one-sided than the game one. Very smooth from IG. And as to Ares, really from the lanes onwards, they just didn't have a chance really in mid and bottom.
Yeah, man, I've seen this too from last tour from Master Ares where they open up with Ember and the same exact thing happened. They got Shadow Fiend, like White Album just gets crushed. He did some fancy stuff in that game that I remember back at the DPC. He did some like buybacks and stuff like that, but they lost the game very similarly. They just got crushed. Yeah, I mean, IG, they played this one very clean. They knew how to play. They had the 3 independent, well, they had the like Timber, who's independent. SF just gets this Earthshake who's playing around him, wins the mid matchup, Pudge free farming. It's smooth sailing from there.
It really was. Yeah, they looked very, very, very good today. I mean, and what do you think it is that kind of make Asteris go for this Ember? Is it just worked for them in the past when they do it in this opening? You know, what do you feel that they feel is the benefit of doing this with the draft?
I'm not sure. I mean, maybe a White Album just really wants to play it, but the thing is, this hero, when you pick it like this, it's not really flexible. You can't run it safe lane. We saw the 4 Ember attempted from
We did. From
Taiga.
right? Yeah.
It was an absolute disaster.
Yeah, it great.
So yeah, you can't really flex it. I'm not sure. It's a risk, and it gets punished.
It really does. Yeah, hot day for IG. They take both these games pretty easily. Second half, at least, of both of them was it looked impossible for Asteris to ever recover. It's IG's day today. They take the series 2-0.
Invictus Gaming 2-0 win, notching a beatdown onto Asteris, and more importantly, notching their first win in the DPC Tour. It's been a long time since they've got a winning time at a major, since they got top 4 at TI, but now maybe this could be the seeds of a turnaround, and we start to see the best out of this IG roster. Gentlemen, Asteris, second pick, first phase Ember Lacoste. This is not the way.
It's not working out, and I like that IG immediately snatched Shadow Fiend. It did also give him a bit more flex potential. They could have ran it safe lane, but most likely they just wanted to have it on the mid lane. And as we said on the panel, as Svogged also said in his closing thoughts, this Ember, he's not a flexible hero. This pause 4, I don't believe in it. I feel like, you're just putting yourself in a very different position. There's so many, like, most of the other 4s are just straight up better, so you're kind of locked into this mid Ember Spirit. He dies again, like we also saw PYW making the rotation on the mid lane multiple times. Got a difficult game. And also, like, we talked in our green room. You said he's going for the same build as Ulu did on Ursa in the previous game, going for that Orb of Corrosion, Phase Boots into BKB. Like on Ember, when you have first item BKB, you know you're either playing against Puck and things didn't go too well, and then there's like another global silence, whatever, or the lane's been pretty bad, and then you can't really play if you don't have a BKB.
To make matters worse, see, the fact that this Ember Spirit needed to have a good game if they were going to accomplish anything on the map for the side of Aster Ares. And them being able to slow him down, not even slow us down, just completely ruin his game, meant that you're sort of like, well, TK, please make things happen. If TK is not the one going in, suddenly there's just nothing happening the entire time. So for Aster Ares, could they have done anything differently with this draft? Were all the issues already set in stone from the end of the drafting phase?
I'll be honest, I don't like to lean on draft too much, but it does feel along those lines. I think the picking a Tidehunter, and it doesn't feel the most inspiring last pick. You already have a Troll that's going to get doubly kited out by this Shadow Fiend plus Pudge. They both have ways to deal with him. This Ember's in a matchup against Shadow Fiend that is very Shadow Fiend favored. So yeah, I just feel like Aster Ares, as soon as they enter this draft and there's Doom available in second pick, they go for Ember instead. It's like they've lost faith in a hero that coming up into the major, if there isn't a massive patch pre-major, it will be like top contested hero, like top 2, top 3. So I think they just really misread what is very good, misread why they lost game 1, and because of that, they have lost game 2.
And what do you make about our match MVP here, Shangyu Timbersaw? A little bit kind on the MVP. I'll be honest, I would have given it to PYW, but nonetheless, he played pretty decently, Lacoste. And can we include this in his expanding hero pool?
We
so far?
can, because this is a goddamn good Timbersaw performance, especially, did you say it was his first one?
Fourth or fifth
official game?
Yeah.
Okay, but still looks very good. I also not a big fan of what they picked into Timbersaw. This was Troll. So it's like, it just doesn't work. I've seen it way too many times that I know it just doesn't work. Zero Deaths on Timbersaw had a pretty free game. We saw Troll going in, you know, like produces this sound and it feels like, you know, everything's just going to drop. He's going to close down Steam. Dota's going to crash. Nothing happens. He's just like not dealing enough damage. He had a pretty like overall decent laning stage, but you are like other heroes, every single core on IG has had like been in top 3, so kind of difficult game for Troll to play. Way too much kiting.
Yeah, way too much kiting, and generally Troll is not the 1v9 hero that he's been in prior patches. You know, it's just, you were mentioning it perfectly, that he has to have one priority target. I kill that target, the rest of my team can deal with everybody else.
Yeah.
But when everybody's sort of having a poor game, you have a Tidehunter that doesn't do damage, it ends up ultimately not working out. So Aster Ares, back to the drawing board, and they are now 1-3. That's their 3rd loss. The magic number is 4. After 4, guaranteed you can't go to the major anymore. There is still hope. You know, it's a bit of copium because the teams that are above, both Aster and IG, are looking a lot more solid at this point in time. But nonetheless, Aster Ares, they need to figure some things out, do some soul searching. And in particular, I think Ulu needs to do some soul searching because this dying without a buyback and then instantly GGing out, even when the team is far away from the base, that can't keep happening.
Honestly, I've not seen a carry play. Again, I've not been around the China region for too long, but I don't know if this is a thing that Ulu's done for a time, but to have a carry player that dictates when the game is over so quickly in regards to his itemization into then 1 death GG. Of course, often he calls GG when the game feels like it's becoming over, or at least the next fight is over, or they'll come to our base and it should be over. But the fact that, like, in the back of his mind, he's like, yeah, it's done. I'm not feeling that we can do it kind of drive. Like, the vibes in the team just feel defeated when he's like, yes, one more fight, boys, and we shall go to breakfast. Or for dinner. Like, it's like, what the hell, man? Like, why are you not always trying? Like, I don't know. I don't really like players who just not give up, but just concede so consistently. So I hope Ulus can shift that mentality, even in games that are like 95% over. Like, play for the 5%, play for that potential magic.
Yeah, I mean, for speaking of that magic, right, some of the teams that are above them, your Asters, your PSG LGDs, you'll see them even when the game looks pretty much over. Until the Ancient is like less than 100 HP, they're still trying to do things, still playing the map and trying to make magic happen. Unfortunately, the magic not in favor of Aster Ares today, going all the way for Invictus Gaming. Not the last series of the day though, because we still have some more Dota to bring you here in the Chinese region. PSG LGD taking on Extreme Gaming. That one is going to be a blockbuster of a series. So far, Lacoste, LGD has looked like the cleanest team. They've looked by quite not the cleanest, but they look one of the best teams in the region against Extreme Gaming, who are on the come up, right? They started a little bit shaky. They've been clearly getting better and better. Kaka is acclimating into this position a bit more. What do you think is going to happen today when they get truly tested by LGD?
Early start for Kaka's team, which means that they're gonna do okay. This is gonna be their third series, so I expect a much closer series. If it was the fifth or sixth down the line in the second tour, I would heavily favor PSG LGD. Still favoring PSG LGD because they look crisp. They look like the same team, no matter the players that they change on their side. Zeal looks very comfortable in a team. It feels like he wasn't. He was part of the team for a longer duration. He recently joined and looks like an extremely good fit. And also rest of the team, just doing stuff. Shiro, pretty consistent as a carry. You can rely on him, always tends to get the farm. We've seen like both supports carrying the game, Enchantress plus what was the other hero?
Phoenix. Yeah.
Phoenix, yeah. There's some pretty nasty stuff coming on from PSG LGD. And you know that they're going to have good drafts. Like, it's just something about watching this team play is always going to give me like great feeling about Dota. Like, you watch them play, you're like,
oh,
yeah,
wow, that's a cool idea.
This is it. Like, this is why I'm here.
And for Extreme Gaming, obviously, they're a team that they were inconsistent for a long time, but they've always had some hype around them, right? It's always, you look at the team names, the roster, and you're like, wow, this should be incredible, right?
Yeah.
They should be just winning over and over again, and they haven't been able to find that. We know historically Kaka has been the one to sort of unlock that for the squads that he's been a part of. From what you've seen so far, T, have you seen him be able to elevate what Extreme Gaming was looking like from last tour up until now?
I think he has elevated them, but in a very small kind of step up for now. And I think in time that will then be many small increments into then they're a competitive top 3, top 4 consistently team in China. But right now, I think going into the PSG series, I would be surprised if they were to win it, just because I think some of these games from Extreme, the volatility of Kaka, the support duo trying to make a lot of plays when they don't need to make plays. I think they're just trying to do a lot as a new team. And compared that to PSG, where it's just like, damn, what was this? So
I could see Extreme Gaming maybe taking a game if
they have
all
some drops
the
that are
things
good,
go
yeah.
correctly for them, but taking 2 games from PSG LGD seems like a way too difficult of a task.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, Extreme, they should be happy that they're potentially this tour should be the tour they get to a major. Like last tour, they didn't get here. They add Kaka, boom, get to a major. Then tour 3, this is the time that we should really have the discussions where it's like now they're chasing for top 2. TI down the line, yada yada yada. So I think in a realistic sense,
Take it
secure the top
slowly,
4.
yeah,
Take it
yeah.
slow, yeah. Let's not get carried away.
I mean, we did hear when we interviewed PSG LGD, Planet was telling us that when they went into the major, they went without any expectations. Sometimes you have to manage expectations when you know that you're the underdog. And at this point in time, PSG might be underdog outside of China, but within the region, they are the juggernauts. So Extreme Gaming should go into this to try and learn more. But no matter what, it's going to be some very interesting and entertaining games. If we see the matchup of the mental minds of Lanem versus Jawait, I can't wait to see what that draft is going to look like. Unfortunately, though, because we are on a hard schedule, we don't do a rolling schedule here, we're going to have a bit of an extended break before that series kicks off. So in the meantime, go outside, get some water for yourself, breathe some fresh air, play some Dota, maybe not. Just make sure you come back with a smile on your face, ready to continue the day of hype. So we'll see you then for some more Chinese Dota action. Welcome one and all back again here to the China DPC. We continue the day's action with our second and final series of the day, which will be PSG LGD taking on Extreme Gaming in an incredibly interesting contest for both of these squads, and especially interesting for what the leaderboard is going to look like afterwards. My name is Sneh, your host for these proceedings, and I'm joined on panel. I've got Sheepstick, I've got Lizard. Welcome to China, fam. What's good? What's happening?
Thank you very much. What's good? Well, I've been in NA for a little while, for a whole week. Didn't really sleep a lot. Good old 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Shifts.
Yeah,
you know?
it's good shifts.
But they're good, you know. You're well aware of it, right,
Yeah.
Snare? Like you've been for the full first season doing the NA. Yeah.
I kind of miss it though. Like, I think it's easier to get yourself awake for late at nights into the morning than having to be up at like 5 to start this one. But we do it out of love, Sheep. No matter what happens, 2 hours of sleep, 30 minutes of sleep, who cares? As long as Dota is happening, we will be here for it.
I care a little bit. Like, I kind of enjoy sleeping. Like, if I
Right?
had to say, I probably would actually value the sleep. But, you know, it's fine. It's fine, guys. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I
Don't worry
value the
about
sleep
it.
as well. I don't know what this guy's talking about.
This guy's crazy.
He's,
We
yeah,
value
he's
the
mad.
Dota here. Here we're here for Chinese Dota, the best region in the world. Is the year of transition. Unfortunately, the region isn't as strong as some of its halcyon days, but these are still some of the two best teams you could possibly have go up against each other. Extreme Gaming, when they initially formed Blizzard, you remember that first time in China, they seemed like they were going to be world beaters. Like they were going to be the team that just took LGD to task, that could take a team after the task. And initially they started that way. They won like the Intel World Open, I think it was.
Yep.
Then in the DPC they got smashed.
They-
And they got smashed again. Then eventually they started winning, but then they go back to losing. So
Well,
talk to me about the squad.
They didn't get necessarily completely smashed in the DPC, considering they won the Div 2 very cleanly, then went into Division 1. Yeah, they didn't win versus every single Tier 1 team, but they would always be like neck and neck with LGD, with Vici Gaming, with IG back in the day where they were actually good. So they were up there. I would disagree that China is still the strongest region after having PSG LGD end up, what, 9th to 12th,
Yeah, 9th, 12th,
on
as
the
the top
major.
eight.
Perhaps they need to step it up a little bit on the next major to actually prove themselves again. But I'm looking forward to seeing what this new XG can do, Extreme Gaming that is. Because for me, Extreme Gaming, it was PYW and DY. Right now, the bond has been torn.
Yep.
So I'm not sure what to expect from them.
To be fair, the bond was torn asunder, yes, but they got Kaka. And generally speaking, getting Kaka in the mix is a key to success for you. And for Extreme Gaming, so far, it's been some shaky games. You know, there's that one tiny performance that I know you still remember forever, Sheep.
I'll
But
never forget.
it's been improving, hasn't it, over time?
Yeah, definitely. They're definitely finding their groove and rhythm, and you can see that like they are picking very clear ideas in their draft of like, okay, we want to run the tiny with like a Mirana, and we're always going to make sure we have stuff that we can do, you know, on the map, right? It's like you're not just throwing Kaka out to dry. Like, yeah, we're giving you a playmaker and no one to play with. They always have something, which is nice. I do think that I would say LGD supports are probably stronger though than the Extremes. Just every time I see these guys, they are so active. They are so clean and smooth in every move they make. And also they're very good at finding farm, which maybe Extreme struggle with sometimes.
Yeah, we have seen Extreme Gaming. There have been times where the disparity between the cores and the support's pretty large, but for LGD, it's just been so solid and so clean. And one of the things that I think makes LGD special, we did just see like some of the heroes that they've all been picking, is that you'll see with Extreme Gaming, as time has been going on, there's some very clear strategies they're going for in the draft. But with LGD, it's a hero ocean, not even a hero pool. They feel like they can just pick anything. And you can, it's very hard to draft against them, right? Because you can never know exactly what order they're even going to go for these heroes in.
The hero ocean. Yeah, pretty much. They have nothing to say in the team, right? And when you have such a versatile mid laner, you can pick basically anything for him and he's gonna perform. Like I remember back in the day, you would flame this dude. Like you would flame nothing to say for a hero that's being picked for him. And he would be legitimately like flammable because he wasn't performing. You give this guy a week, like you give him 2-3 series, they will continue picking the same hero.
Yeah.
After 2-3 series, he's gonna start dominating. So yeah, he picks up heroes really damn fast.
I mean, you got to give credit to Shiro though, even more. Like nothing to say can play a lot. Shiro can play even more. This guy is like consistently playing like some of the most amount of heroes per DPC. Like in each tour, super fan of him. Like, I think I remember in the group stage of Lima, they would just pick PA, and it was like, oh, we haven't seen a PA yet in this major. And I'm like, it doesn't matter. It's Shiro. He plays everything. He'll make it work. He lost that game. But it always gives me a good amount of, confidence in his team. It's like, if they pick him any hero, any new hero, like, I genuinely feel like he's going to have a decent game on it.
And they did pick PA, I believe, in the DPC as well, right? Was it them or Extreme?
IG. IG played PA, and then Extreme Gaming also played. No, Extreme Gaming played. They did play PA, yes.
Yeah, one of
Yeah,
these
yeah.
two played PA, I'm sure. I couldn't remember which one. But yeah, the hero is slightly on the rise, like we've seen it last night in Western Europe as well. But yeah, I'm not the biggest fan, but in some situations it can work, like versus some heroes.
I actually really like the changes they did to her. With the blur, now it breaks on like a smaller range, which means that like we've seen these PAs hunting heroes or not getting found. Like they'll be farming. Someone will. I've seen like a Mirana leap in to break the blur, and it doesn't because the range is so small now to break blur. So it makes farming and just playing much easier for PAs. So I actually really like the hero, but she's still a bit
So
unexplored.
she's sneakier.
She's way
bit
sneakier.
sneakier.
And
Way
like we've seen them hunting with the PAs as well. It's like it's just so much easier. Like this blur change is really nice.
Well, there's some potential for PA to, no, not in this game, it's been banned out by PSG LGD, but we should look at what the draft has before us because game 1 is live. LGD on Radiant side with first pick, Extreme Gaming, second pick on Dire. ET coming out, we saw this hero, this is the second time I think in the region that this has come out. Talent Esports, of course, at the major, made great use of this Elder Titan. And then LGD, they've already made great use of this Disruptor. Zeal Beastmaster, back when he was on eHome, this was like his hero. Almost every other game he'd be playing this beast. So talk to me, Lizard, which opener do you like the most here from these two teams?
Yeah, like I can see the reason why the PA is banned. You're picking Beastmaster. The lane is pretty solid for the PA, and then there's also Elder Titan on Extreme Gaming, so you don't really want to be giving out minus armor plus PA. Like the setups are always nice with ET. The lane is decent as well. Which one do I like more? I'm not sure. I think both of these openers are pretty damn solid. Maybe LGD is giving away a little bit more as it's the Beastmaster. You know that it's going to be on the offlane.
Dad, do
But-
you want me to have a strong opinion or what? What is this wishy-washy shit? Oh, they're both good. No, LGD's way better, bro. Come on, come on. You're playing Elder Titan Rubik. I feel like that is so hard to deal with a Zoo lineup. Like the idea of the Elder Titan playing back with like the stomp of like, oh, I'm gonna protect my towers and setup. Okay, sure, it's nice. But like when LGD is running at you, and you're forced to just run back, I feel like both these supports really struggle in that situation. Like
You
this
have
is
Fadebolt, you have Echo Stomp, you have Aura. Like their pushes aren't that great, honestly.
not
From
about
my-
the push. It's
I
about
do
like the
respect your strong
swarming you, the
opinion.
running at you, the glimpsing and back. Like they got to be able to stand their ground. These are two supports that like to play back, right? How are they meant to stand their ground when LGD come knocking at the door?
By standing back.
By-
You stand your
okay.
ground in the back.
They need some people right now.
You're not in front. That's why you can't defend. You just hide, you Fade Bolt, you Echo Stomp, whatever. But yeah, I agree with you. You can scout them out with a Hawk. You can set up with a Disruptor. It's possible. There are things that are decent. But for Extreme Gaming, like this support duo, for me, is one of the most, like, throughout the history of Dota, Rubik and ET have been played a lot. And this is like one of my favorite as well support duos to play. They cover each other's weaknesses, plus they buff each other up. Like Rubik already has built-in Magic Amp, and then you Spell Amp, and then you add on that the ET with the Ancestral Spirit Aura. Like, just the two of them can wreak havoc in fights.
They are nice.
So let's see, where does Extreme Gaming go with this? Sheep, you're saying that you want something that's going to allow them to hold their ground. Does anything stand out to you that's available in the draft? Or who? Maybe this is the time to pick JT's hero, like some JT Doom or something?
Doom, that is not really a hero that stands its ground. I think it's a little on the greedier side. Magnus is a little weird too. They're playing really.
It's JT Mag, right? Like
Yeah.
that's
It is
it.
JT Mag,
It's
yeah.
like full conflict
Classic.
zone. They aren't really going for anything other than that, I feel like.
But they're playing slow with this, I think. I mean, maybe he's gonna rush a blink and then they'll just try and play for like skewer backs. But it's like much weirder, I think, than what LGD is going for. Or not weirder, but a little bit more awkward or like higher execution.
Yeah. It is definitely harder, like especially when LGD will have vision, right, advantage with the Beastmaster.
Yeah.
So it will be harder for Mag to actually do his stuff properly. But then again, it's JT Mag. They're picking it because of that. It's full comfort zone. Mag and Rubik historically on the offlane have been pretty damn strong.
Yeah.
Like as a duo.
It's also Kaka Rubik, right? So getting maximum comfort for the side of Extreme Gaming does make sense. They have options to try and buff up somebody else down the stretch, but it's not necessary for them to do. It does mean that they are covering their bases in terms of damage types. They have some magic damage between the support duo. Magnus plus whoever comes into the safe lane will probably be the physical damage dealer, and then Paparazzi, probably some spirit if Ember is still available at the end.
And the only question is like, which melee do you want to pick into the Beastmaster with Magnus that benefits from Empower? Because there aren't many that really dominate him.
All right, so we get this very fast Luna.
What
Luna Shadow
up?
Demon, some young classics. So we get classics on both sides. ET Rubik on the one end, Shadow Demon Luna on the other. All right. And it's
Damn.
Shiro Luna as well, so there's comfort for the side of LGD too.
And Beastmaster, like Beastmaster Luna Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
It's a throwback.
I will say that it's if they're planning on just trying to go high ground at 20 minutes, it's still a little scary. Like I like the ability to run and like take the enemy jungle and take areas aggressively with the heroes into like Elder Titan Magnus type lineups. But when you're pushing high ground, you have to be really scared about this stomp and skewer back
course,
and
yeah.
stuff. And you can feed like there is such a high potential for feeding on LGD side. Playing in the sniper now as well, I think Extreme's high ground defense is insane.
Yeah, they moved away from what we thought might be Magnus plus a melee core, right? They don't necessarily have to do that. Like, you can still go for a sniper. It's fine. The shrapnel, definitely, what Shreepo talked about, and the range helps with the defense. However, like, I've been in this position playing ET versus Luna-esque kind of pushes, and your stomp is great unless their tempo is just way too strong. If your team is getting torn apart everywhere, like, you're not going to defend on your own. So it can happen for PSG LGD because, like you mentioned earlier, there's a ton of aggression coming from the Beastmaster. Add on top of that the Luna that's going to have a ton of farm very early on. Illusions everywhere from Shadow Demon. Like, it's possible.
I think what both teams will be doing this game, though, at least, is stacking a lot. I'm imagining that Sniper is meant to be like a pretty decent lane counter to Beastmaster from what I've seen in the past. And then you're playing with like two pretty weak lane supports. Not the Elder Time, but at least LGD is playing with a reasonably weakish lane support. So I think they'll just both play back and play for stacks. And then Beastmaster will take that with like Axes, or Luna will take that with a Mask of Madness. And then Extreme, I mean, they don't really have a very good stack clearer right now. I was thinking about the Empower before the Sniper. Maybe they still pick a melee hero, but you can still farm it.
He
Fine
can
for
still,
Magnus.
yeah, he can still
Yeah.
farm it. Magnus can take it. That's fine. But on the topic of lanes, safe lane for LGD is strong, like certainly. But the off lane, I don't see how you win versus Sniper and ET.
Yeah.
That's a lane in which maybe if you go like 2 levels of bore and you kite them, but even with that,
It's so hard, right?
It sucks. Like, it's really hard.
Yeah, I really hate that lane for them.
All right, so right now it looks like it's coming down to a battle of the mid laners at the very end of the draft. So we need heroes for Nothing to Say, and we need a hero for Paparazzi. What do you think they need out of their mid laner here, Sheep, when you look at the lineup of Extreme Gaming?
That is a good question. Maybe some more burst damage, I think. Because if you're getting a skewer back, I want them to be able to just blow up and kill whoever gets pulled into them. And right now, like Sniper, Elder Titan, Rubik aren't exactly that.
Give some backline for LGD here. Stormband, Emberband, even Void Spirit, I don't care. Just give anything that can jump the backlines. They have nothing like that right now. Their initiation is kind of damn bad. The only catch on XG right now is the Rubik. The problem, however, is if you're picking these heroes, you don't have the last pick. So you are allowing Extreme Gaming to perhaps counter you a little bit. But are you that worried? Like, if you pick up Void Spirit, you should be fine, right? Is there anything else that breaches the background, the backline?
Maybe some bats, potentially.
Bat is still in the pool.
Yeah, Bat
sure,
is
but
still in the
Quap is in the pool as well.
Oh yeah, that's true. If they
But
pick
there-
bats, you just immediately get counterpicked.
But Primal is good. Like, that's exactly it. The Glass Cannon Destroyer, right?
It's nice, yeah. And they banned the Huskar and OD, which are like the melee killers. So they were clearly prepping for some sort of melee hero that just goes in.
Unfortunately for them, Clockwork was already taken out by Extreme Gaming, so you feel even better about going for this Primal pick. Has been fairly decent, you know, but a lot of teams have been playing the Primal Beast. There's been flex between mid and off lane and position 4 as well. This game, definitely for Nothing to Say. So you were saying that you want burst damage from Extreme Gaming, something that also has to match up decently in the lane against the Primal.
I mean, you could just try and go for some Tusk or whatever. It's not my favorite.
They do the same thing, right? Like, they still get a Quap. Bad or no bad, they get a Quap. It's a decent lane into the Primal Beast. some decent backline, it is a bit scary. Like, you can't just freely play with Queen of Pain here. Like, you can't just jump anywhere.
Yeah.
Like, Heroes, Paparazzi, it isn't a free game, but it's a solid one. Like, they needed a playmaker, something that's kind of fast-paced with the rest of their lineup, because the rest of them, they kind of take time.
To make it even better, Sheep, it gives them the burst damage that you were wanting earlier on. It's some spell damage, even more amplified by this Elder Titan, of course, throughout the game. Does it fit the bill? When you look at it now, do you like the draft from Extreme Gaming? Or rather, how do they utilize this draft to win game one?
I think they're going to be playing to punish, mostly. Like, they're going to at least wait for JT's Blink Dagger, and then things will start to happen. If Paparazzi can make a lot of moves early, like, that would be surprising for me. Because it feels more like they just need to try and sit and extend the laning phase for as long as possible, farm as much as they can, and then, you know, if LGD ever overextend, just punish and kill them. Because, it doesn't look easy for them to make plays on the map, whereas for LGD, it looks a lot easier.
Lizard, what do you think about the draft on the side of LGD? What should they be doing in game one to guarantee success?
I mean, like, you look at this draft, you know what this draft should be doing. It should be very aggressive very early on. Take objectives, take rush, go for that high ground as soon as possible. But they're playing into a sniper. I think Ghost, this is his game. Like, we'll see if they can execute very well or not, but this should be Sniper's game to win.
Well, Sniper has the vote of confidence in that particular regard, but the rest of Extreme Gaming have to make sure to support him and prevent LGD from just mass pushing them in like 20-25 minutes. So we'll find out what happens in game number one with our wonderful duo, the beautiful B-Cup and the lovely Lacoste. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much. Coming into a big matchup here for Extreme Gaming. I feel like it's prove it time for them. I think a lot of people lost faith after they missed the major in Tour 1. And a win over LGD would be massive. And I think, to me, from my very analytical stance, I think that Extreme Gaming, I like their lineup.
Yeah, they drafted themselves a really good lineup here. This is Sniper with good front line. And also, it's going to be pretty chaotic in the front lines. They have multiple ways of securing or displacing people. If PSG LGD wants to go for these early pushes, which they should try to go for, this is a snowbally lineup, very tempo-oriented. You get stomped, you get lifted by telekinesis, skewered back into towers. They need to be super careful about it. And there's no like real counterplay to it other than maybe if you manage to get a disruption off. Other than that, whoever gets displaced most likely is going to die. And in terms of the gap closing heroes, they wanted to pick something. They had 23 Primal Beast, which looked okay, but then immediately Queen of Pain as a response. So Primal Beast not going to have that good of a time. A lot of these Spirit heroes were banned out. So unfortunately, because they needed something, like they needed some backline jumper, another hero that can find Sniper. In terms of BKB piercing abilities, against Primal Beast, once he picks up that BKB to be able to find Sniper, which should be his first item pretty much. Phase boots into BKB. They don't have much. I don't think Magnus is gonna be too keen to use RP just on him.
Yeah, so we'll see how Nothing to Say can do, and he's got the headset with the cat ears on it. And I just want to say, when Somnus did this, Somnus went on a run. He found solace in wearing, I think it was his wife's headset, and they just kept winning. So we'll see if the luck is there still for Nothing to Say. I believe LGD is still undefeated, so it is working at the moment. I'm not sure when he originally put them on, but it is something to note. I feel like the luck is there.
Definitely looks like it. And Shiro, very nice camera coming out from him.
Yeah.
Can't see anything. It's just his forehead.
Yeah.
That is
very
covered by
concentrated.
hair.
That's like the ultimate CSGO, just right into the monitor. He needs to see every pixel of that last hit. So early on, see Kaka and JT. This is one of those JT heroes that I feel like made him a name back in the day. And we'll see if he can play Magnus the same way. And that's a great skewer back. Kaka hit him with the Fade Bolt. Will the right clicks be enough? Telekinesis into the air, but they've got some help from Why You Smile, and Shiro into the trees will survive with just a little bit of help.
He's going to go for it. And he will hit it. For a second, I thought
Flying Shockwave.
Yeah, I thought he's not going to even try, but I mean, it's 80 mana for a First Blood. I'll take that for a potential First Blood. I'll take that trade any day.
And it works, so The potential pays off, and they get the
Another
first kill. And
skewer.
they got the skewer once again. He's got disruption up. Maybe Shiro gets a trade with Kaka, but if JT can get another kill, it feels like it might be worth it. And they don't even get the kill on Kaka. They end up getting the telekinesis onto Shiro, throwing him away. Another shockwave lands, and JT already having a solid lane.
What a start for Magnus. Kaka will be able to pull the lane back, get a couple of creeps denied, and they will now playing underneath their own tower. So that means easier displacement tool again. He's so close with that double kill. Just 300 gold away for mana boots. And this lane looks very, very difficult for Luna and Shadow Demon.
Yeah, get those early arcane boots. All of a sudden, you got mana sustain in this lane, not only for you, but for Kaka too, with Fate Bolts and Telekinesises that you can use to set up and push these heroes under the tower. So they're going to need to be very careful on LGD. Bottom, we take a look up in top. Panel said this is his ghost game to lose, and that's a good sleep on too, but they've got the glimpse, so they'll get some distance. Thunderstrike on a DY who's running in and just wants to go after Planet and get a kill.
DY
It certainly works.
starting with Boots of Speed. Extra slow coming out from Shrapnel. This is level 2 Shrapnel. Have that in mind. You are playing, after all, a safe lane sniper. He's bringing another raid band. So there's going to be some easy, cheap early damage coming out from him. And DY also pulling the lane back. So far, Extreme Gaming off to a really great start.
Yeah, only got the range creep on the pull, but that's not awful at all. And getting anything there and at least taking that away is fine. So 3-0 here for Extreme Gaming. 3 stacks on Kaka of his Shadow Poison. JT gonna miss that Shockwave as, well, he's got those Arcane Boots and he's gonna finish off the wand. So the mana sustain in this lane for Extreme is good.
I'm not sure if they can get any kills in this bottom lane with Luna and Shadow Demon, considering that they already have magic sticks available. Maybe they can get a trade while you smile. Try to put some more pressure. Does have 2 points in Shadow Poison at the moment. Kaka still Fairy Fire.
Yeah,
Let's see.
Trying to land another stack and we'll get all 5. Get the kill on the Kaka. So they finally got on the board for the side of LGD, but it is just a support for a support solo kill. Right now, I think things are going for Extreme Gaming. If Shiro continues to struggle, this game starts to be put heavily on a nothing to say who wants that early BKB, right?
He wants to move as soon as possible, get that level 6 with 6-minute rune. Shadow Demon, one of the better heroes to secure the rune with. Another skewer.
Disruption used by YU Smile. So they'll pick up YU Smile with the telekinesis and get a kill here onto the Shadow Demon. There's JT getting himself onto a killing spree, and DY is just harassing Planet. And under the tower, it looks like he'll just die. He's come to terms with that. He'll stand still.
I love that he decided to die there. Planet is like, yeah, I'll take that one. I'll take the trade. And now, first rotation, something that we talked about. Primal Beast wants to make a move. Ghost hiding in the trees. As soon as he shows up, nothing to say. We'll be ready to charge with Onslaught.
Ooh, if they catch vision of DY, he's just going to be sent back to base. So Ghost will be left alone. Trample, Shrapnel's down, trying to at least trade with Planet, who walks out of the Shrapnel and is A-okay. But Paparazzi comes in, and he's just too late.
Nothing to say. This is the second tip on Paparazzi so far. Something's going on. You know, this first rotation from Queen of Pain, trying to match the rotation for Primal Beast, not really working out.
So despite the fact that this bottom lane's going really well for Extreme Gaming, like, Shiro's getting himself a lane. He's got second highest on the net worth. And things are panning out for LGD overall.
They are making the moves. Beastmaster also...
Ghost is mid.
Because Queen of Pain just TP top. Eventually, they will need to swap. Ghost picking up that Arcana rune.
So I guess more Shrapnels. Try to secure some CS, but nothing to say. Not too scared to kind of stand in it and get these denies.
2 denies out of full creep wave. Not too bad.
Yeah, worth it for the minuscule amount of damage that Shrapnel's doing to you. Again, DY coming over. With Paparazzi here and having that level 6, having the Sonic Wave, maybe they'll make a move. Especially want to do it before Zeal gets himself the Primal Roar and can stop you in your tracks and have somebody respond.
They will stack the Ancients. JT will kill it off, or at least try to do so. Raid Band already finished. Mana Boots, Magic Wand going into Mech next, into Blink Dagger. I do like Mech on Magnus, but Guardian Greaves I think you need to get after Blink Dagger, especially because you don't have another tool to start a fight with. So it's going to be Blink Skewer, and then they take a fight, maybe another displacement tool, or just a stomp from Elder Titan on the others to be able to stop their aggression. Zeal hits level 6, a bit low on mana, does have Mango to work with and Clarity.
He's almost got that helm too, so I believe, is it flying out in full? Yeah. Speaking about stacks, you were just talking about them. Both these camps here in the Triangle Extreme have blocked. So they're making sure that these stacks aren't happening for Shiro. Because honestly, with where Shiro's at right now, this would just exacerbate the problem. And Shiro would start to have so much farm. Pulverized Planet here. They go for Paparazzi. They've got the glimpse back. Thunderstrike wears out, and Paparazzi will survive. While DY swipes that Invis.
Not enough damage there. They needed a little bit more. It was also a short-range glimpse, because, as you said, Thunderstrike was about to wear off. Dire using a scan, they know someone is approaching. Why you smile? Try to play a bit more aggressive here, and also JT finds a really good neutral item for himself. Tumberstoid to be able to close the gap even further.
Now that's going to help when you don't have this Blink Dagger and you're working towards that mech. So a little bit of a gap close, maybe to land better RPs for JT. Right now, he's just got 3-1-1 and he's holding a point. Doesn't exactly look like Extreme Gaming are looking to fight at the moment, as Ghost is back up top just trying to farm that Mask of Madness.
Even though Paparazzi was playing into Primal Beast, he only has like 100 gold advantage on top of him, so nothing too spectacular. I guess the first TP rotation didn't get much done, and he also did put 3 points in Shadow Strike, which does mean that his farm is going to slow down a bit, because didn't get any kills from it. JT, again, in the jungle with 2 points in Empower. Should be enough to clear this creep camp with relatively ease.
Who gets about? They should recognize on LGD now. They tried to go for the stack. It obviously didn't happen, so I would assume that now they know that this is blocked. Or...
Sometimes you don't know if it's like very on the edge,
right,
and you think, oh, maybe I'm bad. Maybe I just didn't stack correctly. So it might take them another try. We'll see. But very good usage of the center wards early on to block these two camps. I don't think these stacks were supposed to be for Luna, at least not the early ones, because Beastmaster can easily take them with Wild Axes. And also Shiro, 4 points in Lunar Blessing, only 1 point in Moonglaves. Before Mask of Madness, kind of difficult to farm those stacks anyway. You want to have more points in Moonglaves anyway.
Yeah, so Mask of Madness is flying out and taking the tier 1 tower, bottom with no defense coming in from the side of Extreme Gaming. Kaka? Yeah, gets down to about half health in the top lane. Ghost moves over. Nothing really doing except another shockwave to his face. An axe is coming in from the side, and Ghost takes a little bit of damage. Now over bottom, DY in trouble. Trampled on, killed off. By nothing to say. So he's moved over, and he's got himself a kill, and there's really not much that Paparazzi can do.
Casual Shadow Strike to try to slow him down. Yeah. Haste already up there. Can't really do much about it. Luna, now level 8. They also tried to play a bit more aggressive during the nighttime, having that extra damage from Lunar's Blessing, which does become global.
There was a time where we were seeing the Chinese region playing safe lane Queen of Pain, and it was all Shadow Strike.
It was also popular in 2022, 2021 in Europe. Some of the teams did try to play it. I remember Queen of Pain plus Lina combo, mid and safe lane, where they wanted to flex things and just have two like very aggressive intelligence heroes that can pump out some serious amount of damage. They are holding their tower, 1k gold lead now for PSG LGD, and they've been putting decent amount of pressure here at the bottom. Glimpse into Static Storm.
Yeah, they go after JT. They've got the onslaught to follow it up. The rest of Extreme Gaming are going to combine with JT's body and bring Ghost down towards bottom of the TP. They go to the Shadow Strike. They've got the right clicks. Nothing to say is dead to rights. Kaka, though, can he catch anybody else with the telekinesis? It looks like they're all gone already.
Nothing to say. Goes wrong way. At least it seems so. But wanted to split them up as much as possible so they stay instead of chasing. And they cannot kill, or they cannot get another kill.
So, 2k lead. Paparazzi feels like mid hasn't exactly been the best for him. I would say a lot of the matchups that I think that he should win it's not like the old days, the
No.
DAC solo 1v1 champion that would just style on everybody. And it's worrying when you're thinking about a team like Extreme Gaming that missed out on the first major and kind of need to take top 4 this season.
Yeah, sometimes playing these heroes like Queen of Pain, you need to be at the right time.
Sleep.
Gets the sleep. Beastmaster looks very dead here.
Yeah, just waiting for Paparazzi to come over, so they've got the kill.
Heck,
But they got
wow.
denied with the... What?
What a play. Denies himself with Satyr.
Oh,
Gets the roar off. Zeal.
Tower is under
That's a big play.
dire structure.
I need a replay on that if we can. That was... Primal Roar, I was like, oh, he's just wasting it. Then he just denies himself straight up.
It was so clean also. Like just one
Instantly,
hit.
yeah.
They didn't even try to like stop the attack.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Very
that was
nice.
great.
This is why he got picked up by PSG LGD.
Yeah, Zeal, so he had some time with eHome, and it was kind of like... It
was
looked
okay,
good.
yes.
He was very low hero pool, but with the heroes that he was proficient on, it looked really good, and I can see why LGD want to bring him in. And let's see this one more time. Holding back the damage, didn't want to wake him up from the sleep. They go to the RP, Primal Roar, boom. One hit, one kill.
DY went back like, what the hell just happened? Next time, I'm not waiting. I'm taking that kill. Because they wanted to give a kill to Paparazzi.
That was impressive. And all of a sudden, like, you look at the net worths, Primal Beast just got passed by JT for a second. He comes back over. Like, they're leading the net worth. They have a 4K net worth lead right now for LGD.
They're getting so much farm out of the map.
Yeah, they've been able to leave Shiro bottom really with minimal contest.
That first stat looked like the lane's gonna go really bad real quickly. Then Kaka got solo killed by Y. And this also opened up the map by quite a lot. Like some of these moves. And Extreme Gaming, they still have to kill tier 1 tower bottom. And in terms of tower damage, they don't really have that much. Sure, Empower's gonna help out, but this is not your...
They might lose a tier 2 for this.
This is not your melee carry farming with the Empower.
This isn't the trade you want to make. They'll have
Definitely
Kaka go
not.
up, but if you lose the tier 2, this feels awful. That means your outpost is going. Onslaught looking for Kaka. Telekinesis at the end. Picks up Trample.
Trample on trample action.
And now they've got the Glimpse, so that'll be back towards FNSA. They'll throw out the Pulverize. They'll get a kill into Kaka. They'll have the TP from behind them from JT as well as Paparazzi. Onslaught waiting for the TP. Hits on it. JT, they've got the Eclipse to follow it up. JT's dead. Shockwave on a Shiro. Static Storm hits on a Ghost. And the Kinetic Field, so they've locked him up and they've slowed him down. They're going to be in a lot of trouble because the Primal Roar is going to be used on a Paparazzi. The Earth Splitter's not going to do enough damage. They get the kill on a
Onslaught plus
Paparazzi. There's the
Pulverize.
Pulverize. They get the kill on a Ghost. They'll take out DY. Everybody down to the side of Extreme Gaming. PSG LGD, they just continue to rock and roll.
They didn't lose a single hero. This is also a fight where Nothing to Say did have Arcane Rune available, and I gotta say, Pulverize, one of the most satisfying abilities to use. Like, just the sound, the ability looks so much stronger than it actually is. And they split up the fight. First usage of the Eclipse. He hides underneath the trees. They also have vision behind the tower, Sentry and Observer Ward, which does scout things out, gives them full vision of what's happening in a fight.
These odds from esportsbet.io favoring heavily on LGD. And it's no surprise because you look at these heroes in the net worths, like Ghost, compared to Shiro, has nothing.
that was pretty straightforward from you.
Yeah, I mean, it 3K ahead, like Ghost is just going Mask of Madness, but the damage just isn't there yet.
BKB timing is going to be next for PSG LGD. Already one done. On Nothing to Say, Shiro, just 800 gold away from his BKB. And this is where they can open up the Roche, try to take a fight. Might be smoke into pickoff, because the heroes that they're playing into, you're playing into ET, one of the better heroes to defend Roche. Magnus just got his Blink Dagger up, Planet.
They're going to need to really work with this Blink Dagger. I think the first smoke off this with the Blink has to be massive. Like, if they win a team fight, they go for Roche, the game gets pulled back. But another team fight lost, I think, puts the realm of capability here for Extreme to win this game at such a low percentage.
Pretty much. Moving up.
Blink Dagger for Planet, too.
Paparazzi.
Static Storm, Kinetic Field, top, Paparazzi. Well, they've got the Primal Roar. That means the lockdown is in. Of course, with the Centaur, they have even more to stack up, and they'll get an easy kill onto the Queen of Pain again.
Planet doesn't even use Glimpse there. They get a kill. This is for Disruptor. Have that in mind. Thunderstrike maxed out. Like, even from 4 Disruptors, I haven't seen Thunderstrike that they do max it out. So it feels like Planet feels that they need a little bit more damage, that he needs to set things up, playing with the Beastmaster. Also, Helm of the Overlord about to be finished in 300 gold.
They're in a Roche. There's no Queen of Pain.
They got to pick off. 2 Observer Boards should scout things out, that something is going on there.
Elder Titan's nearby, so like they have a way to stop this. This isn't the quickest of Roches, and there's that Spirit walking in. And go to sleep. But only one hero in there, so like they can kind of turn this, go back in. Nothing to say, posturing up near the steps. They're gonna need another sleep. They're gonna need a way in. They go for the skewer. It's on enough to say they'll go to the RP as well. That means that's a dead Primal Beast. They get the killing spree out of his hands, and now they gotta look over at Roche, but the Age is gonna be picked up by Shiro. Her Splitter lands, but he's got a second life, and Extreme Gaming, not sure they really want to fight into that.
This also revealed that they have high ground ward, so will be immediately killed. Good pickup. This is the type of a game that Extreme Gaming needs to play. Like, they need to use Skewer, they need to use Rubik's Lift to be able to get people away. Because right now, PSG LGD, it's nighttime for another minute and a half. This is not the Night Stalker lineup, but they are much stronger during the night because they push out the waves faster. Everybody has this global lunar blessing. 28 extra damage is no joke. And another one.
Oh god, Paparazzi again. They've got Primal Roar. That is once more that you were just dead. Primal Roar, all right.
Kaka stole it.
Stolen. And that works well with what the idea is here for Extreme Gaming. We've seen it a couple times when they're trying to get these kills, RPs with the sleep, just trying to stack the lockdown. But if Kaka doesn't survive, that is no longer available. So, never mind.
Planet is doing a lot of work. Picks up Blink Dagger, pretty much as his first item after finishing off Mana Boots, to be able to initiate, lock down Queen of Pain before he can get anything off. Nothing to say. Seems like that's just going to be a solo kill. Shiro will probably KS. He tried. He gave his best. Already raised his hand for a Lucent Beam. Didn't get it in the end. An interesting build. This is the item that I think is very underrated on Luna, especially if you're playing from ahead. Get that Aghanim Scepter. If there are no BKBs on the enemy team, you have Primal Beast running in. You put that Eclipse on top of him.
Boof, 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 boof. That's the sound, right? Of Eclipse?
It's the mayonnaise sound.
Oh.
Dire's middle tower
Okay.
Yeah, I don't even know what it sounds like now. Is it really like that?
The Eclipse sound?
Yeah.
Doof, 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 doof,
Okay,
doof.
now that's much better.
Okay. That's also like Trample too, though. I feel like it's similar sounds. Similar bassy sounds. Doof, 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 doof.
Pretty similar, I would say. We need
Same
to...
sounds.
Dire's middle tower
So,
What
they're going
about
for the tier 2.
What about Stomp side sound? Just one.
Oh, hold on. It's the stomp from Elder Titan?
Yeah.
It's just the... Ooh, doof.
You watched too much sumo wrestling in the last couple
Yeah,
of days.
I do.
You
I mean, the
did.
Basho's been exciting. Aiyama not really doing that well, though, and he's one of those guys that I love to watch, and of course, Tochi's just not wrestling at the moment. Static Storm with a blink from Planet. They've got the kinetic field around on Ghost. They'll onslaught in with the BKB. There's that trample. Doof, doof, doof. Killing off Ghost. Earth Splitter lands on a 2, but Kaka's going to be in trouble as they'll run him down under the tier 3 tower. They've got to sleep on a 3.
Oh,
The
get
disruption! Oh, they wanted the RP. They're still going to get it onto 2 of these heroes. They've got the Skewer. It's under the tower. Nothing to say he's going to be in trouble. They go to the Primal
Where's
Roar.
the
They've got the
Sonic Wave
Eclipse,
at?
and they'll get the kill on a JTDY and Paparazzi. Full team wipe. And a GG call as LGD will take game number 1 over Extreme Gaming.
That was so clean from PSG LGD. What is that? 21-minute game. It's
So fast.
Yeah, the bottom lane looked... they were off to a great start. The 3-0 start for Magnus. JT getting those early mana boosts, but
Yeah.
other lanes went really bad. And also the switch that they needed to make. Queen of Pain TPing top. Didn't get anything out of it. Then Sniper TP's mid. Then they need to swap one more time because these are not the lanes that they want to play. So dominating. Like, Beastmaster got so much done, and so did Planet.
Yeah.
His Static Storm every single time, kill on a core. Most of the time was Paparazzi. Paparazzi, I gotta check how much damage he dealt, because it feels very, very low.
I'm gonna say 2,000. No, 4,000.
It was 8,000, but it still feels really low. Like the Sonic Wave in the end didn't connect at all. He fake pumped it a couple of times. I don't think it would matter anyway because the fight was already over. Just very clean execution. PSG LGD just another level in this game.
Yeah, it feels like PSG LGD are S-class, while Extreme Gaming are a class, maybe even a 2 classes lower, but that's really putting the league on notice. We're going to throw it back to the panel to break down game number 1. Take it away.
PSG LGD are pure class, and they definitely took Extreme Gaming to school here in this game number 1, demonstrating amazing play on pretty much every part of the map. It was, honestly, at times when we're watching the game, it's incredible, right? You're incredulous because you're like, this shouldn't be allowed. You can't be this good, just chilling. And they're doing it so casually, Sheep. You have this Blink Dagger on the Disruptor super early on. We have some self-denies coming in from Zeo. We have Shiro losing and dying in the laning phase, right? And then at 12 minutes in the game, still the highest net worth in the entire game. How are you supposed to deal with this?
I mean, it's a combination of mistakes from Extreme and like timings on LGD. Like bot lane, for example, at first they were able to go on the Luna and kill her and pressure her really hard. But then at level 3, suddenly Shadow Demon has kill threat with 2 points in poison, and you see him like chasing down and killing Kaka's Rubik. And you see them having to sort of deal with the Shadow Demon, and then they're no longer hurting the Luna, and then she's able to get ahead, right? So the timing shift in the lane, and Extreme don't deal with it exactly very well.
And ultimately it does end up being very successful for LGD. One thing that I also really love about PSG LGD Lizard is their execution in the middle of teamfights, right? When we had the interview with Planet, he said that the thing that impresses him the most about his team is their communication. And you can see that when they're fighting. They don't panic. They're all making the right move at the right time. And even in chaotic situations like this, or the previous fight at the Tier 2 tower, somehow they're always killing the biggest threat on the enemy team and doing it reliably and all the time without even losing that many heroes.
Yeah, usually the communication that you're talking about doesn't happen during team fights, right? Like you don't really have that option to be calling things out, but it's very important that the communication happens prior to them. Like that everyone is on the same page, what they should be doing, who they should be attacking, and that's really what you see here. Like they know what their targets are. At the same time, this game was way too easy. Like team fights always look much easier when you're 1 or 2 items ahead, when you're levels ahead. It just you look like a god because it's way simpler for like your disruptor has a blink.
Yeah.
What's a sniper gonna do with Mask of Madness, right? Like he doesn't even have a BKB to run out of kinetic field. Everything that could go wrong for Extreme Gaming, I feel like it went. Unfortunate game for them. I'm not saying that they played a perfect game. They definitely didn't. LGD outplayed them super hard, but they could have done a couple of things differently. Plus, all the rotations, like when you TP with the Quap, when you do your first rotation, then another one, where your carry dies and you don't really make a counter kill or anything like that. It just hurts. Like you've just lost so much time.
Oh, that was off of the back of a mistake we talked about in the green room. Like it was the DY on Elder Titan. He followed Disruptor into the triangle to go block the Ancients, which I think was a good idea because we talked about it in the draft, right? Oh, they need to like stack the Ancients and then farm with Beastmaster because the lane's hard, and the lane was hard at the start. But then you rightfully pointed out that he traded with the Disruptor and gave his life under the tower, and that was just a massive mistake because then it gave room for the Primal to come top and kill Ghost, and then after that, Extreme didn't really get a handle back on the lane anymore. Like
you got glimpsed back.
You got glimpsed back as well, yeah.
Yeah, it was just so bad. And then Quap is there and has to take the lane, and then your sniper's jungling, and this whole like advantageous matchup you're meant to have in that lane is now over, and then Beast just takes your tower.
Yeah. It was a very good game from them, and PSG LGD, one of the things that we love seeing about them is how resistant they are to the early pressure in the lanes. They always find the counterplay option, whether it be just through rotations, particular skilling, or just itemization. They always make a plan. And in this game here, who we highlighting as our MVP? Who's the number one? I would say Planet on the Disruptor, because the amount of times the Planet would show up right where the Queen of Pain's about to be, right as she blinks in, and then boom, Static Storm, she's dead.
Planet, Zeal as well, like Beastmaster with that Setar deny.
That was a really sick deny.
Yeah, I'd maybe give it to him. The self-denies are always... They have a special place in my heart. They're just good.
Realistically, I'd probably give it to Nothing to Say, but I think Planet is A-okay as well.
Aye.
I mean, I just think the Primal's like rotations throughout the entire game were really solid, and he was always like finding the right targets and making like the speed of the game happen for his team. Like Planet, probably wouldn't have had such a good game if it wasn't for Nothing to Say really like pushing his limit.
I mean, there were a couple of times where we've seen nothing to say, preemptively Onslaught before the TP even completes. And then as soon as the hero arrives, immediately you're hit by Onslaught, you can't re-engage the fight. There's a reason why we were talking up the JT Magnus, but we never got to see its prowess, in large measure because of how well Nothing to Say was playing this map. But everybody on LGD could deserve a shot for this one because this was pure class coming in from them. For Extreme Gaming, it's now back to the drawing board. Are there any adjustments you want to see in the draft, or is it all about execution as it going into game 2?
I would put it down. Would put down a lot of it on execution. At the same time, you have to match the space. Like, you obviously cannot play the late game versus PSG LGD. After the first game, like if they pick up Beast, Luna, and Shadow Demon again, you need to find a way to actually match that earlier on. Something that's less punishable. Like, I think that's the biggest issue for them. Like, they have this draft, Quap, Magnus, these two heroes, they're extremely strong. At the same time, you're kind of a one-trick pony, and if you miss that one trick, you really get punished in the mid-game. Like, if an RP doesn't connect, or if the blink is a little bit too aggressive from the Quap, like, your whole game disappears with one or two deaths.
Yeah. Well, we're hoping that in game number 2, Extreme Gaming have a little bit more to show us and don't get punished nearly as hard as we saw in game 1. We'll find out very shortly after a small break, so don't go anywhere. Stick with us because more Dota 2 action is coming your way soon. We'll see you in a minute. Welcome back, one and all, to the China DPC. Class is in session as PSG LGD are so far in a winning and dominant position up against Extreme Gaming. We're hoping that in Game 2, Extreme Gaming can push it to the limit, but if history is any guide, usually LGD wins this one. LGD has only lost once to Extreme Gaming in the DPC format. The other matchups, all Ws for Jawait and the boys, so this is the limit here for Extreme Gaming? What do you want to see in terms of them pushing it to the limit? How do you want them to play differently in Game 2?
Walk along the razor's edge. How do I want to see them play in Game 2? Who, XG?
Yeah.
To come back?
Yeah.
Just play something a bit faster, maybe. Match the tempo. Push the tempo. Match the tempo, Sheepo. Match it.
I mean, I'm not even sure if they have to like up their tempo so much as just actually have heroes that can make plays, so that when they feel like they want to do something, or if they want to like trade with LGD when they're doing something, they actually can. I feel like their supports were just way too rough for doing that. Like with their offlaner, I feel bad that they're lost picking a Quap and Paparazzi's like, well, who am I playing with? You know, like what am I meant to do on this map? Yeah. And everything sucks. So I don't want him to feel like everything sucks. I want him to feel like LGD feel, where they're picking Disruptor and Beastmaster playing top together over and over again and killing people there. I want him to feel like LGD when they play Clockwork Storm Spirit and they're able to always just combine Hookshot and Zip and just make things happen. It's like you don't have to be go, 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 but you have to be able to say, we want to go kill this hero or do this thing and actually be able to do it.
Honestly, I feel like if the drafts were reversed, like switched,
yeah,
like PSG LGD would still just crush them in the lanes.
You think?
I think so, because just listen to what you're saying. You're saying that Shadow Demon and Disruptor are two supports that are more active than Rubik and ET.
No, it's with the cores.
With the cores, definitely. If the cores are winning the lanes, if they're doing well. Like Primal Beast, he rotates, he makes a good move, right? At the same time, Quap rotates, she doesn't connect with it. Yeah. It hurts her, like it delays her item progression. Same for the Magnus. I'm not sure. We'll see. Like PSG LGD, they snatch up the Rubik for themselves with the Beast, and Extreme Gaming, they answer with the PA. Yep. Like we've seen this answer to the Beastmaster before, right? Like, and the lane itself should be solid for XG, but that's what I felt in the last match too.
Yeah.
I think the most important thing here is that Extreme Gaming both banned out the Enchantress away from Innocence, and they stole away the Disruptor. The Disruptor just did way too much work in that first game, and it also didn't allow them to play even in the pre-BKB timing, so I'm glad they have that. Probably explains why LGD is just like, well, all right, fine. You get Disruptor, we get Rubik. We're going to be playing this for Planet. He's also really good at this hero. He's probably going to end up stealing Glimpse and feel like he's playing Disruptor anyway. Good times. And Extreme Gaming, this early Phantom Assassin here. So Ghost PA, he's fairly proficient at this hero.
It's a good hero already, like versus both of them. Like versus Rubik, you feel good. Like as a Rubik, you never feel that great playing into PA.
Yeah, you can get one shot.
Yeah, you can get one-shotted. She's jumping you. She's forcing you to perhaps even itemize differently. And then versus Beastmaster in the lane, it's solid. But you have picked it fairly early on, which opens up some possibilities for LGD.
How do you feel about this Phoenix here, Sheep? We've seen this before from LGD. In that one of the games, he went completely ham on Planet, pretty much playing this as a core hero. We know that Innocence can play it as well. It gives them some team fight, gives them some heal. Would you have picked it in this spot for them?
I'm pretty happy with it, yeah. I think the times that I've seen PA look pretty weak when she's been played so far is when she gets her like BKB and she wants to jump and kill people. And if Phoenix is back, he's going to be able to help not have them get destroyed instantly with the Sunray. But more importantly, like if it makes Extreme have to find Phoenix to start the fight. Because otherwise, like, he's just going to heal or like rebuff your advances with his egg, and she's going to BKB, and then there's an egg, and if she's not able to just comfortably hit it, she's forced to back. Now her BKB is down, and then
she
you can
can't
sort of
even with the
punish
BKB, right? Like you have
It feels so
Beastmaster.
bad. Yeah.
Like Beast and
super
Phoenix, perfect combo.
Yeah.
Like even if she jumps it with the blink, like you still have the roar.
Yeah.
So overall, seems good for LGD. You can't blink the egg though, right? Like you can't, I'm
No,
sure.
you can't.
Of course,
Yeah.
You can blink something around it.
Yes.
Also, it's very annoying for PA if she ever gets hit with Fire Spirit. You're just like, great, lovely. This feels very nice for me. So
Yeah, I just when these two hero combinations make your BKB useless, I think PA just is sad.
Yeah, I think Mirana was probably one. They didn't have a lot of options here. Like you could pick something ranged on mid or offlane that hits fast versus the egg, right? Like something like a Prophet that's still in the pool. But it's so much easier and simpler with Mirana. That's a better option. Like you get a position 4 that can actually now deal with the egg.
Yep.
So.
I thought they would take Snapfire potentially, but the Morana makes way more sense because Disruptor's been played a lot as a pos 4, so you're looking for a 5 most likely, and then you're playing into Beastmaster, so he's probably going to have to go the Axes build again, lest she just arrows your boars and makes you sad. So it's pretty good.
Kind of easier for Mirana too, right? Like you leap in, hit the egg a couple of times, leap out, that's it. A snap, you're kind of committing.
Yeah, true. I do want them to pick a little bit more setup now, though, for the arrow. Usually you have like a tiny or like a primal or heroes like these where you're just keeping someone in place. This is fine too. This is actually looks a lot like an LGD draft,
Instant
honestly,
puck.
for Extreme.
Instant puck though.
Yeah,
Like,
but it's okay because you're gonna be able to play your heroes together. You know, like if this disruptor looks anything like Planet from last game, you know, you can find puck on those side lanes because that's a big part of LGD's game plan. Is like especially this top lane, they're always set up there and waiting.
I just don't like the matchup anymore as much. Like I see teams picking Storm with the puck in the pool, and I never see the Storm winning. Like I feel that it's easier for puck to play right now. You go Witchblade, even Disruptor Storm, like exact combo that's played into the puck. Like historically, Storm versus puck, it wasn't one-sided. Like it would be okay if I do better in the lane, I get a couple of items earlier, I'm gonna be hunting you as Storm Spirit. But that was back in the day, even when Orchid was picked up, right? Like right now, puck gets a Witchblade, he already, in my opinion, has some sort of an advantage. He goes Witchblade into what, Blink BKB or Witchblade BKB instantly after, and the Storm is not having a good time. Plus, there's a good combo with the Phoenix Egg as well. Like the team fights for LGD are solid. Puck into the Mirana, puck into the PA.
This game feels very difficult for Extreme Gaming once BKBs, or the pre-BKB it feels impossible, and even after you get BKB, you still have difficulty finding these fights.
Then again, the color schematic though, right?
It is very blue.
It's not just blue, but to your point about being able to find Phoenix at the beginning of the fight, Storm Spirit can do that. Definitely one of these heroes that can reach the backlines very quickly.
I mean, I do like Extremes Gaming because it's the problem is, or not problem, but the idea is it's not trying to do what LGD is doing. LGD is we're going to team fight you and we're going to like force our objectives with like this group ball of like you can't fight into us. Extreme, they're just playing for pickoffs. They're playing really well. They should be playing really well in side lanes. They're going to be using this Mirana ult as well as smokes to try and like find advantageous positions to set up on and then like get the pick off that they want to start a fight. I do think this puck is very killable. I think any of these heroes are killable actually. And yeah, now they have a little bit of team fight, you know, security on their own with this tide. Just think, you know, for when they do have to eventually take those. But I think Extreme just need to be able to find the key targets they want and then start a fight off the back of a numbers advantage.
What do you go for here? Is it something like a nurse sign to the tide that's left in the pool? Like
Is Monkey still here? Oh, no,
Monkey has been banned out the last, Like I guess a nurse is the
Probably
most
the best one.
obvious, like versus PA perhaps, yeah.
You buy MKB eventually, match up very well into
Even without that, like even without the MKB, you just get items for early on. You dominate JT possibly. You don't have to. Like the lane should be decent, and then you can take objectives. You're just on a much faster pace. But I agree at the same time completely with Sheep. I think that if Extreme Gaming managed to play this pick-off game with the PA Storm just zipping in and out, taking kills off and forcing like a nag for no reason, they can take it. After first game though,
Yeah, it's true. If we're talking about, you know, just team performance, I think LGD's got it in the bag.
Yeah. All right, hit me with some copium, Sheep. Looking at this Extreme Gaming draft, right? What are the odds of them being able to win out the second game? You say that they have to make these pickoffs happen. Who should be their priority target for the first portion of the game? And what are the odds of them winning it out?
I mean, they just need to be able to like pick off nothing to say or why you smart to start these fights, and then. Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is being able to contest the Roche pick, because I think if Shiro just gets an Aegis and they can just keep running with this Beastmaster puck, so Tricore seems good.
Well, so far, PSG LGD have demonstrated that they can construct a couple of different kill combinations and always make it around the map and just put pressure on the side of Extreme Gaming. Extreme Gaming will have to find a way to be able to counteract that in game number 2. And to find out if that is possible, we have a young casting duo, the Brothers of Destruction, Kane and Undertaker, also known as B-Cup and Lacoste.
Rise before me.
I love these throws from Snare. You know, always gets me smiling, always gets me in a good mood.
I love it. Are you Undertaker or am I?
I know Undertaker. That's the only guy I know.
You don't know Kane, his brother?
No, I watched it back in '90s.
Yeah, that was the Attitude Era. That was or the Aggression Era. Gosh, you know. You disappoint me, but you know what didn't disappoint me?
I know half of them. Half of the people that he mentioned, I know.
Do you know about when Undertaker threw Mankind off the top of the Hell in the Cell?
Not really.
Oh my god.
Let's focus on what matters here. That's
the Dota.
2. JT is going to be playing Tidehunter this time around, but not an easy matchup for him. You know, playing into Ursa, which was left in the pool, kind of an obvious choice that they're gonna go for it. I guess it was two of those. Monkey King banned out as well. PSG LGD one more time with very
30 seconds
scaling
to go.
lineup, like very tempo-oriented based. Ursa a bit more slower, I would say, than Luna. Doesn't provide you that extra aggression on the side lanes, especially during the nighttime with that global aura, but it does threaten Roshan. Like, if Ursa's off to a good start, I don't mind this matchup. He's also a hero that builds into MKB, so looks really good. The one hero that he does not like to play into is Disruptor, the glimpse back after he uses Enrage to reposition him. Extreme. Seems like this is going to be a fight.
Yeah, it looks like they might want to fight. They've got the Fire Spirits coming down, as well as the Star Storm. Illusory Orb and Paparazzi already in trouble. Nothing to say. He's not going to get that first blood. DY standing his ground with Kaka over to the side. These axes just doing a lot of damage from Zeal. He's back on that Beastmaster. And Paparazzi giving over a Tango just to try and help out with the regen. And Kaka's just going to stay and harass a little bit. I feel like he's throwing that out to try and even up the lane a little bit, but that didn't exactly do that much damage.
No, it really didn't. Nothing to say. Immediate tip at Kaka. He's like, yeah, we just harass Paparazzi so much that he's going to have a much harder time. Like we've seen yesterday, there was a Dragonite into Timbersaw matchup, which like Dragonite got a first blood on Timbersaw, which is something that doesn't happen, but like this first blood, the first point of contact was this Dragonite that I'm talking about. So he got harassed, the Timbersaw, way too much. Same goes for Storm Spirit now. Still 100 away from a bottle. Needs to be careful. Nothing to say. Also dropping low, but playing very aggressively here.
Yeah, Illusory Orbs and even jaunting forward to it with the creeps here, so he knows he's not going to be hit by that tower for a bit. And Paparazzi having to play very conservatively where he's not really able to secure too much CS while these creeps live under the tower. This is really tough for him. 5-2 though, to the 4-2 of nothing to say. But more and more as they're under the tower, they'll start to get denied. And nothing to say controlling the mid lane for the moment, especially having way more health. But as I say that, he gets hit down a peg and will be just about even in terms of HP at that point.
It's not going to be an easy Storm Spirit game. Zeal, this time around.
Dagger, Fairy Fire, trying to get into the trees and out of the vision, but DY's chasing. They throw out the axes. Zeal's still alive, but eventually he falls for first blood. Ghost gets that first blood. This feels like old Extreme Gaming, because this is a very, we have Lou, and this is what he knows how to play kind of draft. But they give the Phantom Assassin over to Ghost, so we'll see how he does with it.
So far, so good. First blood in his hands. Extra gold. Going for Blightstone. Extra harassment to deal with potential boars, but Zeal not falling for it. He is the one that's gonna adapt his skill build, going for the Inner Beast instead, and going for Wild Axes. Might still go for Wild Boar later down the line. Get another point in Wild Axes. Get 1 point in Summons, but don't use them. Just in case, because they die way too quickly.
So taking a look back over mid, and only 8-4 for nothing to say. He hasn't exactly gained too much on the CS route. Icarus dive and a Gush being thrown forward. Shiro with the jump back and the Thunderstrike on him. Kaka has Glimpse in 3 seconds, but not looking to put the pressure on immediately. Instead, they'll throw it on to Why You Smile, because they've got another Gush.
Good body blocks.
Thunderstrike. This should be a kill, and it's a complete turnaround from what we saw at the back end of game number 1, where Extreme Gaming, they are getting kills early on.
They did start off with the kills even in the previous game, but the game kind of crumbled 10-15 minutes into the game.
So can they hold on to it this time? They're also going to get Shiro's Courier.
Nothing to say. We'll get his bottle refilled by Y, and we'll run back to the top lane. As soon as Puck hits level 6, there should be one hero rotating at a Rubik, because you will always have Rubik to play with in terms of I have a tool to snap the coil with. My brain just stopped working for a second.
Right. So we'll see if he comes over, and for right now, he's playing pretty deep. Planet. This is... So, Planet and Shiro, they played together for a long time, and they continue to have this chemistry as Zeal. I'll hold that thought for a second. Trying to TP will be successful.
Nice and done.
Kaka, though, over in the river, won't be as fortunate, it seems, with the Fire Spirit, but he might be able to deny to neutrals, and the last actually works out for Why You Smile. So it looked like he might get away with getting that deny. As Planet chases DY.
Nice play from Zeal there. Managed to TP out, drags the creep wave, so there is no arrow available, and he TPs to tier 2 tower, just in case someone TP to tier 1 tower, and the TP is going to be longer. Paparazzi's bottle also going to be refilled by Kaka.
Yeah, so back to what I was saying about Planet and Shiro. You know, when they played together a long time ago, the start of this chemistry was eHome Immortal. Back when eHome now, back when they existed and back when they had academy teams. You know, then they went to Phoenix Gaming, and they've just been playing together, and you could kind of read them together, the chemistry between these two players. And what got everybody interested in Planet, myself and everybody who was doing the Chinese region before, you know, we saw Planet having these amazing games on Rubik to where the community was calling him, you know, the next F1. So when you watch him on a hero like this, I feel like there's a lot of expectations, and we'll see what he's going to be able to accomplish. As Kaka,
Will drop
glimpse,
anyway.
but will fall.
Also, big wave approaching. So far, Smile managed to get a lot of stuff done. He gets a kill, gets another assist, blocks the Ancient Camp from stacking, forces Kaka one more time out of the lane, which does allow Shiro to play a bit more aggressive here.
Zeal again, he's going to get caught. Doesn't have the help from Planet, throws out the axes, trying to juke through the trees, but Ghost has another one. Don't really want to push a Phantom Assassin into quicker farm, that's for sure.
Definitely not. Another bottle refill. Another rune for Paparazzi. This time he's having a much better game, Planet.
Nothing to say, he's going to make the shift. Planet coming over, has a Fade Bolt in a second, but Starstorm kills him. The turnaround, a little bit of a bait with the TP in for Nothing to Say. Dream Coil
Here
committed
comes
on a Ghost,
Paparazzi.
but it doesn't do enough. And with the double damage from the bottle, the refill, the mana's there. They've got the Vortex, though. Get the kill and Nothing to Say and take out this puck.
This time, Extreme Gaming, much cleaner execution. They're much more active. First rotation from Paparazzi. He gets something done. And he's also not the one who's getting coiled with the first one, so he's going to start to tank up with his items. DY now in trouble. Does have 2 leave charges available, but no mana whatsoever.
So he'll fall to Zeal. Zeal finally getting himself on the board, which, you know, it's been a little bit of a rough ride for him.
Yeah, straight up not having a good time in this game. They did shut him down. Morana, they also got the first blood. One slow. Kind of hard to play, and also you had Rubik going to the mid lane, walking around, leaving him alone. So made his lane much more difficult. And I'm a really big fan that Ghost did not commit to go for full Orb of Corrosion, just keeping the casual Blightstone for now, and then going into Battle Fury. Does not want to delay his timings.
Yeah, I think he understands that he doesn't need to be aggressive in the game right now. He could go for the Battle Fury. You've got Storm, who's having a good lane, so he could be the one who's that mid-tempo pusher, who's using, say, the movement that he's got and the help that he has to get kills like this and take out Zeal again. This is complete 180 from what we saw in that first game for Zeal.
Zeal needs to make some stacks going. I see Boar already inside triangle, trying to make some stacks going. But the Ancients, they're not going to be stacked because there is a Sentry Ward that DY placed before he died.
Telekinesis, but Ball Lightning in. DY's here with a short-range arrow. Might be enough to help get the kill, and it will be. So Paparazzi now on a killing spree. Talking about 180s, I mean, Paparazzi now showing up. But,
having so much better game compared to the previous one.
That first movement was a success, and I think that's the big difference, right? Like, he went with Queen of Pain, TP top, didn't get anything, got stuck in that lane, and Ghost went mid, and that's not really the case in this one. He got a kill, came back, and has continued to just keep the ball going.
Extreme Gaming understands that they need to play around Paparazzi. They did secure him the rune, they did refill his bottle 2 times, and now TP available on him.
Ghost
Great
is gonna get
arrow.
another kill. This is scary for LGD going forward, because you said it. You, as an Ursa lineup, you want that early Roche, right? But if Extreme Gaming can give you a contest on that and take it themselves, the LGD lineup kind of falls apart.
They don't have the best Roche taking lineup on Extreme Gaming that they can just go in and take him themselves, but they can contest. Definitely when Ravage Static Storm is available with the Moonlight Shadow, maybe try to upset it
Oh, Meteor
Ursa-
Hammer for Tide.
What am I? You smiling? You don't like it anymore?
No, I just I know some people are just like kind of they hear Meteor Hammer and they just that item again.
Yeah, I freeze whenever some. Oh no, God!
Please no. Means I'm just gonna talk about Meteor Hammer upgrades the rest of the cast. I know how you feel about it. I'm telling you, we just
They
upgrade
don't
that
have.
item.
I think it's okay to go for Meteor Hammer here because you don't have too much tower damage. Phantom Assassin until she gets her Deso. Like you need to play with the catapults. 2 supports, they don't deal much. Same goes for Tide Hunter. So I don't mind it too much. And also in terms of abilities that can stop from Meteor Hammer from going off is Telekinesis, Coil, and Roar. I don't think you want to commit any of these big ultis.
Dream Coil running around, but here comes Paparazzi. Has the Vortex. Is no way he survives. Kaka
Nicely
staying
done
alive.
by Kaka.
Nothing to say. Not gonna get hit by that arrow. And gets the glimpse. Oh, phase shift.
Puck players are so good playing into Disruptor. I don't even see it as a counter anymore, considering that they do manage to get the phase shift off every single time. Sure, you need to be aware of the Static Storm. Both supports on PSG LGD. We're level 5. Planet just bought the book for himself. We'll refill the bottle. From Nothing to Say, while you smile on bottom, trying to get some farm. Trying to get that Supernova online. UI will break the smoke. Nicely done by him. Moonlight Shadow stolen.
Yeah. They'll steal that Moonlight Shadow. That might help them go for a gank, especially with this level 6 on a couple heroes. But the Static Storm you were talking about, Kaka, is level 7. So they get the kill on Nothing to Say. Paparazzi with another one. He's level 9. Things are getting to be quite good here for Extreme. They need to get Ghost out. Axe is thrown. Zeal looking for the Primal Roar. Lands it, but glimpse back. Sunray on Ghost. He'll jump over.
Why you
Kinetic
stop?
field is up,
Well,
and
still
Why You
5.
Smile, he is getting low, but we'll pop that wand. Let's see if he gets chased down. Fade Bolt, and one more right click would have been enough, but they just don't have the damage to follow that up as Kaka gets low. The Wild Axes land from a distance.
That was max
and
distance.
Zeal gets a kill.
That
Top
was
lane.
nuts. I mean, they still survive on everybody on their side. A good thing going for them is that Shiro is still on top of the net worth, about to finish off his Battle Fury in the next minute.
That's so crazy to me.
He was left alone because they didn't make any rotations to the top lane. Storm was either making a move on mid lane or ganking bottom. But
Sure,
this,
but Ghost is 3-0-3. Like, how do you have the same net worth? You're involved in 6 kills.
free farm. He was not, you know, while he was killing heroes, he was still killing creeps on Ursa. That's why.
Yeah, just so wild.
These early kills, they don't give much gold.
Yeah. Just it feels like you should have just a little bit more, because the CS isn't exactly too crazy different. It's like, it's 20. I guess that's a good. My math deceives me. Coming down with smoke. Paparazzi here with Kaka. They've got the Static Storm ready. 4 heroes for PSG LGD here.
They know something is up. Rubik only holding on to Kinetic Field at the moment. Not the best ability.
We'll take out an Ob, so a little bit more gold for Planet. What's he going for? He's just got Arcane Boots, and let's see if it's going to be, say, the Blink Dagger next, if he wants to play that route.
I wouldn't mind seeing either a Glimmer Cape next, or just a casual Fluffy Hat into Shard, or just a Shard is fine. Because you want to throw people out of the trouble once they get Ravage, and most importantly, Static Storm, because this is going to be the big one. Ursa can't use his Enrage. Same goes for Puck, can't Fade Shift. Nothing to say, having a really bad time. Same goes for Zeal. Zeal, this time around, going for Mech, something that he did before on his Beastmaster, not going for a Helm of the Dominator build. He still went for it after, but this was also a game where he dominated the lane. It seems like it's going to be trade. Tier 1 tower for Tier 1 tower. Also, looking at the items on Paparazzi, going for Orchid. Big fan of it.
He switched off that... Oh, no. Sorry, I thought I was going to say he switched off something else, but no, he's been going for the Orchid.
Against Puck and Ursa, also both supports, it's always going to give you that solo kill potential.
Yeah, we saw the Orchid on Storm, I think yesterday in Western Europe. It looked all right. Witchblade for the Puck. Almost has the gold for that. And, have it in just a second. So JT, Waiting to see a Ravage come from him. He's had a pretty good game going into the pipe. He was thinking Meteor Hammer, never got it. I'm disappointed now.
I was about to say the same thing. Going into pipe next understands that most of the damage is going to be magical from Puck. Wants to, like, right now PSG LGD does have very limited amount of damage. Sunray is only level 1. Rubik with the Fate Bolt. Like, even the spells that he steals in this game are not as impactful. Like, in terms of, like, how much damage it does. Like, maybe Starstorm. Ravage is, like, also low on damage. But let's see if they can find something here.
Moonlight Shadow, they just broke the smoke. And maybe they won't fight. Never mind. They do have a Battle Fury. They're trying to take the stacks now. They're going with the Static Storm. They've got the Vortex. Can they keep this Ursa alive? Shiro trying to get out of this one. Primal Roar.
He can.
Shiro surviving. Gets the kill on a Ghost. He had a sliver of health left. They go to the Dream Coil. It's on a 2. They look over at Paparazzi. He's going to fall too. Kaka looking next on the menu. And 3 heroes die. They lose nothing again on PSG LGD.
Oh man, this team is so good at choosing the fights, and Shiro gets the Fairy Fire off, gets the Magic Wand, gets clipped by the Sunray, and also very nicely placed Egg by YU Smile. They also don't have the heroes to kill the Egg with. That's also one of the issues that we didn't talk about. Shiro being very aggressive here. Static Storm from Kaka, and you see the Sunray into Egg. They try to kill it. DY's
30 health.
Yeah, trying to
20
kill.
health.
Make it 20. DY already used all of these leap charges to try to go and kill the Egg, puts himself in a difficult spot. There's going to be multiple ways of defending the Egg anyway. With Beastmaster Roar, it's always going to go through Magic Immunity, Coil to keep them in place, or just a casual Telekinesis.
This is just a complete change to the game, right? Like, Ghost, he was fighting early. Now he finally has a Battle Fury, and they get the kill there on a Nothing to Say. They drop down the Dream Coil. Sunray's not going to be enough. They have the double damage on Paparazzi. But he's got the Battle Fury now on Ghost, but he's starting to fall behind because Shiro has a good fight. He's got his Battle Fury. He's going into the BKB. Already has the Mithril Hammer on that. It looks like they're going to get Tier 1 bottom, too. So the gold is really getting pushed for Shiro.
Once they pick up BKB on Ursa, they're going to threaten Roshan. Maybe try to take one fight. If the fight is even, they use Ravage. They can't contest next Roche without Ravage. Or they get a pick off and then they turn it into Roche. So things are starting to get much, much better for PSG LGD. Zeal also getting the farm, has enough money to buy a full Guardian Greaves, so that's going to be like extra sustain. And also removing silence from this freshly bought Orchid on Paparazzi. I think it's time to smoke for Extreme Gaming. Try to find another kill. Ravage is available. Same goes for Static Storm.
I think you were onto something, by the way, with Rubik. Bought the fluffy hat and going for the Glimmer Cape. You called it exactly.
Yeah, it's just like you want to be as tanky as possible at the moment. Like, it does really matter if you get another Fate Bolt in the fight, especially pre-BKB. And his next item, I think, should be just Shard to be able to push people out of the trouble. Kaka trying to farm his item, Yule Scepter on the menu, but they saw this. They noticed that Kaka was hiding underneath the Moonlight Shadow, that Yule Scepter going to come in very handy against Ursa.
They want to glimpse somebody back because they've got heroes coming over. They don't even know he's coming.
They want a big one. He could have glimpsed Planet immediately.
Oh, do they get nothing now? Nah, they find themselves Planet. They've got the Orchid. They'll get the kill out of the Rubik. Looked like for a second they were going to be left without a kill. So Rubik gets caught. Unfortunate for him, his TP was on cooldown, so there was no way for him to get out.
Big one. Philly Stone found by Ghost there. Gives it to Kaka immediately. So this means that Disruptor is going to be able to scale. We do talk about it a lot. Position 4 Disruptor, he does tend to get some extra farm, especially with more points in Thunderstrike, but with Philly Stone available, this also means that if the game lasts long enough for another 20-25 minutes, maybe even less, depending how the fights are going to go, he will have that Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, this is coming off him already getting a Yule's pre-Philly Stone, so before Philly, BP. And, well, we'll see what he could get next.
I love the BP.
Before Philly. So, 1K lead for Extreme. Steal the Anchor Smash. That's something that Rubik's exactly going to love.
We talked about the spells. There aren't really too good. Like, you don't want to steal stuff from Phantom Assassin. Maybe a Zip from Storm Spirit can come in handy. Your mana pool is okay with mana boots sitting at 1,000. but I'm mostly looking at Static Storm, Glimpse, Starstorm, and of course Ravage if you can steal it.
I talked about how Shiro was ahead of this Phantom Assassin by quite a margin and was getting into the BKB quickly. Ghost has found farm. He is right there neck and neck. I know they both have Battle Furies, but he was down about 1,000, 2,000 gold, and he has recovered quite well.
They do have like this window for another minute before Phantom Assassin farms her BKB, while Shiro does have it. This is the big difference, and something we talked about. They're gonna smoke with this BKB on Ursa, try to get a fight going, because it also means that they're gonna be able to kill Roche. And Shiro is gonna show up, start beating on the tower.
Tier 1 gets Glyph. They've used the Moonlight Shadow. They'll start to go at LGD, who are on the other side of the tower. Their smoke's still on Zeal. Tide coming over, and he is spotted. So they'll start on JT. BKB's popped as the arrows flying in from DY. Well put together to get the kill there on a JT. No Ravage and no Tide for 41 seconds, but no BKB on Shiro means he's vulnerable.
Which also means that they're not going to go for Roche. If he didn't have to pop a BKB there, probably would go into Roche Pit, because there is enough time, 28 seconds. And also looking at the itemization, like you need to know what you're playing against at every single moment, how greedy you can be. We talked about it the other day, Puck going for Kaya Sanj as his next item, even though he was thinking about getting the Yule Scepter to have a Dispel mechanic. We saw Ori do Thunders yesterday playing into the same item, playing into Orchid, and then getting BKB as his third item on Puck, which I really like. So this is one of those that could potentially backfire. PA, BKB finished. I love this move from Extreme.
What's the TP situation here? Everybody's got one on PSG LGD, but nobody's moving over. They got the scan. They know that Roche is happening, but it's a slow walk, and I don't know if it's going to be in time.
They can't get there in time.
They needed to be quicker on this. Nothing to say he's going to have to blink, illusory orb, and get in, but they're just too late. I'm surprised at the lack of TPs. Everybody had one available from PSG LGD. They tried to walk their way in. Paparazzi goes in. He's got the Orchid. Supernova immediately drops. Static Storm is in front of the Supernova. They've got the Dream Coil. They'll get the kill on a Paparazzi immediately. There's the Dream Coil on a JT. That means no Ravage. Stifling Dagger hits on a Zeal. JT out of the Static Storm with the Sunray. Primal Roar.
What did you roar?
And he'll go and get killed off anyway.
I'm not sure what he roared there.
Did it just immediately...
It didn't even feel like he dealt damage. Maybe he just like immediately cracked it.
Yeah,
I
that's
didn't
what I
see
thought.
A single unit near the Tidehunter for a moment. I thought he misclicked, but the Static Storm coming in very handy from Planet.
It has to be Kraken show, right?
It
like
has
immediately popped.
Yes. Something about the timing in this series. We saw Zeal denying himself in
Let's
the
see
last
this
game.
again.
This is also Static Storm. Like, you see the power of Guardian Greaves that Zeal decided to go for. Removes that Orchid immediately. And instant Supernova with that Shard upgrade. Tide doesn't feel too comfortable playing into this. And why you smile. Yeah, that was it. Cool. Just because it doesn't deal much damage. This is level 1 Primal Roar against the pipe, so... In terms of damage, very, very limited. It looked like it tickled him.
Yeah. Tickled him, but they still tickled him to death.
They do. PA holding on to Aegis for another 3.5 minutes. I think it's time to smoke up for Extreme Gaming. Try to look for kills once you finish off this Deso. It's going to be done in less than 1,000 gold. That's pretty much 3 creep waves and an extra neutral camp.
They give the Philly Stone over to Marana. That's a bit of a surprise.
I think what's going to happen is Marana farms Yule Scepter just to have another kiting tool and to buy some time during the... Oh, maybe not. He's like... From where's his career at?
He's got 4 Steph queued up,
but he also
got Ags.
No, but DY has Voidstone as well, so probably thinking about getting the Yule Scepter. So we'll finish off one item, give back Philly to Disruptor so he can farm Ags.
I guess we're in the AP now. After Philly. we
Yeah,
were
what happened?
We were BP before for Kaka, now it's AP. So Philly not in his inventory. Why smile? TPing away, and what is he going for? Aeon Disc. Early Aeon Disc. He's got the shard, so he has the Sunray available during Supernova. Seen how important that ability can be. Just in that fight over in the triangle.
It's also level 2 Supernova now, so requires 8 hits to kill. Not enough attack speed. Sure, maybe with Storm, Mirana leaping in, but then again, we said that they have multiple tools to protect the egg with, especially with the Roar. Zeal, not going back for Helm of the Overlord this time around. Instead, opting to go for BKB. Wants to be able to remove Static Storm.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
Yeah, and also against the Ravage, so stay in a fight for longer. Also feels like he missed the timing.
For Helm of the Overlord?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he needs the pushing power anymore.
Yeah, one gush plus a couple of right clicks from Phantom Assassin does kill this delayed Helm of the Overlord. Another smoke.
Ghost, he's got an Aegis to work with. He's blurred, but they won't engage. BKB finished for Paparazzi.
That's a big one. So this time around, he cannot be coiled. They can still kill him, however. If they time it right, some Supernova into Primal Roar. Supernova explodes. Ursa, couple of right clicks. And I see Shiro. Shiro so far having a perfect game. Staying more than 1k gold ahead of Phantom Assassin. And also level 17. Very tanky. Let's see if he decides to get Basher first. If he feels that he needs to control this Tidehunter potentially. Or if he wants to be the one dealing with Phantom Assassin. Seems like he's going to be the Basher.
Planet dropping a Static Storm. I think he had it for like a second longer, so he just got rid of it. And now they get rid of his life. As Deso gets picked up by Ghost. His inventory was hilarious, or his quick buy for Phantom Assassin was hilarious for a little bit, because he was going for BKB, Deso, Basher. So his quick buy was like Mithril Hammer, Mithril Hammer, Mithril Hammer, Mithril Hammer. It's just like, oh, okay, so I wonder what you're buying next. Mithril Hammer.
It also happens with some of the carries when they want to get the Manta Style, Scotty, and Lincoln Sphere.
Ulti Orb, Ulti Orb, Ulti Orb. So, nothing to say also going on disc. We've talked about puck players and BKBs and survivability relying on their skill to survive instead of BKB.
This is also a good option because he didn't die. Like, if you manage to get stuff done with your Kaya Sanj and you don't die like for a fight or two, DY.
Now they're going to go for DY for a second. They've got the Dream Coil on a 2 Yules into the air for the Disruptor. Life Smile is dead, but they end up trading DY and Kaka for the kill. Seal with the body blocks in front of JT, but will give up on it.
There was no Zeal around to pop this Guardian Greaves on Y to keep him alive. There was a split second, like 0.2 seconds, that he could have used Supernova. Static Storm just out of the range, but didn't do it. Maybe he thought, I'm dead anyway. But still, again, a good trade for PSG LGD. In terms of what they managed to do with this first Roshan that they picked it up, it was more about stealing it from Ursa rather than them playing aggressive and getting stuff done with it. They did kill Tier 2 tower on the top lane, took the outpost, so PSG LGD, they will need to reclaim it.
Yeah, they're only up 2k net worth at the moment. It does feel like Extreme are in a good spot, especially with the Orchid on nothing to say. Ravage to follow it up and a kill there under the Tier 2 tower. That is ambitious.
A bit too deep there.
Yeah.
Now you wish that this Kaya Sanj was a different item. Like, sure, it gives you status resistance, so this silence, the pull, gonna last slightly less, but you also need to have a protection. So even for the next fight, he's not gonna have a defensive item.
This is tough for nothing to say. A lot of the reliance here for PSG LGD is kind of on Shiro at the moment. Double damage top. Shiro picks that up. No Roche for a minute, potentially, and look at the damage just come in on the Paparazzi. Gem.
That's a big one. It's ping it. Oh my god, they did not pick it up.
What? Why?
Good question. Shiro even had slot available, but did not want to pick it up for some reason. Well, maybe he gets it now.
Second chance? No. Arrow hits. Ghost thinking about going back in. JT, he does not have Ravage. It's still on cooldown from when they killed off Nothing to Say, so he jumps in. Sunray on him. Nothing to Say coming back over. All 5 heroes here for the side of PSG LGD. A crit on the Zeal. Glimpse back. Shiro jumping in. Static Storm placed down by Kaka, but the kinetic field's not going to lock him up. They've got the stun. It's going to be on a Ghost. So with the BKB being popped, though, they get the kill on Azil. He walked into the Static Storm and dies. They have Paparazzi in a second if they want to re-engage. They are walking forward like they want to do so. They lose that vision. But why you smile with the Icarus dive away? They've got the Storm back
still
up.
not done.
Arrow misses. Waning Rift to lose your orb with a phase shift. Jaunt out from nothing to say.
Ghost wanted to provide some vision, so maybe a glimpse is gonna come in and they get another kill. But what an awkward fight overall. First,
No
they
gem.
don't pick up the gem, which is kind of a big deal. If they have it, that also means that they can see people hiding underneath the Moonlight Shadow.
Dire are scanning.
Still surprising that Disruptor doesn't hold on to Philosopher's Stone, because this is the top 3 best Aghanim Scepter upgrades in the game. Get that Static Storm that mutes items. I don't think you get the same value, because DY, he's trying to get Lincoln Sphere at the moment.
I guess that's why you need the Philly Stone. I still would like it on the Disruptor.
Most definitely, because he's also so close to it. Does have 2 components for it. With that Philosopher's Stone, extra gold.
He could have been 3
Could have been
components
3 components in, exactly.
So, Vanguard is, I believe, Shiro is going for and has the Abyssal. MKB next on the list, of course, for the Phantom Assassin. Roche up in 30 seconds. We'll see if LGD can contest it this time. A lot of golds on PA going at Ags themselves.
Radiant are scanning.
Level 20 though, so extra attack speed from that Phantom Strike. Let's see, they're gonna smoke up using a scan. Nothing's gonna happen.
They have
Next
Rapid.
Roshan in 10. All ultis available. Supernova just came off cooldown. This time around, there's gonna be Eon Disc available on Why You Smile, and same goes for one on Puck. Has it locked? Needs to be careful. Like you have it
Under attack.
unlocked. Oh, sorry,
Going
locked.
in.
Never mind. There's the disc.
Aeon Disc immediately popped, and they're going to go to the Abyssal. They get the kill on Paparazzi. It's time to leave. He's dead so fast. This time, Gem picked up.
Is under attack.
Don't want to fall for that again.
Radiant's bottom
I wouldn't mind
They gotta
them
fight.
taking a Roche fight now. Try to force it, because there is no BKB on Ursa. There is no Supernova, and you can buy back on Storm Spirit.
Oh, okay. So, see how this goes as Winning Rift, Dream Coil, JT has the pipe, will snap the coil, and Static Storm force F out of the low ground with Ghost Pop of the BKB. Who's he going to go for? Blink, Ravage, the lockdown, the damage, the
They got
arrow, and the kill on a Shiro. They'll take on the Ursa, so they're going to get Paparazzi back in with this buyback. Primal Roar was used, but I don't know if that's going to keep you alive, Zeal. You'll try to come over and get out, but the bash is in from Ghost. 2 kills there for Extreme Gaming.
That was way too aggressive. They just decided to go on to Tidehunter. They can't really lock him down. White Smile will deny Region Rune, but this also means that Roshan belongs to Extreme Gaming.
So 2 for 2 against an Ursa lineup.
Paparazzi needed to buy back, and yeah, as you said, second Roshan also belongs to non-Ursa lineup. Does have that shard upgrade available as well, so PA will pick that up. Break mechanic against Ursa, against Furious Vibes could come in very handy, and also extra damage.
Yeah, just got Ags and Ags Shard. That's quite the upgrade.
That shard could also proc Aeon Disc on Phoenix.
Yeah, you saw how quickly Aeon Disc was popped on him the first time. Would have been rough, truthfully.
And also Kaka, he is getting close to that Aghanim Scepter, getting the farm, 500 gold away. Then they can Ravage or jump in with Electric Vortex, set things up.
Somebody give this man the Philly. Get him there quicker. 450 gold away. Lincoln's for DY is such a... I guess it's to put on other heroes, not for himself.
Definitely.
Just like, yeah, all right, put yourself in the right position to throw it on to somebody, hopefully.
This is mostly for Storm Spirit. Paparazzi did die 2 or 3 times in a row, jumps in, gets either roared, Abyssal Blade on him, or now, Extreme Gaming, they would definitely love to take a fight.
Well, you know, DY going for the Lincolns to put on others, but as a support once said in my game, do it yourself. Primal Roar, Sunray, and Supernova. Is this going to line up?
It's going to be close, but no.
Early.
Had to double check.
Pops the Aeon Disc with the Stifling Dagger. That's terrible. That stinks.
Aeon Disc against some of these heroes, like, I don't know, Zeus, they seem relatively useless. One ulti.
You know what they should do for Aeon Disc? Never mind. This is a bad.
No, go ahead. No, I'm listening.
You can set the threshold.
Yeah, that's very balanced.
1 health, Aeon Disc. There it is. Woo!
Helm of the Undying. That was a neutral item.
I like it. That sounds like a great plan.
Cannot die.
Especially if you're playing Undying.
Double damage. Bottled by Ghost. Going into Nullifier next. That's a lot of damage. Sitting at only 6 Deso stacks, but doesn't feel like he needs more. He's going to get it eventually. They know where someone is. They found Shiro with the scan.
They have the Zags now on Disruptor. BKBs be weary. So, nothing to say. Octarine. 3,000 gold saved up, too. They're going to find Zeal. BKB just before the Static Storm. Still doesn't matter. Ghost is really putting out some damage. Oh, boy.
I'm looking at the next set of items for PSG LGD. Beastmaster just finished off his, pretty much. Went for a Blink Dagger. After that, BKB. Puck. Doesn't have much, sitting at 3,000 gold. Ghost? That's a 2-shot. 2,000 crit coming out from Ghost.
Oh. Okay. That is a lot. Just crit him twice. Stifling Dagger brought him down to 1 health. Right click was for what, 1,900?
Yeah. It's going to be very difficult for Ursa to kind of solo carry this game. Beastmaster will fall off with this item build. Puck going into Octarine Core. That's going to be a good one. Needs his level 20 talents, which he's about to get. So, less cooldown on his silence. Trying to split push the map as much as he can. They don't feel ready to take the fight, especially when Ravage is available, and they just saw how much damage Phantom Assassin can do. Also, they would definitely love to see Shiro with MKB for the next fight.
Yeah, next fight, we'll see if it leads to next Roche. Obviously, well away. 4 minutes at least. Nullifier now picked up. Oh, boy. Ghost is just super farmed.
Can't buy Ghost Scepter against Ghost, because he will nullify it. And all those Eon discs as well. So, great pickup here. A lot of value.
See if they fight. Can be close. Right across the lanes from each other.
Level 23 Phantom Assassin. This shard also 16% max HP as damage, pure damage, goes through BKB.
That is such a high number.
It is.
That seems a little, you know. Broken. Oh, it's Frog. Witchbane? Oh, okay.
Of course, he finds it. Because why not? So you have another tool to deal, another way of dispelling things.
Why not?
Things are looking grim right now. JT trying to farm his Hex, just got enough gold for it, so instant initiation on their side. Things are looking rough for PSG LGD unless they can execute. They need this MKB on Shiro.
Such a tough task to execute too, though. And they're only down 3,000 net worth. Like, it feels like it could be 10k or more.
Definitely does. Storm Spirit does have Aeon Disc for himself as well, so
They want to push Ghost to 25. He picked up the tome. Oh boy. What would you take? Triple stifling or plus 7% on the chance of coup de grace?
I'd take the other one, 7% chance.
Okay.
I'm all about that RNG.
Same. Same.
Both
all about the
talents are
chaos.
really good. Don't get me wrong. It's not like some other heroes where other 25 is like, hell yeah, that's it. That's the one I'm taking. And the other one is like, I don't even know what it does because it's so bad. DY might get caught here. But they need a silence on him.
Yeah, leap, Force Staff, and telekinesis. Leap again. Now Paparazzi going in, though. Dream Coil committed. They finally get the kill on a DY. They're going to pop
This
the
is not
Supernova
great execution. They need to fall
defensively.
back a bit.
Taking the vision, stifling dagger, plant it over to the side. There's the Orchid into the Ravage. It hits Why You Smile. Gets purged immediately thanks to the Aeon Disc, but he's still dead.
Only the wary might find.
Buyback coming out from Planet.
They're on the high ground.
They do have
They know
vision.
there's no Ravage. They go to the Primal Roar. Can they get the kill? And a Ghost is going to be standing still. They don't have Shiro because he's been hexed up by JT. Fan of Knives, right click, Zeal. And he's not a fan
MKB.
anymore. They look over, though, at Ghost. They get the kill. He doesn't have buyback. Silence. BKB's been popped by Paparazzi. Can they get the lockdown with the Abyssal Blade or a bash? Paparazzi finally uses that ball landing and get onto the high ground. Nothing to say. Following him, though, behind the tier 4s.
Does have Aeon Disc if he wants to assemble it.
Aeon Disc. Needs to be careful. Phase shift, waning rift, and the Illusory Orb means he's away.
Phantom Assassin heavily committed. Ghost using that BKB while Shiro didn't use his. It was, again, an awkward fight where they miss a coil on Storm Spirit. First, they're also not on the same page because Shiro goes back, Rubik Lift connects, and then he's not in range to use Abyssal Blade or start attacking Morana. So we're going to see that again.
Starts with this little
Yeah.
engagement.
He gets
but
the
early
Force Staff and
supernova.
sees Shiro. He decided to go back, gets coiled, Storm Spirit manages to dodge it, and then they already committed. Supernova is there, and we'll see the Aeon Disc getting proc. Planet immediately disappears. Like, they heavily committed here. Ghost, not sure what this BKB was for.
It's early, and they have JT come over and hex the Ursa, but you see the control is there on the Ghost, so he can't really follow up that hex with any damage, and there's not a lot of mana on Paparazzi.
And then Shiro pops ulti and the BKB at the same time, starts hitting Phantom Assassin with that freshly bought MKB. He's also level 25 right now, so 3 overpower attacks, holding Paladin Sword and Penta Edge Sword. We'll swap things around if he feels like, oh, I need some extra lifesteal. Go hit neutral creeps.
Third Roche, refresh Charter Ags.
Ags.
Okay,
Ursa
let's
wants
see.
to get it.
3, 2.
Never mind. It's always refresher. So they could refresh Aeon Disc. Double Ravage seems really good. Double Static Storm from Kaka.
Double Roar, double Coil. Would be nice for LGD. Especially if they were to get 25 for nothing to say.
He's way too far away from it.
Yeah.
About to be level 23. They are picking it out. Disruptor is missing. Aeon Disc not going to be very valuable here. Same goes for Nullifier. Right now, holding the high ground. They have vision.
Let's see. Coming over. Lincoln's being placed by the Marauder. They go after Zeal. They've got the Hex. They have the right click. So get the
Does
kill
have
to the,
buyback.
onto this Zeal immediately. And then they'll go to the Dream Pool onto 3 heroes. Nothing to say. Going in and taking out the Vision. He's taking out the Ward to start this fight.
Ghost is so low. No BKB on him.
Zeal's kind of alone. Beastmaster just bought back, and they're going to get a kill on his Zeal
again.
immediately. Even with the BKB, the Andis is going to be popped on Nothing to Say, but Nothing to Say is going through onto this Phantom Assassin. They get the Ravage off, but Shiro's going to go in and get the kill onto Paparazzi. They'll take out DY, and now Shiro locking it down for the side of PSG LGD. Nothing to Say gets low. Triple kill for Shiro. There's the Abyssal, making another as they'll take out 4.
Stolen Ravage this time around.
Yeah,
he was waiting for it for such a long time. And every single time, last 3 fights, early BKB from Phantom Assassin, and he doesn't feel too comfortable getting back into the fight. Shiro on the winning side, waiting until everything is done. And then, as you said, first they take out that Ward, which, Nothing to Say, he was very aggressive, and then the Stolen Ravage hits them.
blinks in. That's beautiful. Ghost. He focuses here on Nothing to Say.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Look at how far away from the fight he is.
You wanted to see Puck level 25? All it takes is 1 extra fight, and he's gonna be that 25. I love that they gave Refresher to Rubik. Ravage will be available in 40 seconds. Because he does have that level 15 talent, so his Ravage will be available earlier than JT's.
So, double Rubik Ravage.
Before you have Ravage online, and it's being picked out. JT, there's still a tier 1 tower bottom, but seems like they want to get in and get stuff done. Get this set of barracks at least. No buyback on PA. Buyback on Storm is available, but they don't want to use it yet.
15 seconds till double Ravage. 7,000 net worth lead. I did say it felt like Extreme were very far ahead, even though the net worth wasn't exactly favoring them too much. A couple fights where Ghost just kind of doesn't participate.
I love it. I was just about to say it's
Fake
fake smoke. Get in, double Ravage. He does have enough mana pool for it, so it's 200 and 325, more than enough.
A lot of math there.
Wasn't even close. Like, you could have just said,
Oh,
there we
there's the
go,
Ravage.
first time.
And second Ravage. Ghost is dead for 100.
They should try to see if he
Oh,
does have
boy.
buyback. Shiro used BKB, but he's also holding onto Aegis for another 3 minutes, and they have creeps inside the base. Cliff,
JT has Ravage now.
he does have 6,000 gold on Tidehunter. That was such a nice play there from Planet. You also don't think about it that...
Ooh, good Hex. And gonna hold the Ravage for now. Dream Coil thrown onto a couple, but he's got the level 25. BKB's not gonna matter if they snap the coil. Supernova goes off.
Full minute without Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, they still need to work it out. They've got the courier over in the secret shop for whom? For Tide. I think he wants to go and get that refresher. That's why he's holding the Ravage.
This is a second set of barracks. There is tier 2 tower available top. Another Eon disc.
This
Time
is
on Rubik. And sometimes you get a very bad feeling about it because you don't take into consideration that Rubik has 25 extra % on stolen spells. So you're like, oh, he stole the Ravage, but he doesn't have it because I don't have it.
Yeah, now he's gonna have it in 40 seconds again. JT loses his courier like that. He sent it over there, spent so much time wanting to buy the refresher, but now he's not gonna have it at all. Like, that refresher's never coming.
So it's not 12k gold lead. This is an extra 6k because Tidehunter,
Unspent gold, yeah.
yeah, his courier died, won't be able to get it.
Unless they somehow find a way out there, which is super tough. They've got a Hawk waiting for them to leave the base too, spotting them if they do come out. What do you do if you're tied? You just hold buyback. I feel like double Ravage is almost a necessity.
Definitely feels like it. I want to see them go high ground one more time. Ravage still up there for another 30-35 seconds, if my math is correct. I want to see Planet get refresher.
Same.
Does have enough gold, but still keeping the buyback for now.
JT. Yeah, I really think he needs this double Ravage to deal with Ursa. It's the bare necessity that he needs.
You said it, and you give me a look like, this is so good. I'm on fire today with bear buns.
I was actually thinking Jungle Book. Hex, Gush, Arrow, connects. They've got the lockdown. And they're going to try and go the Supernova with the Ravage. They blow him up. They've got the Aegis. They'll try to get the egg. They'll take out Why You Smile. By the way, Why You Smile bought a refresher for a moment like this, but, well, the moment like this is Shiro dying. So maybe he didn't need the double Ravage.
They only needed to execute Static Storm on top of him, which means no BKB is going to be available on Ursa.
Now JT gets to walk out, grab that refresher.
I like that Ghost is chatting it up, going for Divine Rapier next. He hits level 25, decided to go for a triple Stifling Dagger in the end. You farm this Divine Rapier so quickly now.
Yeah.
Cell power treads, cost got decreased.
8k lead. Not really getting much out of this defense. Planet, nothing to say. They're pushing out bottom still. They have creeps inside the base. They're going down mid. But what do you need to do with these 50 seconds? What's the bare minimum?
It's time to go for high ground, try to maybe get back out of them. Phoenix definitely not gonna buy 40 seconds. I think you don't need to buy on Ursa. Also, there is a bunch of creeps inside the enemy base, so some damage will be dealt to tier 4 towers. These are super creeps.
And they need to be aware. They're trying to force the Shiro buyback, but they're just not going to get it. Tier 3 gets taken. I think they're willing to lose the racks. But they break the Lincolns. They've got the telekinesis. They go to the Primal Roar. They've got the Supernova. Static Storm is down with Paparazzi trying to go in onto Nothing to Say. They also want to pop the egg. They get the egg. They'll get a kill out of the pop. No more Phoenix. And it looks as though they're going to get the buyback out of the hands of Nothing to Say.
A little surprised that PSG LGD took that fight, and now we're back to even. Ravage wasn't even used. Refresher is available. I think they need to play with the defensive telekinesis.
They lost the tier 4.
They need this telekinesis to be used during the Static Storm to push people out of the trouble so they can use items, they can get the Eon discs going. Tier 4 tower, as you said, drop down an extra 500 damage on the other tier 4. Well,
they need to really watch that. They let that go for a long time. I know they wanted to commit, and they got the buyback from Nothing to Say. You let that go again, though. It's going to be tough. Next Roche, minute 15, potentially. We're at the 50-minute mark. We could be looking at tier 5s.
Still 10 minutes away. Also, Tidehunter about to crack level 25. That's the big one. Ravage, extra 1 second stun with the Refresher Orb. So make that 3.8, 7.6 second if you execute correctly. If it's not on a target that does have status resistance.
Yeah, stun equals yes. So, Refresher for Zeal. He's been having some trouble surviving in these fights, but if he could get the double Primal Roar off, his focus has been onto Ghost. And it's worked at times. You know, if they are able to pop the Lincolns, go for the Roar, which they've accomplished a couple times.
Problem is these Eon discs are not going off in a fight. You have Tidehunter with the Witchbane, Static Storm with Aghanims, and of course Nullifier from Phantom Assassin. Ghost was thinking about getting Divine Rapier, in the end decided to change his mind, so there's not going to be Roar on him, Telekinesis, or Abyssal Blade. So a bit more of a defensive tool coming out from him.
2K lead, Roche 40 seconds. So that's going to be everything. Smoke from LGD, knowing that this is happening soon. Buybacks. Phantom Assassin, Tide, Storm, Disruptor, Rubik, Mirana. So 2,000 gold short on Shiro. It's all or nothing, it feels like, for LGD, where you have options on Extreme.
You do. Refresher is available on Phoenix. He also got level 20 talent, so extra stun ray damage, extra percentage. Very good tool if you do manage to get like multiple stun rays off in a fight. We'll see if that's going to happen. They could potentially just blow him up with the Eon disc not being available.
The egg is something that had been a struggle for a long time for them to take out. The last 2 fights, they've done it successfully. And it's been massive. You could see how much the difference that makes.
Double damage.
Yeah. Ooh. That's great.
Well, not if you're a PSG LGD fan.
Yeah.
I sense some bias here.
No, that was a non-biased comment. I was just, not great if you're LGD. You finished my sentence. You knew what I was thinking. So, Planet. Let's see what he can do here. Feels like a lot of the fight is on the control. So we'll see what LGD can do.
How do you fight into 2 Ravages from Tidehunter?
Kill him first.
You need to be able to lock him down with the Abyssal Blade, maybe place a coil, try to land a Roar. But, I think you need the coil plus focus him down with Ursa. Problem is, he does have buyback. So if you commit with the BKB on Ursa to kill this Tidehunter, he's going to instantly buy back, and then they will take the fight.
Thing is, if the fight happens near Roche, he doesn't exactly have a place to TP back in.
That's also true, because right now PSG LGD took the outpost, and right now they're underneath the vision of this Hawk. We'll kill it.
They're trying to get buyback on Shiro. He's 1,000 gold short, but with Roche up, he may not really have that option available.
Even Paparazzi has Refresher now, so we'll be able to pull them in, double Eon Disc, double pull, double Ravage. This is all theory, but I want to see execution from Extreme Gaming. Bottom lane again, pushing in. Same goes for the top one.
We can't let them see.
Be careful about these creeps again. Planet looking for an opportunity to break the Lincolns, get the control. Double damage.
PSG LGD can't bring a hero into enemy base because you are playing into Phantom Assassin, Storm Spirit.
This double damage is still going. They've got the
got
Hex.
him.
They're going to Ball Lightning, go to the Supernova. They've got the Telekinesis, but the right click's coming in. Can they get the Abyssal? No, they can't keep it alive with the right clicks. With the Battle Fury, they get the kill on a DY. Look over at Ghost. Lincoln's pop. There's the Refresher, Static Storm, and the Ravage coming out onto Shiro. The Vortex to lock him up.
And
they go to the
another
Sunray,
one.
but there's the Ravage coming in once again. And now
DA's
they'll
back in.
find themselves Shiro, low,
DA's out.
Hexed, and Lincoln. Supernova pops. It
But the
stuns on
Sunray,
JT.
they're
They got
getting
the
the
Sunray, they
cheese.
get the kill to Shiro, and now he's going to buy back. He just got the gold. They've got the Vortex on a Why You Smile. They look over at Zeal. He's stunned up, hexed up, thanks to this Tide, but they've got the damage coming in with the Telekinesis from Planet. He threw Zeal on top of the two of them. He stunned both of them, and that's why they get the kills.
That was so close. I was watching Shiro. They handed him his... Someone else picked up the cheese. They gave him the cheese. They high-fived him. He put the BKB into his backpack, but didn't manage to click it. That was so close. So he bought back multiple buybacks on the enemy side. Ursa will probably get this Aghanim Scepter so that he can get the Enrage even if he's stunned, and will pick up Aegis as well. This is also another Refresher. Let's see who decides to pick it up.
Gosh, this is... Cheese, somebody wants it. Maybe Planet. He'll blink. All right, pick himself up some cheese, throw himself back over. Don't want to lose any ground, min-maxing the movement.
That Rubik's Shard is such a big tool, and now he has level 25 talent. Minus 12 seconds, so goes down to 10 seconds. BKB on Storm, not available. Paparazzi invested all of his gold into Refresher. Lincoln Sphere on Ursa, plus another Lincoln Sphere from Puck. They are itemizing against Nullifier.
Feels like it's going to be at least the Megas that they're going to be up against. Do they even want to fight this 4v5? They've got the Shard, so they do have Tendrils of the Deep. Refresher on cooldown. That means no Ravage for 60 seconds guaranteed. Arrow lands on Ashiro. He's the one in the front. But for the damage, they are going to need Ghost to go in and output some on Ashiro. It seems like to get these kills, it's going to be Ghost's torch to bear, as he'll go in and try to output as much as he can. That goes to the Divine
Scepter.
Rapier, too. Ball lightning in, Paparazzi's back, they've got the Vortex, and now they go to the Fan of Knives, the Telekinesis to throw him back, but he'll end up losing the Aegis. They've got the Dream Coil with the Supernova. Up into the air with the Stormcrafter. Dream Coil now runs out, but they've got another one.
They need
got
to
the
save
Puck
him.
and
Nice
Disc
telekinesis.
Telekinesis from Planet to pull him back. Paparazzi going out with a little bit of health and mana.
But look at the Ancient. There are catapults already.
Oh,
they
boy.
managed to kill last tier 4 tower. I want to see Divine Rapier. Never mind. Okay, there
Yeah,
it is.
it's
Divine
there, it's
Rapier.
there.
It's there on Ghost.
Double damage bottom if they can find a way to get to it with the Phantom Assassin.
Maybe give it to Shiro this time around to make things a bit more balanced. 1 DD for one team, 1 DD for the other.
So, 11k net worth lead, Ancient exposed, LGD look for the 2-0. Extreme really looking to hold on. It's going to be tough. But now, with the fact that they helped, I guess, by taking out the Aegis and LGD retreating, this next fight, it will have the double Ravage. So they have an opportunity to go in. They don't have Aegis anymore on Shiro.
They do have cheese, but also no slots on Shiro. This is a tough situation for them because 5 minutes, no buyback on Phantom Assassin, 5 minutes, no buyback on Ursa. So both teams, they want to kind of take it slow. Also, big items coming out in a bit more than 2 minutes.
Yeah, we'll see if this gets to the tier 5s.
Radiant are
This is... With no Aegis, I could see LGD holding off. They picked up the double damage on nothing to say. So,
Mirana decided to go for BKB as her item, something that we didn't mention. I would prefer if that's something else. If this is like Wind Waker or something. I know it's a bit more expensive, but you can save people during the Dream Coil. You can save yourself. You can save others. DY, we'll try to land an arrow and we'll get him, but the telekinesis one more time.
and Disc also popped there. So he's not going to have that for the fight. He used that to try and survive and go. and have that Supernova. They go to the Static Storm. They're going to be right on top of nothing to say. They've got the Supernova in the backlines.
Dodgers, telekinesis.
Still the heck, they'll get the glimpse. It's going to be back at the Static Storm. No! Ravage comes out from JT. He's going to refresh it. Won't come with Shiro, but they've got the BKB. They'll go and get the kill, and it goes. Oh! Ravage! Going to be thrown punt against the kill. It goes with that Ravage. They'll go and get the kill into DY. Nothing to say. He's going to fall. They'll get the kill into JT. 3-0's gone without buyback. Take out Kaka. And Paparazzi trying to do it all. It's not going to be enough here from the Storm. They should be able to clean him up. They'll get the full team wipe, and LGD will lock down the 2-0 over Extreme Gaming.
Man, those telekinesis, I wanted to see that shard so long ago. He picked it up and used it as only a defense tool, which I really like to keep people out of the trouble. Saves Puck there, and you can see them. They're not even happy. They're like, what the hell just happened? Like, how did we win this one? It was a very close game. Like, some of the clutch steals as well, getting Ravage, then using the refresher that they gave to him, then gets another Ravage. They get a kill. 2 sets of barracks coming out from that move. Now steals another Ravage in that fight. Some really cool stuff coming out from him.
Yeah, I talked about it at the beginning of the game when he was on Eho Immortal and Phoenix. They talked about Planet being the next FY. With a Rubik performance like that, it certainly puts a notion in everybody's brain that, hey, you need to watch out for this guy. You cannot give him a Rubik. And with a victory like that, LGD, they stay undefeated. They've got the 2-0. Any last words?
Just always a pleasure to watch LGD play. Like, even when they're down, even when the games seem like they're very close, they always have like this upper hand. They always have this a little bit of something to push them over the edge.
Yeah, it feels like the cogs are turning on all cylinders. And well, we're going to throw it back over to the panel to see what they have to say. Take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And PSG LGD get the 2-0 victory. And as we all were saying, for some reason, this team has that special something. They never feel like you can count them out. Just incredible gameplay from start to finish. And it was so good for so long from Extreme Gaming Sheep. I thought they were going to win this game. Honestly, I'm watching how they're moving around the map. But then at some point, I realized something. Despite the fact that they had a kill lead, despite the fact that they were playing in advanced areas of the map, the gold lead wasn't actually coming in their direction all that much. At some point, it got to like 4K in the earlier portion of the game. But as things went later and later, it was staying in this like 2-3K margin. It never felt like they could really command the game. Because LGD always felt like they had some kind of option to make happen in the game.
Yeah, I think that's just like the product of the heroes that they all pick. They both have ways to team fight, ways to lock down, ways to stun, ways to start a fight, right? Ways to turn a fight even. So I think it's just super back and forth because of that. And their two Extreme stepped up so hard this game. Like their execution was way better. They had much stronger ideas. We saw them playing combos together, like Disruptor and Storm Spirit running around getting kills together the same way we saw LGD do yet in the last game. So yeah, it was just a big back and forth because they had so many tools at their disposal and they all made use of them, constantly on the hunt.
Unfortunately, PSG LGD, one of the tools that they had Lizard was this Planet Rubik, right? Incredible performance from him, always stealing the right spells, especially some of these disruptor spells. It's very annoying if you're playing Storm Spirit, you jump in, and then the Static Storm's on you, and it takes you like a second to be like, wait a second, this is the wrong spell, this is coming from the wrong direction. Like, how do you deal with this when you have this player that for some reason is always getting ultimates in the middle of these fights?
Yeah, they praised him, like Lacoste and B-Cop, they praised him quite a bit. One thing that I didn't understand is not getting the shard a bit earlier, maybe, just to be able to use it against Kaka even harder. Like, you steal the Static Storm, plus you lift people out of the storm, right? Like, when it comes to the networking that you talked about earlier, I mean, that's the way Dota has been in the last 2 years. Like, I don't think we should be surprised any longer. If you pick a pick-off style of a lineup, you're not going to have a gold advantage. No matter how many pick-offs you're getting, you're always going to be at par, maybe slightly in the lead, but you'll never make a huge advantage. Like, just farming the triangle is... As long as one hero is farming the triangle, you'll have the even gold, more or less, as the team that's constantly struggling to find pick-offs, constantly smoking up, making moves. It's just worth it. Hitting creeps is better.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is.
It's a much more economical way to play Dota.
Yeah.
And
unfortunately, it's not more fun for me. Like, in my opinion,
fun all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, like back in the day, I remember like if your pick-offs connect, like you basically win the game on that. Like it depends. Like if you get a couple of really nice pick-offs, you completely swing the game in your favor. Not anymore though.
To be fair to Extreme Gaming, they did find a couple of pick-offs inside their own base, which allowed them to really feel like they were going to turn the game. They pushed onto the high ground on the other side of the map, and it felt like they were on the cusp. Then one disastrous Roshan fight later, things just turn cheap. They gave the match MVP towards While You Smile the Phoenix. What do you make of it? Who would be your MVP for this game 2 from LGD?
Probably Shiro. I say that because when Extreme's cores were all like dominating net worth, Shiro was always above them. You know, I think he was so reliable in how he played the game, the way he jumped into fights. Like, for example, Extreme got Roshan, right? And then this was like the first one, I think. And then they push out of the Roche pit. They're like, we want to take a fight. We're feeling strong. And they jump with Storm, and he gets coiled. And they wait till like the very last second of the coil, and he jumps in and just assassinates them. You know, when they think, oh, okay, we can actually get out. You know, it's sort of like catching them always by surprise. He's always there with the right jump. His itemization was pretty damn nice. I think he just played a very careful style of Ursa that was so calculated. That's why he's like 3 deaths. You know, he carried his team.
Carry performance for the ages coming in from Shiro. You were speaking about the mid lane matchup between this Puck and the Storm Spirit.
Yep.
And as the game was going on, it did feel like it was a lot easier for the Puck to be able to have a big impact in the midst of these team fights. Is there anything they could have done differently? Firstly, I love the atomization, right? Going back old school, picking up this Orchid. It was working for a while. Should he maybe have gotten the Aghanim Scepter a little bit sooner on the Storm Spirit?
It's hard to say. It's an expensive itemization to go for. Like, you could see, even though because of these items that he went for, when they jump a target, let's say if the target overlaps for the PA and Storm, yeah, they finish off the target, but at the same time, Storm is on 20% mana afterwards, and he kind of cannot continue the fight. PA can, but he cannot. So maybe if you are itemizing in this way, you need to go for different targets. Like, he needs to go for... It's hard to say, right? Because then you risk not killing anyone.
Yeah.
It's very possible that that's the case, and that's going to happen. But overcommitting on supports in a game such as this one, sometimes even using BKBs, like, really did hurt them.
Yeah, BKBs is one of those games where I'm sure they're like, man, I wish BKBs was 7 seconds at the lowest interval, not this 6 garbage. Ultimately, though, PSG LGD find themselves with a W over Extreme Gaming in very clean fashion. The second game, a lot scrappier, a lot closer. And though it's their longest game, they were still playing it very confidently up until the very last second. I think for me, the thing I'm happy about, even though I'm glad LGD won, I'd like to see them win. But I'm glad that Extreme Gaming, that the version of them in Game 1 isn't the final form of the team, right? It's very clear when you watch this Game 2 game that their ceiling is incredibly high. Maybe the floor needs some work at this point in time, but when they eventually reach their ceiling, that means that we're not just worried about or thinking about 2 strong teams in China in PSG, LGD, and Aster. Now Extreme Gaming is a legitimate contender if they can play this way all the time.
Yeah, exactly. If they hit that consistency, if like Game 1, you know, is better, or I mean, to be fair, I think their draft was way better in Game 2, and I think that set them up to have a good game. So yeah, sure. If they can keep doing this, if they can keep their drafts looking good, if they keep giving themselves way to play, I feel really good about them. They are very skilled. I think Paparazzi just had a really stellar early game on Storm, and it just sucks that the fights became so hard. Like, there was just slip-ups and mistakes where they could have won the game. Like when their triangle gets invaded and the stacks get stolen, right? All it took was one more hit on this Ursa to kill him, you know? And like, that was a mistake. It's not that they didn't have the capability to hit him one more time. It's that they just didn't focus enough on him and that burst in that stun, you know?
Yep.
And that can change a lot.
Yeah, Dota has this nature of just cascading its effects. One thing happens, it leads into another, then everything is just different. So game number 2, I think something that we'll also have to talk about, Lizard, before we look into the future, right, is that for PSG LGD, they're starting to just feel a lot more comfortable, right? And the fact is, we know that they're a somewhat immune team to laning phase, right? No matter what happens in the early game, they come out on top. They always feel like in the mid game, they have some degree of contest. But also, we finally got to see what they're like in the late game. Because sometimes you can ask yourself, well, does this team have the capacity to make the right decisions at that stage of the game? I would argue that they seem to make better and better decisions as the game goes on. So they feel really scary to play into in the ultra late game as well.
It's going to sound very simple, but they just aren't making a lot of mistakes. That's it. Like, in their team fights, everything feels pretty crisp, pretty much on point. You don't see way too many mistakes, missed items, missed initiations, botched team fights, like missed some spells, some big ass spells such as an egg. Like, you don't see that. Like, everything more or less is on point. Like, just count how many mistakes they had in the last game. And that one was with a lot of mistakes from them, like in comparison to the first match. So yeah, if you don't make too many mistakes, if you aren't giving anyone, like, you aren't giving Extreme, like in this perhaps situation, they didn't give Extreme anything to capitalize on.
They even use their mistakes in a positive way sometimes. Like, if you remember that fight around the bot cliff in the Radiant jungle where they triangle Mirana, She kind of gets away. They end up having to use egg on the low ground, and it looked terrible. But you know what they use that egg for? They use it to deward the cliff. And suddenly, Extreme are playing into like fog and not seeing everything in the fight. And LGD have that cliff ward because they use a failed egg to turn it into an advantage, and then they get the better fight off of it. And I think it made Extreme panic. We saw Ghost use his BKB for nothing, and this is just, I really enjoy how LGD use their spells.
Yep. The thing that impressed me the most, actually speaking about Vision, the fight that they took inside Dire side, Puck during the engagement, after going into 5 heroes that he knows are smoked, he's like, I'm gonna take the second to just deward right quick, and then we'll re-engage afterwards. Just
the Vision game is important.
It's something else.
It's very important.
Well, that does mean that we are done for the day in terms of the Dota here. 2-0s, 2-0s. Regrettably, the 2-0 curse seems to continue here in China. Only IG have played in 3 game sets up until this point. We now look towards the future, what other games that we have in this upcoming week. Regrettably, the billing is not going to be to the same level of excitement as PSG LGD versus Extreme Gaming. We'll have to wait until a little bit later for that one. We have the return of outsiders from China. Extreme Gaming, after a loss like this, you need some confidence, So you get to go beat up on some kids.
Let's go beat the shit out of outsiders from China.
I heard the best things about OFC. Are they really that good? What's happening here?
Oh, they are... you're in for a treat. Let's just put it that way. You're in for a treat.
I mean, I've been in NA. I've been treated.
They're one of the teams of all time.
Yeah.
Okay.
And literally, you will not forget them. Like, after you watch Outsiders from China,
I'll
they will stick in your
understand.
mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
And then the second series, of course, we have Vici Gaming in action yet again. But looking at this leaderboard, it looks pretty much like what everybody predicted it would. LGD and Team Aster at the very top. Vici and Extreme Gaming trailing slightly beneath them. Extreme just having suffered their first loss today. And then, of course, YBB, Aster Aries, IG, the Outsiders from China, all of them towards the lower end. Only Outsiders from China have not racked up any wins.
And they won't.
And yeah, they won't. So we know at the very least that they were guaranteed lost. Now it's all about who gets to stay in the division. And I think based on what we've seen, I think it's between, honestly, Aries and the side of YBB. But I think Aries is the one that's going to end up going back under. They need to go back into the training montage of Division 2.
I remember Aries doing quite all right in the last season versus some teams. And then just flunking time after time. Like Aster even praised them. Aster said they're supposed to be top 4. I don't know what's happening. Like, maybe it's just a big brother hyping his little one up, You can do it, Aster Aries. You can be top 4. Yeah. And then they're like barely dodging relegation.
Might be in the contract that you're not allowed to say negative
things.
Yeah. You have to hype them
That's
up.
why Sheep is always talking nicely about them.
Oh, yeah. You need to see the contract and be like, where's the praise lizard section of things?
Come on. Come on, you didn't say...
You're such a nice young man.
There we go.
With a lovely smile.
Keep
and
going.
A big brain. He's so smart. The things he says, wonderful. Truly. This guy is the cream of the crop.
You don't have to do anymore.
The best man I ever met.
It's in the contract, yeah. The best man that we've ever met. Lizard is pretty great. Welcome back to China. We're glad to have you here. Sheep's been a mainstay.
Happy to be back.
I'm happy to be here too, but sadly, we're done. We have no more Dota to bring you for this particular day. We look towards the future for some more Dota 2 action, so please make sure that you are here to join us for that. There's going to be some interesting days because after the next day, we have another triple header, and you certainly do not want to miss out on that. A weekend of Chinese Dota, what more could you want? So join us for that action, for that hype. So from myself, Snare, with Sheepstick and Lizard.
Lizard?
He's back, Lyrical's been eating up his space for so long. Shout out to everybody at home. Goodbye, good night, and we'll see you next time for some more Dota 2 action.